Good morning and welcome to the Hampshire versus Surrey semi-finals of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's the 17th of December and you're joining us here at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. If you are looking on the picture feed, the umpires are just taking the field. I think it's just warming up, so you'll see that shortly. And the toss was done earlier and Surrey won the toss and chose to bat. It's a very overcast grey day here. Myself, Amelia Clark, and I'm joined by Phil Green. Hello, Phil.
Morning, Amelia. Morning, everyone. Yeah, it is very overcast. We were quite pessimistic, I think, earlier on. We were quite pessimistic on starting on time, but we've probably been influenced by the last two occasions that we've turned up at these games, and we haven't started at all. But we are going to start on time. That's good news. There's not many in the ground yet, but hopefully people will hear that the match is starting and those in the vicinity will come on down. So as Amelia said, Surrey have won the toss and I've decided to bat in this semi-final. Quickly run through the teams for you. If you'd like to do the Hampshire side, Amelia, and I'll do the Surrey one.
Yeah, sure. So Hampshire-wise, we've got Maya Boucher, Rihanna Southby is in the gloves, Georgia Adams, Freya Kemp, Abby Norgrove, Nancy Harmon, Naomi Datani, Mary Taylor, Freya Davies, Bex Tyson, and joining again after a little spell away is Ava Lee.
Yeah, Ava in for Daisy Gibb from the last match that Hampshire played, which was a while ago now. So Surrey are lining up today. Top of the order, Bryony Smith, the captain, with Alice Monaghan, Emma Jones, Alice Davison-Richards, Kira Chatley, the keeper, Jemima Spence, Kalia Moore, Phoebe Franklin, Priyanaz Chatterjee, Alexa Stonehouse and Danny Gregory. So fairly familiar lineup. Jemima Spence is the one player that's come in later in the year, but has come in with some success, come back from injury with some success in the last couple of games. So she is in there to bolster the batting for Surrey, and of course both sides without their England contingent. The England girls are off to the World Cup, and so that prevents any of them playing today in either side. So we are missing the likes of Danny White-Hodge and Lauren Bell and Lindsay Smith, but that's been the case for most of the season, so the teams are used to coping without their England players. Today's umpires are Gary Brown and Rob White, and I'm going to start.
Yeah, it looks as though Mary Taylor will be opening the bowling here at the hotel end. There is a very strong cross breeze coming from left to right, so as we look at it towards the pavilion, it's coming sort of from the golf course side, cutting across towards the hedge end shops, but all the players seem ready and they're going to get going.
Yep, we're underway.
And here we go. So Mary Taylor coming in from the hotel end. She's right arm over the wicket and bowls. Good length delivery, and that's just pushed down. No run. And we're underway.
Quite an interesting decision to bat first, I thought, because quite often in these days of when it's overcast and the weather's a bit of a doubt, teams do opt to bat second. You know, the wicket's been under covers for a long time, but Surrey back in their batting.
Taylor in again. Still over the wicket. Bowls, and this is instead goes into the offside. No run, straight down to Freya Davies. Yeah, I agree actually. I was quite surprised when I saw that they had chosen to bat, especially as it's threatening to rain, it looks like, all day. But I suppose maybe they want to get runs on the board, they want to put that scoreboard pressure. And
yeah, I mean the Duckworth-Lewis, if it comes into play, obviously it could be an influential factor, but although it's not looking dull, the forecast is for it not to rain much.
And that comes again, and this is just played into the offside. No run.
Good steady start from Mary Taylor. 3 balls pretty well on the spot. There's an interesting article Sanjay was pointing out, I don't know if you saw it, Amelia, on the website about the Taylor twins,
yes.
Mary and Millie, who I identical twins, of course.
Yeah.
Mirror twins, as it's referred. One's right-handed and one's left-handed.
As in comes Taylor again, right arm over the wicket, a full toss delivery, and that's Fisher all the way down into the leg side.
Got away with that a bit. That's her first poor ball, but no damage.
Yes, they are amazing, the two twins. I would say, I mean, obviously their parents would be able to tell them apart, but at a glance they look completely identical.
Until they start playing cricket, then you can tell the difference.
As Taylor comes in again. Bowls a much better ball this time. Played into leg side and a good stop in the offside.
Yeah, good diving stop by Freya Kemp there.
And that's a maiden over. No, we've got one ball left, sorry.
Yeah, maiden so far.
Maiden so far.
Changing the field now, but reinforcing the offside, taking short fine leg out and putting extra cover in.
As Taylor comes in, last ball of the over for her. Over the wicket. In and bowls, and ooh, there's a big shout from Taylor, but no one else. We can tell when Rihanna Southby's not really that interested, that she didn't think there was an edge on that.
Yeah, it was a big shot from Bryony Smith, quite well wide of off stump, and as you say, Amelia, Mary Taylor appealed quite hard to the umpire, but nobody else was interested at all. So
yeah, just watching it on the replay there, you could see clear sort of gap in between bat and ball, but it was worth a shout. You never know, the umpire can sometimes raise a finger.
Yeah, he can indeed. So maiden to start from Mary Taylor, so good start from Hampshire. Couple of loose balls, but got away with those, and the rest were pretty much on the money. And from the Rob Bransco Pavilion end, we're going to have Freya Davis bowling to Alice Monaghan, the former Southern Vipers player, who's back on her old stomping ground. And the field for Davis, we've got a slip, backward point, cover, shortish extra cover mid-off, and a third. And on the leg side we have a mid-on, a straight mid-wicket and a deep backward square. So a fairly orthodox field. Davis in, and that's a very straight ball. Monaghan just plays it gently back down the wicket. Still no run. Surrey still waiting to get off the mark. We are right in line on our commentary point today. Sometimes we're slightly to the side, but the track today right in the middle. As Davies in towards us again. And this one's outside the off stump, and Monaghan fishes at that. It's a bit of a indecisive shot. She just really waved the bat at it and it went through to Southby. So Surrey still looking for their first run, and it's a long game, of course, 50 overs, no panic as such, but there's always a little bit of pressure if you don't get away quickly, both individually and collectively. Davis at the top of her mark. In again, hair bobbing. And this one's played away on the offside by Monaghan, but again, no run. She just finds backward point. So yeah, we've got the two fielders permitted out at this stage are at third. Mary Taylor in front of us, and Nancy Harmon, who's at deep backward square. Big gap on the leg side, actually. Davies in again, and that time Monaghan thought about playing the cut shot, but I think in the end we'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she actually pulled the bat away and left it. And it goes through to Southby. So 10 balls into the innings and still to have a run on the board. As Davies, again the field waits. Davies running in towards us. And that's again outside the off stump, and Again, I think Monaghan might have withdrawn the bat, but I'm not sure. She certainly made a very late decision if she did. She's smiling at her partner now as if maybe she got away with it there and did actually throw the bat at it. And because of this off-stump line that Davies is bowling, they've actually brought in a second slip now. Bouchier's been brought into second slip position, taken out of cover, so we've got two slips in place, Adams and Bouchier, and Davies into Monaghan, and that's a Yorker length straight ball, but Surrey are away off the mark. Monaghan's managed to work it into the gap that was left by the second slip coming in, and it's they've come through for a single. So at the end of 2 overs, Surrey are 1 without loss in this Metro Bank semi-final. The final, of course, for those that don't know, is here on Sunday. Lancashire already through to the final, having beaten Blaze yesterday, and they await the winners of today's game to see who will be here for the Metro Bank final. The first year of this competition, of course, in this format. Although the women's professional game has happened in several different guises over the last couple of years, last few years. We're going to have Mary Taylor bowling again. Started off with a maiden. This time she's bowling to Monaghan. That's full, and Monaghan drives to extra cover, fielded by Freya Kemp. So still a very watchful start from Surrey, having won the toss and decided to bat. A few people starting to come into the ground now. Still plenty of room for those that might want to be wishing to come along, but there's a few more in than there were 10 minutes ago. Taylor in again. That's full and straight again. She started very well here, Taylor. That one's just pushed down to mid-off by Monaghan. Been no real aggressive shots, well, except for one from Smith in the first over, which she played and missed, but they've Hampshire bowlers have kept a good rein on things so far, but only in the third over, of course, so plenty of time. Taylor in again. That's again very strange. There's a big shout for LBW here. That looks close. I say we're right behind the line. It's probably just going down the leg side. I think that's what umpire White's probably decided, but it was well worth a shout. Yes, just drifting down leg stump as we see on the replay. But there was a very interested bowler, slip and keeper there, and well worth a shout. But looking at the replay, we can just see that Monaghan's actually moved away a little bit to leg stump to make herself room. So although it's hit her sort of middle of the front pad, she's actually just outside the line of the leg stump. So Taylor in again. This one to Yorker length again. That's 3 in a row, right in the block hole there. Excellent bowling from Taylor. And Monaghan can only dig it out to Norgrove at backward point. So Hampshire keeping up the good start. The overcast conditions, of course, which seamers traditionally like to bowl in. Plenty of cloud cover. But we're told by the certain apps that there's not going to be much rain around, although it looks like it could be. Taylor in again and again. That's a good length, but this time it's a very good shot down the ground by Monaghan. This one wasn't quite Yorker length, it was a full length, and Monaghan's just driven it back past the bowler. Classic straight drive, just went past the stumps and has come down to the boundary in front of us. So the first boundary of the day for Surrey, and a really good shot from Alice Monaghan. Takes her onto 5, and the Surrey total's also 5. But not much difference in the delivery. That's the sort of small margins we're talking in. We talk about from a bowling point of view. She bowled a couple of really good Yorkers, and that one was full, but not quite a Yorker length, and Monaghan was able to get a shot on it. And this time she's turning it away, but can't get it past short fine leg. Becky Tyson out there, and there's no run, and that's the end of the third over. And Surrey have progressed to 5 for no wicket, with all those runs to Alice Monaghan, and skipper Bryony Smith Hasn't faced a ball for a couple of overs actually, but she's not off the mark yet. And Freya Davis will bowl again from the pavilion end. And we're back to one slip now. That's our experiment with two slips didn't last too long. And for Bryony Smith there is just the one slip. And the ring on the offside, and the same two fielders out on the boundary. As Davis comes in, and that one's just a length ball and just gently played away by Smith to square on the offside. Norgrove, very energetic in the field, comes in, throws it to the keeper, gets the return, looking very lively as you'd expect people to be at the start of the day. Quite a lot of noise coming from the Hampshire fielders, picking up on the FX mic. As Davis is in again. And this time it's hammered away by Smith, and this time she has got it through the covers. This will run away for 4. It was just back of a length from Davis, and Smith sort of cross-batted it through the offside, a little bit uppish, I have to say, but wide of Titani at cover, and it's run away. So Smith off the mark with the boundary, taking the score up to 9, the total up to 9. Smith onto 4, Surrey 9 for no wicket. Reminding listeners that Surrey won the toss and decided to bat here at the Utilita Bowl this morning. Just 2 balls remaining of the 4th over. Freya Davis. And that's Boulder. That's an excellent delivery from Davis. Smith's looking to play that on the onside, looking to play it through mid-on, I think, and it's just nipped away and hit off stump about halfway up. So the line that coaches like bowlers to bowl, top of off, sort of top to middle of off, and that's an early breakthrough for Hampshire with the prolific Bryony Smith, captain of Surrey, bowled by Freya Davis for 4. And we're going to welcome into commentary Sanjay. Good morning, Sanjay.
Good morning, Phil. Yeah, they've started well, the Hampshire bowlers. Bowled full, bowled for the conditions. Obviously, as you've said, it's overcast, windy, gloomy kind of day, which does suit the bowler. So again, it's probably quite surprising that Surrey won the toss and decided to bowl first. But she's had a bit of shape, Freya Davis. Also, slipping the ball away from the right-handers, bowling on that full length, and one hand, Smith played around that.
Yeah, it looked like she was trying to play it through mid-on, didn't she?
Yeah, looking for the gaps. They've had a slow start, so far, and I think Hampshire, have exploited those conditions well, and be interesting to see what they do now with Emma Jones coming to this.
Yeah, Emma Jones, an interesting one, batting at 3. Most of her career, as it's developed, has been as a fast bowler. She's on the England Fast Bowling Academy, but in recent times, certainly this season, she's been pushed up the batting order with some success, and she now finds herself batting at 3 for Surrey, obviously in the absence of Capsey and Danny White Hodge, as we said, and Davies into her for her first ball, and she just works that away on the leg side. It wasn't very convincing, I have to say, but she worked it away on the leg side and is going to get off the mark with a single. So at the end of the, sorry, it's not the end of the over, sorry, no, I'm well out here, that's only the second ball. After the second ball of the 4th over, Surrey are 10 for the loss of their captain. So yeah, interesting decision, Sanjay, to bat first. I don't think, we certainly didn't expect it up here. Davies in again, that one's just played away on the offside.
Yeah, sorry Phil, I lost connection there.
Yeah,
to answer
we both
question.
did. We both did.
Did you? Okay. Yeah, it was an interesting decision, wasn't it? I mean, they must feel that bowling second is their strength, maybe.
Yeah, some teams that's right. They have a game plan which is what they're used to, and as you say, if their game plan is to bat first, that's fine. Second slip back now in place for Monaghan. They've had this for Monaghan before. So Boucher in its second slip, and Davis stumps down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. And signalled by umpire Gabby Brown. And the Surrey score moves up to 11. So just lost a line slightly there, Freya Davis, but so far Hampshire bowling's been very much on the mark.
Yeah, they've certainly kept the ball full
They have.
to date.
I don't think there's just one ball that was a bit short, which Bryony Smith hit for 4 on the offside. Everything else, as you say, Sanjay, very full, and that's good length ball again from Davis, and this time it's good running from the Surrey pair. Monaghan's just played it, just dropped it into the sort of gully area, and Emma Jones from the non-strikers end's called her through for the single. And at the end of the 4th over, Surrey are 12 for 1.
Yeah, they've had the last couple of balls actually, apart from the wide. As soon as Jones came in, as soon as Emma Jones came in, she dropped the ball just on the leg side and ran a quick single. And I wonder if that's with the sort of the slowish start they've made after the first 4 overs, whether that's just been a little chat to say let's just turn the strike, let's just pop it in. There are gaps because Hampshire are obviously in the first power play, first 10 overs. There's just 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, so there are gaps to be placed if they just knock the ball into those areas and run. Millie Taylor to continue from here from the hotel end now, bowling to Monaghan, approaches the crease now and bowls. That's full again. She's bowled very full, as I've said, and that's just pushed into the mid-on area where it's fielded by Ava Lee, who just rubs her hands. It's a bit cold, as I've said, out there so far, but it's good to see the game on. We went down to Arundel, didn't we? All of us on Saturday, got there, beautiful blue skies, and game off. So it's nice to get this game on as Millie Taylor approaches the crease again, bowls, and again full outside the cross. That's a crashing drive through the offside by Monaghan. That's going to go all the way through for 4 runs. Great shot, full. From Millie Taylor, and Monaghan not wasting any opportunity there to get on the front foot and just push a beautiful cover drive through. No chance really of the fielder. Abby Norgrave gave it a little look, decided that she was going to save her legs, and maybe this is a change of strategy from the Surrey batters after quite a slow start.
Taylor.
What did I say? I'll tell you why that. I said really in a second that as Taylor comes in again, bowls, and it's full and just dug out, nice Yorker length, just popped into offside. I have some friends who are twins, identical twins, and they call each other Millie. So hence I get very confused whenever there's twins and one of them happens to be called Millie. Then that's why I did it. So apologies to the Taylor family for constantly referring to one of their children by her first name, but there you go, it is Taylor, and Mary is her first name, so there we go.
Interesting to see Alice Monaghan opening the batting for Surrey. She has several years down here with Hampshire and Vipers, and usually batted about 8 or 9, and has gone to Surrey and is now opening, so good move for her.
Taylor again, full. Oh, that's a beautiful ball, just shapes away from the right-hander, plays on an off-stump line, and the ball just beats the bat to the keeper. No run there, but this is good bowling again by Hampshire, keeping the ball full, making sure that they're forcing the Surrey batters to play their shots, which they're going to need to in a 50-over match. There's obviously time, but with the start that they've had and with the power play in the first 10 overs of 2 fielders outside the circle, Surrey need to get on with it as Taylor approaches the crease again, bowls. That's full, and this time it's just covered up by Monaghan into the covers for no run.
As you say, Sandra, it's a really good line from Mary Taylor, and I'm sort of thinking that the only allowed 2 fielders out, as we were saying. I think the deep square could be a waste of a fielder here. There's nothing looking like it's going to go that way from the line she's bowling, and I would have thought they might have been better employed having her on the offside boundary, but I don't know.
Just a conference between the bowler Freya Davis, who's been bowling from the other end, and the captain Georgia Adams, as Taylor comes in for the last ball of the over, bowls again full, and bit of shape in. There's a quick single coming up here, shy at the bowler's end, misses, and that is the end of that over. Surrey scamper through for that quick single, and the score moves on to 17 for 1.
Yeah, as you said, Sanjay, since Emma Jones has come in, they've looked for that quick single. She's obviously sharp between the wickets herself, and she's got Alice Monaghan running. They picked up a couple of singles which they might not have got earlier, the earlier pair. I think she was safe that time. If the throw had hit, she was well in. The umpire's coming together now. I don't know what that's about. They're sort of looking at the weather, but...
And there's some ground staff wandering around to the covers here.
Is it actually raining?
Hotel end.
Oh yeah, it's like...
Yeah, there's a bit of drizzle in the air.
Drizzle, but I wouldn't have said there's anything yet to worry about, but ground staff tend to know these things, and if they're hovering around the hover, then it suggests that there's rain imminent.
Over Will's mum's house, as
that's the one, yeah.
As they say around the parts.
Davies again, coming in from the pavilion end, bowling to Monaghan. We're back to 1 slip now. Monaghan's had a lot of the strike, 20 balls out of the 30 bowled. And this one she's played and missed. That's the second or third time that she's sort of hung the bat out there, and I'm not sure if she's leaving it or actually playing at it. It's
when I was off comms, Phil, I was just looking at her shape, and she's definitely shaping it away.
Yeah.
She's got the touch of the Lauren Bells about her, Freya Davis, I think.
Well, the Lauren Bell, the current Lauren Bell, because obviously originally Lauren Bell bowled predominantly in swingers,
yep.
And they've now remodelled her action so that she goes that way. So you're right, but for a long time Lauren Bell was an in-swing bowler. Davis in, and this one's turned away by Monaghan on the leg side. That was a bit too straight, and comfortable single. Which brings Jones back on strike, takes the Surrey score up to 18.
Interesting, I was just looking at the scores from the Surrey batters before we came on air. Alice Davidson-Richards, has got over 500 runs, but Bryony Smith, who is has been dismissed, was 353 runs with 100. It just means that they might rely on this pair and on Alice Davidson-Richards a lot after as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean Bryony Smith's been a predominant run scorer for them for years now. Freya Davis in again, and that one's just played on the offside to extra cover for no run to Tani Fields. Yeah, they are a bit weaker, but as we were saying, all the teams missing their England players are a little bit lighter. But Jemima Spence came in the last couple of weeks, coming back from injury, and got a match-winning score on Sunday for Surrey. So they'll be looking to her to come good again today. And Alice Davidson-Richards, as you say, is a consistent run scorer at this level. Davies in again. This one's a bit leg side again, and Jones turns it on the leg side. She's going to get one. She might get two. Yes, she is going to get two. Bouchier chased it and deflected it and actually slowed it down, which meant that Nancy Harman had to come in off the boundary, and they were able to get two. I think if Bouchier hadn't got a hand on that, they probably would only got one.
Yeah, that's
the way it works sometimes, isn't it? But they did come back for second. Emma Jones, as we've said already, very lively between the wickets, always looking for the runs there, which is good to see. And Davies in again, going to try and get that shape again. And this one's straight, and Jones plays it back down the wicket. Davies stops it in her follow through, and then tosses the ball to Maya Bouchier, who's got the towel and is the sort of designated ball cleaner and shiner, polisher. Probably not so much polishing as drying, I think, at the moment. But most teams seem to designate one or two people to be in control of the ball, don't they?
Yeah.
In maintaining the ball. Bouchier seems to have that role. Davis in again. This one's leg side-ish again. Jones turns it away. It's only going to be one here. Oh no, I'll say it's only going to be one. That's actually a misfield from Nancy Harman. She ran in quite quickly and overran the ball, It wasn't going enough pace to go to the boundary, but she had to retrieve it and allowed them to come back for 2. So Surrey at the end of the 6th are 22 for 1.
Yeah, I wonder what the criteria to be the ball cleaner, polisher, dryer is. Alistair Cook famously didn't sweat.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So he was given that job, but did you volunteer for it, do you think? Or
I don't know. I mean, the way that everything's so thorough now, they probably do courses on it or something, don't they? And whoever
ECB course,
whoever gets the highest mark gets the job. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. It's a good way of keeping yourself in the side, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got a certificate in ball cleaning.
Yeah.
It is Maya Boucher in this particular match. It is Mary Taylor to continue.
The other one of sort of keeping your place in the side is the volunteer to go in at forward short leg, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's
they
the
usually
other
give
one
it
as
to the youngest player, but if you can always volunteer in there, it sort of helps your selection.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor in again, bowls, and this time it's full again. Big leg sidey, and they've gone for a quick single again. My Boucher is quite close at mid wicket there, but they still managed to scamper through. I didn't see. Did the umpire
leg bye?
Did give a leg bye. I was too.
I think that's why they could get through, because it didn't go any distance off the pad really. But yeah, it was a leg bye.
Emma Jones then will face up.
But they're certainly looking positive in the running, these two, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they had to. I think they've got to use that power play effectively to get. Well, I'll ask you in a minute, Phil. You know, as a keen observer of the women's game, what you think a good score is going to be on a surface like this, as Taylor comes in again to Jones and bowls, and she just covers up, and this time Boucher just does get there in time and stops any chance of a single being taken.
Yeah, it's always an interesting question, Sanjay, and invariably at different grounds, at this stage we sort of say what would be a good score, and we normally too high.
Right.
You know, we normally say a score and then find that it's 40 light, but it's actually enough.
Yeah.
So I'm always wary of saying something too big. Obviously, the higher you get, the better. But let you carry on.
Taylor again in bowls, full again, and a bit more of an aggressive shot this time by Emma Jones, but it goes straight to Georgia Adams, who's fielding at mid-on. I've got a very important task to do, Phil, here, in terms of choosing my lunch. So if you would like to continue, that would be great for me. Thank you.
Just going back to the target, I mean, I think anything around about 240 it doesn't sound a lot in the modern game, but it tends to win games more often than not in this competition.
In comes Taylor again, bowls, leg side-ish, and firmly struck to Maya Boucher at mid-wicket, who fires it back to the keeper. But good bowling again by Taylor.
Yeah, they both started really well here. So I think Taunton's one of those grounds where we go there and we always think it's going to be a high-scoring ground because it's quite small.
Yeah, traditionally has been.
Yeah, and we always say, they need 280, 290, but teams get about 230 and 40 and defend it. So
yeah,
we tend to think too high. Maybe, particularly today, obviously it's not ideal batting conditions and probably won't be all day. So I think if Surrey get around about 230, 240, I think they'll be well in the game.
And do you think that defending of scores is an improvement in the overall standard of the batting, the bowling and the fielding?
Yeah, and the mentality and the way to do it. Yeah.
Taylor in again, bowls, and again it's full, and just drops back on the back foot. Emma Jones, and just guides it through to a shortish third, and that is a single for Surrey. I thought it was the end of the over. It's not. There's a ball left. This Hampshire side that you're seeing bowling today, Phil, any sort of England potential candidates you think, apart from the ones that have played already?
Well, yes. There's always potential, obviously, because they're one of the better sides, so the players in it by definition are
Taylor
good
in
players.
again, bowls to Jones, covers up, and that's the end of that over. Surrey 24 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, I think
7, sorry.
I'm going to be passing over to Amelia in a sec, but just before I do, to answer the question, I think two that aren't playing today through injury, I'm assuming, are very much so. Alice Monaghan, she's batting for Surrey. Ella McCacken, I meant to say, who was having a prolific season for Hampshire until she got injured. I think would have been knocking on the England door
right,
had she not got injured. And I think Daisy Gibb, who's had a really good season with the ball, but not playing today, is another one. But also Abby Norgrove, the England under-19 captain.
Yep.
So yeah, plenty of potential. I'm passing over to Amelia.
Surrey have got off to they've improved their run rate after 7 overs. They were quite slow after the first 2 or 3 overs, and then there was a wicket of Bryony Smith, and since then Emma Jones is on 6 off 9, and Monahan, who's on 12 of 24, have kind of got Surrey motoring a little bit here. There's Fred Davis is to continue. Hello, Amelia.
Hello, Sanjay, and hello, everyone.
How are you today? Good to see you.
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, we
Been
had some
messing around with some technical
yes,
bits
some
and
technical
pieces, plugging
difficulties,
things
but
in.
yeah.
Davis in again, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and there's a quick single. They're running well here. Good tumbling stop in the covers, but they scamper through for that single, and they're running well, Amelia.
Yes, no, they are. It's been a good start here. It's been a watchful start. You know, obviously the early dismissal as well. From a Hampshire point of view, great stuff. But from a Surrey point of view, yeah, it's you know, they've been ticking along nicely. It's building a nice partnership between the two here.
As Fred Davis comes in again from the far end, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and just dug out to a sort of shortish extra cover for no run. The score remains 25 for 1. Have you plugged everything in
All is
successfully
good.
now?
It wasn't. It was more kind of an up in the ether connecting
it's
to.
one of those.
Yeah, but we're all good now. We're all good.
It's like when you call the IT director in, it's the plug
Yes.
it, turn it off, turn it on again sort of
Literally.
syndrome, isn't it?
Yeah. You saw me frantically on the phone a few times, so that was pretty much what was the advice I was being given.
Exactly. Davison again bowls, and again it's 4 just on the leg side, and again a lovely little just drop into the leg side by Emma Jones, and she scampers through for a single. And this is what they are doing well. They are turning that strike around particularly well so far, the Surrey batters.
Yeah, they are indeed. That's the thing. You know, they're doing well. That they're not looking for the big boundaries or the big risk taking. They're just, as you say, turning the ball, taking a 1, keeping that strike rotating, and yeah, just knocking up that total very slowly but gradually, and you know, it's doing well.
Davis comes in again, approaches the crease now and bowls, and that's stump to stump bowling by Fred Davis. Both these two, as I've said a couple of times now, Amelia, have started well. Very full length bowling to the conditions. Haven't tried anything from a sort of a variety perspective, which is shown by the good start that the Hampshire bowlers have had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Freya Davies is always one that you can put in and just rely on to be that consistency, and that's exactly what she's doing here at the helm of this opening of bowling.
As she approaches the crease again now and bowls, and again stump to stump, and Emma Jones, she likes that little shot where she forces it into the leg side. Hampshire, I don't know if they've strengthened that area. Georgia Adams seems to be closer at on the leg side than she was before. She's actually got a towel as well. Phil and I were having a very in-depth conversation earlier about the designated ball wiper in this instance. Yeah, she's definitely positioned herself shorter than sort of a straightish mid-wicket position as Freya Davis comes in again. Bowls on the leg stump, and this time it's to Maya Boucher, who's at a more orthodox cover, square leg, and she fires the ball over the top of the wicketkeeper. No danger there. End of the over. Surrey 26 for 1 off 8.
Yeah, I think Maya might have just sort of picked up she keeps looking at her fingers as if maybe she just sort of got them trapped under that ball as she stopped it, but I'm sure she'll be absolutely fine. She is one of the other designated towel.
Yes, you can see the towels there.
Carrier.
Like, yeah.
I do have a very fun story about my dad and I were lucky to come along to the England international against South Africa, the brilliant one where we just sort of blew them out the park, very surprisingly. And one of the South African players, we were sat just over by the groundsman's tunnel, and one of the players in the wet, South African players, he kept dropping his towel and not realising, and everyone was shouting, "You've dropped your towel!" And he'd be like, "Oh, thank you, oh yeah," and make everyone laugh. And he did it about 3 times, and then it just became a thing that every time he dropped his towel, the crowd would go, "Way!" And it was one of those that we were just having a great bit of fun with.
There is a change of bowling here.
Yeah, Bex Tyson coming in at the hotel end. She's gonna just waiting to check her field is okay here, but yeah, I think it's a good idea really from Georgia Adams. You know, it's good bowling conditions out here. Let's see if the pitch is turning. Let's see if we can make a little breakthrough, break this partnership early. So Tyson's going to come in, left arm around the wicket, and that's just played into the offside. They'll go for the one again, rotating strike. I think that's Datani out in the deep, is just coming in to stop that from getting two.
Interesting field they've got here as well for the left arm orthodox slow bowler. It's a very tight offside field with Georgia Adams again positioned virtually in front of Freya Kemp as bowls again, and there's tucked into the leg side. My Bouchier, she's been busy this morning. A lot of little sprints here.
She is always busy. She's
okay.
always busy. My Bouchier is one of the hardest working fielders in the women's game, of my opinion. She will be everywhere and everywhere if she could. Yeah. She's normally always in key positions, and yeah, she's seemingly got the most energy of any of the fielders out there. As Tyson comes in again, left arm around the wicket. Good full delivery, and that's played straight back to her. Nice delivery there, nice and straight. Keep those stumps in play.
Yeah, I wonder what Georgia Adams is seeing there. If you look at that field, where she's positioned just on the artificial, on the covers there, at a sort of a short, straightish extra cover, and Freya Adams is virtually right behind her.
As Tyson comes in and bowls again, full delivery, and this is just worked, turned around on the corner, and they'll go for one. Yeah, I think she's obviously maybe hoping that, well, as you said, you know, a couple of them, they like to just sort of force the ball to do something. So maybe if they can force it to chip up and maybe just get a little bit of a mistake going, if they can, you know, just get that little bit of flight on it, maybe take it at full toss and chip to herself or Maya Boucher, who are very short. As Tyson comes in again, and this is just played exactly to Adams, so she's perfectly placed there, and a bit of turn on the ball.
A bit of drift through the air as well for the left-hand bowler. Again, bowling very full and straight.
Tyson wastes no time, and again, shorter this time, worked into the leg side, and that will most likely will go for four if we can't get round for it. Nancy Harmon running hard, but has just gone for four, and that was well worked round.
Yeah, I think she's been a bit too straight that first over with that offside field, and you know, as we've said, with that sort of well positioned short extra cover in case one is chipped up in the air. She's been a bit leg sidey and a bit straight, but first over, we you know, in these conditions we have a bit of leniency. I would have thought if your line isn't what you want it to be. What are we doing at the far end? It looks like Freya MP is going to
Freya Davies,
is going to continue. She is. She's going to take us through to the end of the first power play. So she'll have bowled 5 in a row.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision here. Use her bowling up sort of within the power play, or a few of her bowling overs, and then kind of hold her. Georgia Adams normally does until the later stages.
And she comes into Monaghan now and bowls, and that's short and just dropped. She tried to turn away on the leg side, but the ball just got tangled up around her personage, and no danger there as Rihanna Southby comes and picks it up and just gets it back to a non-designated ball cleaner in Freya Kemp. No towel. It's easy to spot, isn't it, in these conditions?
Yeah.
Fred Davies again then. The end of her march, bowling from the pavilion end here at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. Bowls now, and that's just a good length, and it's covered up by Alice Monaghan for no run. She's on 15. Emma Jones is on 12, and the run rate is
3.5.
3.5. Yeah, it needs to pick up, especially given again it come to the end of the first power play with just those 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Be interesting to see what they decide to do for the next power play, which is longer. As Davis approaches the crease again, short this time and pulled away to the leg side, with Nancy Harmon is stationed at a sort of a wideish fine leg, and no danger there of running past the ball that she had done earlier in the innings, and they just run through. And Surrey moved to 34 for 1 with just 3 balls left of this power play.
Yeah, what I am really liking of the Hampshire so far is that there's so much energy within the field. Everyone is energised. Everyone is sort of descending on the ball whenever they can, and I really want to see that continue throughout the whole of the innings so far.
Davis again approaches the crease, bustling run, bowls and full, and that's just pushed into a mid-on position where it's fielded for no run. Yeah, I mean, they've had a great season, right? You know, in this competition, they've you know, top of the league, and you know, playing well. And even with that rained-off game against Arundel, obviously it didn't have to play that game to get this home semi-final.
And the rained-off game before.
And the rained-off game before, yeah, that's true. So they've had a bit of a lull, but you know, they've come out strong, and as you say, they're a well-drilled, well-marshalled side by Georgia Adams, and you know, they were looking to get to the home final. As Davis again bowls slightly shorter, and that's a misfield in the in that sort of short mid-wicket area by Georgia Adams, but they just come through for one.
Yeah, she got a bit of a bottom edge on that, and really it was a surprising misfield really from Adams there. She rarely does, but I think she was just landing on that netting that is to the left. It's about 2 strips over from the one we're playing on, and I think as she did it, I think she might have just grazed her hand, and it maybe just sort of, I think she just having a look at it, so maybe that was just a bit of a distraction. I wasn't expecting that pain as she skidded in.
Yeah, she is fielding on that sort of matting area as Davis comes in, but she pulls out of her run. Just not sure if she's just missed a mark sort of halfway through, but she does a sensible thing and pulls out. Yeah, Georgia Adams, it is a good fielding position, as you say, because the Surrey batters are trying to play across the line quite a lot, especially to Freya Davis. And you know that there's a good chance of mistiming one up in the air, and as long as she keeps her feet on that matting, we should be good as Davis approaches the crease, bowls and straight, and just tucked into the leg side by Alice Monaghan, and they scamper through for another single, which is what they're dealing with at the moment due to some tight bowling by the Hampshire players, and Surrey are 36 for 1 at the end of the first power play.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's a good start from both sides. I mean, obviously the early dismissal of Smith would not have been to the Surrey liking, but these two, Jones and Monaghan, they've come in and sort of rebuilt together. Monaghan on 17, Jones on 30, and we're going to have a change in commentary. Thank you very much, Sanjay.
That's right, and pass over to Wes. There you go.
So, 36 for 1. Going to have a change in the bowling again. It looks like Naomi Datani might be coming in to bowl from the hotel end. And hello, Wes.
Good morning, Amelia. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's lovely to have you on. We've not had you yet this season. Well, I've not commentated with you yet this season.
Some of the listeners have, to their dismay.
No, not at all, not at all. But yeah, how are you liking the look of the Hampshire so far?
It's looking pretty good. It's been a strong start from Hampshire. Just 3.6 runs and over in this power play, which I think having lost the toss and been put into field, they'd be pretty happy with that. Perhaps would have liked another wicket or two, but to get rid of Surrey's captain Bryony Smith so early on, they've be very pleased with that.
So Datani's coming in. She's going to come left arm over the wicket, and that's just gone down leg side, so it'll be a wide. Were you surprised at the Surrey decision to bat first?
Slightly, to be honest. Given obviously the conditions, it's very cloudy, very murky here. Floodlights are on here at Utilita Bowl, and I think the forecast we might be due some rain a bit later on, sort of 4 or 5 o'clockish. And yeah, with DLS arguably favouring the chasing side, I think I was a little bit surprised.
As Datani comes in once more, again left arm over and delivery there, nice full length. Just batted back. She'll do her own fielding. Yes, I think we were as well, but I suppose Surrey have got their game plan. That's the way they like to do it, and they're going to follow it to the T, which, you know, fair enough. But from a Hampshire point of view, I imagine that might have been a somewhat nice surprise when Smith said, "Oh yeah, we're going to have a bat." Georgia Adams must have been, "Okay, all right."
Yeah, potentially. I didn't quite hear what Georgia said after that. I imagine she would have liked to have bowled first.
Yeah. Datani once more comes in. Length delivery, and this is swiped at, but doesn't get anything on it. And Datani looks like there was almost an option there on Monaghan, but goes through to the gloves of Rihanna Southby.
But I suppose looking at Surrey's recent scores, they've had a good run into this semi-final. Their last game against Durham, they made 290 for 7 in 48 overs, and then the week before that, 313 for 5 in 45 overs against Essex. So they're certainly doing
capable.
all right with
The Tani wants more. Well, at that rate, Hampshire need another wicket. Surrey will be quite happy with the position they're in now. 37's nothing to them. Does feel like there's a bit of, as they were saying earlier, a bit of rain in the air. Looks like it's just sort of spitting and sort of swirling around, but play continues. Umpires seem fine for play to continue. Quick discussion with Freya Davies, with Naomi Tatani as she comes in again. In and bowls. Short delivery, that's gone leg side, it's up in the air, but just drops in front unsafely of Rihanna Southby. That's a bit of a shame, but I do think it might have hit the pads and
just
popped
off
off.
the pad, I think, that one.
You can see the angle that Tatani comes in at. It's quite interesting, really. She comes so far from the right and sort of into it. And on the picture feed as well, you can see how far to the left that Rihanna Southby has to sort of mark herself, that it's sort of cutting across the line of the bats. So yeah, it must be difficult to play that. But also, I suppose, for a right-handed batter, it would be quite nice to open up the leg side sometimes. I think that's where she needs to just be mindful of as Tatani comes in once more. Full length delivery, and that was taken full toss, and that's gone absolutely flying out to the boundary, and that's gone for 4. Freya Kemp is out on that sweeper boundary on the offside and jogs over. She knew she wasn't going to get that.
Yeah, great shot from Alice Monaghan. Picked the gap really nicely, timed it well, bit of power in there too. And yeah, the fielder out there on the boundary, yeah, no chance of catching up with that one.
You could sort of see Freya Kemp in her very sort of calm demeanour, just thinking, well, I'm not going to get that one, so why waste my energy? And she goes back to the square of the wicket. Another quick decision there between Davies and Tatani, as Davies had just polished up the ball for her a bit. Tatani in once more. Last ball of the over. Done well so far, other than that last boundary ball. Shorter delivery. This is work leg side, and that's going to go for a boundary as well. Oh, Nancy Harmon is running around but couldn't quite get there. So a mixed over there. We had 4 dots in that over, but also 2 boundaries. 8 off of that one with a wide as well. So Naomi Tatani will collect her cap and go out to her fielding position. 45 for 1 after 11 overs are Surrey.
Yeah, strong start to the over from Tatani. Obviously that wide down the leg side to begin with, but came up with 4 really good dot balls, and then a sort of slightly fuller one on the offside that Monica could free her arms at, and then a slightly shorter one on the leg side, and that's the shot she played so well here when she was here with Vipers, just clearing that front leg, allowing her to access that leg side. She hit a lot of boundary. I remember there was a game at Wormsley, I think last year or the year before, and she was batting with Nancy Harmon. It was against Lancashire, and it was quite a close game in the end. I think Vipers won that by 3 wickets, and I think I can't remember if she hit a 6 to win the game, but it was sort of down the far side at Wormsley, opposite the pavilion, and almost towards the statue, if you know Wormsley that well, sort of in that sort of far right hand corner, and yeah, that was pretty big. Wow.
Yeah, it was just what I was saying about as well. It was just that shorter ball that, you know, cuts across, and she just obviously saw it coming and thought, yeah, I'll have this one, off we go. But yeah, 8 off of the last 2 balls in that Tatani over.
Gonna have Bex Tyson to continue from the pavilion end, her left arm spin. Emma Jones on strike as she's in now, left arm round the wicket bowls. And driven, not timed down the ground by Jones. Finds, I think that looks like Ava Lee there. It is number 33 on her back. Tyson in once more, bowls to Jones, this one driven out to mid-off this time. Another dot balls to start this from Tyson, bowling fairly wicket to wicket.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, her opening over was somewhat mixed, but it's nice to see that she's changed ends and come in really strong.
Tyson, bowls to Jones, was slightly fuller, dabbed out into the offside. Norgrove does the fielding there at point, another dot ball. Just trying to find how many wickets Bex Tyson's got. She's got 11 so far for Hampshire in the One Day Cup. Had a really strong blast as well. And again once more, this one's clipped into the onside, and a slightly awkward bounce there for Maya Bouchier, and They will come through for a single. I think that might just have taken that matting off the pitch, which I think is there to protect perhaps the county championship game next week against Surrey. Hampshire men in action over at Taunton at the moment. They've managed to get some play there. Somehow, I think the forecast is looking quite wet down in the southwest. Is Tyson once more driven out into the offside by Monaghan. Another dot ball. Just the one run off this over so far from Bex Tyson. A really good comeback after going for 7 off her first. Surrey 46 for 1 here at Utilita Bowl in the semi-final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. The winner of this game will go on to play Lancashire here again at Utilita Bowl on Sunday as Monaghan looks to paddle sweep. There's an appeal for LBW, not given by the umpire. Monaghan perhaps getting just outside the line for that one, but it's a strong over from Bex Tyson. Just the one run coming off it. Sorry, 46 for 1 after 12. And I wonder if we can see a replay on that. It might surpass the time we need for a replay now. But yeah, really good comeback from Tyson, and Hampshire still pretty slightly on top here, 46 for 1, just 3.8 runs per over. But we know that Emma Jones and one they can be pretty destructive once they get going.
Yeah, and I think I feel like that's exactly the thing. They haven't really almost got going yet. We've seen glimpses of it on the odd ball or two, but yeah, they haven't really sort of let themselves loose yet. We've still got 38 overs to go in this innings if the weather holds. Plenty of time left. Looks like Naomi Tatani is going to come and have another bowl from the hotel end. Into Jones, who waits on strike. She's in left arm over. Bowls, length delivery, and oh, there was almost an edge there, and the time you can see that as she ran through. A few groans in the crowd as well, as they knew that was close.
Yeah, just zip past the edge, that one from Tatani. Playing miss from Jones.
So the field resets. Jones still on strike. Tatani just collecting the ball from Davies, who's giving it a polish. And a dry off more than anything. As Tatani comes in once more. Bowls, shorter delivery, and that's going to be a wide. Yeah, and even Rihanna Southby was struggling to catch that one. I think maybe just a little bit of wetness on the ball, just slipped out the hands and just sort of zipped over to the left. Yeah, we've gone back to Freya Davies, who's giving it a more vigorous wipe now with her towel. That's Tatani once more into Jones. Starts her run up. In and bowls. Length delivery. This is defended nicely out to Adams.
Another one with a towel. How many towels? I think I've counted 4. You've got Adams with the ball now. You've got Freya Davies at mid-off. I think Maya Boucher's got one at mid-wicket.
Yep.
And I think Freya Kemp on the boundary to our
And
left-hand side.
Norgrove's got one as well.
Abby Norgrove's got one as well. 5 towels is that?
Yep, that's a lot of towels. I think, as I think Phil was saying earlier, it's easier to see who hasn't got a towel. And Tatani in once more. Bowls and length delivery, and this is going to be worked onto the leg side, but straight to Nancy Harmon waiting on the boundary. Saves the 4, and they'll only get 1 for it. It was hit with a lot of sort of spice, as I would say, on that one. It was flying away, but Nancy Harmon luckily was just in the right position. Shows good bowling to the field.
Yeah, I think slightly straighter or slightly squarer from Monaghan, and that would have gone for 4. That pinged off the bat. But yeah, straight to Harmon out there at deep square leg. A couple bounces. Never tidy over for here from Tatani.
Tatani comes in once again. The wind whipped around. Delivery is playing a miss again. Carries through to the keeper. And South crouched on the floor as if left of the over. Tatani walking back to the top of her mark. And the final is on Sunday here.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So hoping Hampshire do, but
of course.
We'll see. We'll see. But Surrey playing well so far. As Tatani once more. Shorter ball defended, and they'll go for 1, and a quick one as that's Maya Boucher was on top of that very quickly. 1 ball left. There's only been 2 off of this with a wide as well. Doing well so far as here Tatani. She's keeping it nice and concise. Almost the 50 up for Surrey. Can Hampshire get a wicket before that comes up?
Would be nice from a Hampshire perspective. But these two going well so far, Jones and Monaghan, not taking too many risks.
Absolutely. As Tatani comes in, last ball of the over. Bowls and full delivery, and this is up in the air and it's gone over the head of the covers, and I think Abby Norgrove has gone scampering after it. Millie Taylor even, sorry. And yeah, Mary Taylor, good throw. Straight into the bowler's end. They did get 2 off of that, so it's gone to 51 for 1. And that does bring up the 50-run partnership for Surrey. 37 overs, 13 gone. We're moving at quite a rate this morning, even though we've had a lot of seamers in. Hampshire not wasting any time. Are your eyes good enough to read the cut-off time on that one?
Oh, that's a 1:43, I think. 13:43.
Oh yeah, that one's easier to see. I don't know why I was looking at the one that was even
the
further
furthest
away. Turn to your right, Amelia, and you can see it quite clearly. Yeah, there we go. I was looking at practically the other side of the ground, but yes. See, that's why you're here, Wes. You've just got that insider knowledge.
Insider knowledge of which screen is. I think that one is slightly bigger though. That's the one on the west side of the ground,
Yes.
to our right hand side.
But the one on our left always has the
Always has the
scoreboard,
score.
so that's why I think I have a natural sort of proficiency to look over there.
Tyson in. This one's clipped off the legs by Monaghan. Bit of single out there to Tarney, doing the fielding out there at deep backward square. Surrey, just looking at the last 5 overs, up the rate slightly. He scored 25 runs off the last 5, so starting to accelerate here. Is Tyson in once more. This one's played off the back foot by Emma Jones, looking to cut, but not quite enough space there to access that offside. Speaking of how dangerous these two can be, you might have mentioned this already, but Emma Jones coming into this game off the back of 47 in her last game against Durham, but the game before that against Essex, 141.
Absolutely
First
amazing.
professional century.
Yeah, she really can do some damage.
She's only 23 as well.
Gosh.
Tyson, left arm round, and it just beats Averley at mid-on. Jones unleashes the arms and it goes away for a boundary. Sorry, 56 for 1. Wasn't quite sure if Averley was going to just stick the hand out and
I don't think it was far
take
off.
the catch, but it didn't look far away.
She, you know, I would like to have said that it didn't even look like she was moving with that much pace. I think if maybe she'd moved a little earlier, she might have been on that.
Down the leg side this time from Tyson. Oh, there's a mix there. Rihanna Southby throws at the bowler's end and Tyson can't take it cleanly. Monaghan was a long way down there. And is that a missed chance for Hampshire? Not taken cleanly behind the stumps by Southby, and perhaps that's what enticed Monaghan into the run.
Yeah, arguably two chances there. Big chances really on those last 2 balls. So there's discussion now with Freya Davies as Bex Tyson gets the ball back. Yeah, 2 big chances there really. Can we have a third?
Slight change in the field here as Averley replaces Freya Davies at mid-off, who then goes back out onto the boundary at long on. This is Tyson from the pavilion end, bowls. Pulled away into the leg side, beats Bouchier in the ring, and Freya Kemp picks up on the boundary. They'll come through for a single.
I must say, it doesn't look like she's striking those ones quite cleanly. They seem to be sort of bouncing off of the inside edge a couple of times. We've seen that now.
Tyson left arm round to Monaghan. This one nudged into the offside. Norgrove picks up a point and a dot ball. And yeah, I think the pitch doesn't look easy for batting. And I think we've seen a few from the seams, especially not quite carry quite low down to Rihanna South. So perhaps indicating that it's slightly slow. This is Tyson. This one cut by Monaghan out to Norgrove at points once more. And a dot ball to end the over. Sorry, 58 for 1 after 14 overs here at Utilita Bowl, and decent start here for Hampshire. Decent start for both sides.
Yeah,
I think you would say.
absolutely. We're going to have a change in the commentary. I'm going to make way for Phil Green, who's going to come and continue.
Will be Naomi Datani to continue from this hotel end. And a chat with the skipper, Georgia Adams. What plans to bowl to these two, Emma Jones, Alice Monaghan, Jones 22 not out, 1 on 27. Welcome back, Phil.
Hi, Wes. Yeah, Surrey have picked up a bit since I've been off there. Building a good partnership here, these two. Is it me? It's Ditani coming in from the hotel inn, running away from us. Bowling to Jones, who's cut that away, and that might be, yeah, that is wide enough to go for 4. She just really used the line and the pace there and just helped it past backward point, but it's run away there to deep third boundary for 4 more to Jones. That's a 50 partnership between Alice Monaghan and Emma Jones. I heard you just saying about Emma Jones' recent run spree, Wes, and she's only really developed as a batter in the last year or two. She very much bowler in her early days on the England Bowling Academy, but suddenly got a chance up the order at Surrey and seizing it with both hands. Titani in again. This is pulled away to mid-wicket, and Boucher fields and throws it back to Southby. Not a great throw, but Southby managed to collect it okay. Yeah, we come across in club cricket some of these girls, obviously, as they develop, and interestingly playing against each other today, but Bex Tyson and Emma Jones both played for Bishop Stortford. I'm not sure if they actually played at the same time, but over the years we've played against Bishop Stortford against both of those girls, and they're obviously in opposition today. Titani in again. That's full, that's Yorker length. Good ball, well played by Jones, just managed to keep an eye on it, dig it out. That's a good Yorker from Titani. Hasn't bowled that much for Hampshire this year, she maybe not as much as she was hoping to.
Yeah, I think she, I spoke to her last week actually to preview the Somerset game last Wednesday, and yeah, she said she was out in Australia over the winter and made her debut for Western Australia. Played a few games out there for them.
Here she is again. Comes wide off stump and hammered away by Jones. That's a really good shot. The previous 4 was sort of guided, but that one was actually hammered past backward point. Shorter ball, bit of width, and Jones took full advantage. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, well, Jones has raced to 30 now, 30 off 33. But yeah, Ditani, she picked up a stress fracture out there in Australia. I think she only played 2 or 3 games for WA in the end, but I think took a couple of wickets on her debut. And yeah, it's only recently the reduced game at Essex was 70 overs aside. That was her first proper ball in professional cricket since January. So it's been a long road to recovery. Yeah, which is good.
She's now switched around the wicket. She's must Jones drives, and I think that's a solid shot again. There's protection out there for that camera on the outside, just coming to 1. Jones, as you say, Wes, has raced to 31 off 34, continuing their recent good form for Surrey. Yeah, Titani obviously came on loan to Vipers as it was last year, didn't she? And then signed full-time for Hampshire this year. But as you say, had a very fragmented season through injury. Bats in the top 6 as well, of course, so she gets a decent game. That was a drive from Jones, sorry, Monaghan, but no great timing on it, and it's just found its way down to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, and Surrey are 67 for 1 after 15.
Yeah, so these last few is just trying to play a few more attacking shots. As I said, Jones into the 30s, Monaghan 27 off 46. Yeah, I think we mentioned earlier that it was actually quite interesting to see Monaghan opening the batter. We mentioned before that when she was here at Vipers, batting down the order 6, 7 and 8.
Or even lower than that.
Even lower than that. And
yeah.
Not bowling that much as well, but yeah, since signing for Surrey, she's almost become like a new cricketer in a way.
It's clearly been a good move for her, hasn't it? Individually, certainly. And not far to actually move either. But yeah, cricketing wise has been a very good change for her. Got George Adams coming into the attack now.
The captain making a change in the bowling, bringing herself on from the pavilion end. She's bowling to Emma Jones. She's right arm over the wicket, bowls to Jones. This one swept down the leg side. Tani's got a bit of a chase on here. Picks up well inside the boundary, just be a single. Brings Monaghan back on strike. Surrey 68 for 1.
That was a full toss to start with from Adams, but got away with it really.
Yeah, you got protection out there on the leg side. Got Tani at deep backward square. Freya Kemp deep mid wicket on the boundary. Here's Adams in once more. This one's swept powerfully by Monaghan. That finds the gap. That's racing away for 4 towards the Grandstaff tunnel. And that's Monaghan's first boundary for a little while. As that takes her into the 30s now. She's 31 of 48. Sorry, 72 for 1.
Yeah, you just identified the 2 boundary fielders on the leg side there, Wes, and it went directly between them. Perfectly placed shot from Monaghan.
Yeah, she's got 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside. There's looks like a fairly standard ring on the offside with Nancy Harman out at deep cover sweeping, and the Adams started with 2 fairly full leg side deliveries. She's in once more. That slog swept by Monaghan, and that just goes for 6, I think, over the head of Freya Kemp, and that is the power of Alice Monaghan.
The umpires are checking here, but we can see from here.
From our view, that's
6 from
just
our
over
view.
the rope, as we can see on the. Can't quite tell from that stream.
Looks like the umpire's actually asking the fielder, which is interesting.
Yeah, square leg umpire's giving it 6.
Yeah, but he actually asked the fielder, which you don't see much, I don't think, nowadays. But nice to see, because there's no one else over there.
No,
to check with.
Was the only there's no ground stuff.
No.
There's a couple sat in the dugout.
Oh yeah,
down there, but
he asked Freya Kemp, I think, and she signalled 6, which is absolutely right and good for her. But yeah, slog sweep from Monaghan. It did clear that fence. They're now reinforcing that side because, as you said, Wes, she hadn't really bowled to the field she had set, and they're bringing one more over, dropping long on back.
Adams to Monaghan. This one swept fine, and that should go for 4. It's slowing up just a little bit with the rain, and it's 3 consecutive boundaries for Alice Monaghan. And George Adams, not the start she would have liked with the ball. She's gone for 15 runs off her first 4 deliveries, and Monaghan off to
changing the momentum, game,
yes.
Isn't it, as well?
41 now.
Yeah, Adams not starting well here.
2 more balls left in the over. What can Adams do to pull this back? This one slightly straighter and driven down the ground, and a good sort of half stop there from David Lee at mid-off, and they'll think about the second. They will come back from the second. Bouchier running in from long off. Good running there from this 2, Jones and Monaghan.
Yeah, these 2 have run well. Right from the first ball that Jones came in, she took a very quick single to get off the mark, and they've run very positively ever since.
It's partnership now with 71 between Monaghan and Jones. Hampshire need to break it soon, as here's Adams. This one swept again by Monaghan. Won't go all the way. Tani's out there protecting that square leg boundary, and a single to end the over. An expensive one from George Adams to start. 18 runs off it. And Surrey 85 for 1 after 16.
Yeah, that's a real momentum change at that over. They were just starting to accelerate, but that, say 18 off and over, that's really made a difference to the total. And the run rate's up now over 5. Over 5 and over. So, plenty to think about for Georgia Adams, not just with her bowling, but from a captaincy point of view. Where does she go now? Things not quite working at the moment. It looks like Mary Taylor's coming back into the attack. She opened up really well from this end. Very impressive opening spell. And Georgia Adams turning to her now to try and arrest this acceleration, and possibly more importantly trying to get a breakthrough for Hampshire. Got the very dangerous Alice Davison-Richards lined up to come in next, who's prolific at this level.
She's the 4th leading run scorer in the whole competition.
Yeah,
Alice Davison-Richards, 553 runs to her name, 200s, 350s, and an average of almost 70.
There you go. she's still to come. So it's Taylor in, and that's wide and driven, and that's going to be another boundary, I think. Another. Oh no, that's an excellent dive actually on the offside boundary by Freya Kemp. I thought it was past her, but it looked like she dived really early, but she obviously got it right and managed to pull it in, and it's only 2 to Monaghan from a very good shot on the offside, which looked like it was going to be 4. So great bit of fielding, that sort of thing that can turn it around a little bit for the fielding side. Good bit of fielding or something like that. We've got Helmet coming out now for Southby, who's going to come up to the stumps. She tends to do this for most of the seam bowlers once the opening spell's out of the way. So Taylor in again, running away from us, and that one's leg side-ish, and they're going to come through for a single. I think it's a leg by. It is. Monaghan tried to turn it on the leg side, and it just trickled away towards the square leg umpire. But as we've been saying, Emma Jones very keen to run all the time, and she was coming through very quickly. Another leg by, taking Surrey up to 88 for 1.
And Southby now up to the stumps, keeping the batters in their crease.
Yeah,
it's making it slightly more difficult for them to free the arms.
Yeah, it's a good tactic. And then Taylor just a bit back of a length, and Jones has just leant on that and pushed it out to the offside. You can almost see in the time that Jones has been to see her innings develop, because at first I thought, although she was running well, she looked very sort of edgy, and it all looked a bit nervous, and she was sort of jabbing at the ball. Now she looks though she's got confidence, and she's starting to flow a little bit, I think. She looks a different player. But I suppose a lot of people start nervously, just show it in different ways. Taylor in, this is full, driven, but can't get past Boucher at short mid wicket. But a nice shot again from Monaghan to certainly, as you were saying, we're demonstrating maybe what Hampshire missed when they didn't use her higher up the order. I heard you saying about the innings she played at Wormsley, which was a match winner, her and Nancy Harmon in partnership a few years ago. But she didn't get a lot of batting opportunity for Vipers. This one's driven away on the offside. It's going to get past short extra cover, but it's only going to be a single. As Freya Kemp is sweeping up on the offside boundary. Another single to Monaghan, taking her to 47 from 56 balls. So she stepped her run rate up as well. So now to 83 as a strike rate. And Surrey looking well set here, and which is not what Georgia Adams is looking, because she's struggling a little bit. She dived to stop that ball, and she's done herself a bit of a mischief, and she's struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, not nice having to dive around on the square, is it?
There's no trainer on, but her teammates have gone over to, one of her teammates has gone over to check she's all right, and she's holding her knee. But I think George Ranners would have to be dragged off the field. She's ever present for Vipers and now Hampshire, and just always there, and she'll stay out there. And Taylor, oh, and that's out, I think. Yes, she's got the breakthrough. Taylor's got the breakthrough they wanted. That's Emma Jones just feeling for one outside the off stump, and just a thin feather through to Southby, who's taken a good catch, stood up to the stumps. Jones didn't look particularly happy with his decision, I have to say, but everybody went up in unison. It was one of those, just watching the replay, and yeah, she oh, maybe she didn't look too disappointed. She just looked at the umpire and turned away. So that's the breakthrough that Hampshire were looking for. So a good decision to bring back Mary Taylor to make that breakthrough, and a good catch by Southby. As we welcome Sanjay back into the commentary.
Hello, Phil.
Hi.
Yeah, it was, again, good line of length. Well bowled to get that wicket, because Surrey, they were entrenched. I mean, they took, last time we were all together, the run rate was around 3.5, and at 5.3, they've certainly got a shifty on.
Yeah, these two have batted really well and put Surrey into a good strong position, and good from Georgia Adams to bring back Mary Taylor, who bowled so well in her earlier spell, and she's made the breakthrough, which is very much needed. It does bring to the wicket, I'm assuming, coming in Alice Davison-Richards, who, as Wes just pointed out, is third highest run scorer in this competition this season.
553 runs today, so
Mhm.
highest of 103. Great average as well, 69, given coupled that with a run rate of 107.
Yeah. We were looking last week, and it's not actually that many players in the whole competition that play regularly that score more than a runner ball over the season, strike rate over 100. There's only about 5 players, I think, in the whole competition that got a strike rate over 100. She's obviously one of them. Is ADR, as we tend to call her, from a commentator's point of view, makes it a lot easier. And it's going to be Ava Lee, I think. Yeah. Sure over, I think. Sounds right.
The over the wicket bowls, right arm off spin bowls, and that's just snuck through to the keeper. She takes the bells off as well, just to cover all of her bases.
I think I might have been off all of this time.
Yeah, I
You
think
know, so
those of you
anything
didn't
of
hear-
interest that I said has gone. I have to repeat it all again as Ava Lee comes in again, bowls off spin down the leg side. That's going to be given as a wide, which it is. Yeah, so I was saying that Alice Davison-Richards, 553 runs today, highest of 107, and as you said, Phil, one of the few players to get a strike rate over a run of ballers. Lee comes again, bowls, and that's on the off stump, driven down the ground to a deepish and wideish mid-off for a single by Alice Monahan. She goes on to 48, and yeah, the run machine, third highest scorer, as you said, that is Alice Davidson-Richards comes in. If you couple, that strike rate with an average of 69 and over 500 runs in the competition, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, and she's always been around the fringes of the England team. Of course, played several times, but never seems to get a run together for England. Plays comes in and out of the side.
Lee again bowls, and that's full, and that's just played slightly late by Alice Davidson-Richards. Sorry, I might go with the ADR thing.
ADR's the way to go. Simulate it. My understanding is that this is set until 2029,
Right.
and then it will be reviewed. So at the moment, I don't think there's any way Middlesex can go up, or any other county from Tier 2 before that time. This one's driven and make good contact by Monahan, but straight to Adams at extra cover, and there's no run. The end of the over, Surrey are 100 for 2 from 19 overs.
Yes, speaking of Adams, Georgia Adams has been quite vocal, I think, in the press about the constant tinkering with the women's game, especially after the 100. There's changes again coming when that's for the 100 generally. But does that mean then that the old franchise or the multiple county structure with Southern Vipers and stuff won't exist going forward?
Well, it doesn't exist at senior level now.
Okay.
But what they have retained is that the Southern Vipers still have an academy set up. So the Southern Vipers Academy still incorporates the same 5 or 6 counties did before from different tiers.
Ava Lee to continue from the pavilion end, bowls, and ADR just covers up and just drops it into the leg side for no run.
So it is quite complicated, as you said.
It is,
actually.
yeah.
But yeah, it does keep changing, and it is very confusing to keep up to date with.
It's a good job we have you here as she comes in again, Ava Lee, and this time ADR just on the front foot. The ball was full, thumped down the ground for 4. Great way to move to 5 from the run scoring machine. That is Alice and Davidson-Richards. Surrey go to 104 for 2, and that is a sign of intent.
It is indeed. Some of the things that happened as a result of these changes, there's always going to be, when anything that comes in new, it's going to take a while to bed in. But when Yorkshire didn't get granted Tier 1 status, which was quite controversial at the time,
She comes again, Lee, bowls, again it's full, and this time driven down the ground, half stopped by the bowler. She's got a little finger on it, which will stop the ball and maybe diverted it to the fielder at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, she say runs there for sure.
Fred Davis was the fielder at mid-off as Ava Lee comes in again, bowls now, and it's slightly flatter outside the off stump, and ADR just rocks onto the back foot and chops it into the offside just behind square, where it's fielded by Nancy Harmon, and they just come through for a single, bringing Monaghan onto strike. Richards on 6, Monaghan 55.
Yeah, one of the implications of it this year in the north was something that I haven't got a lot of time to say.
Yeah, it's a quick over. This is Lee comes in again and bowls, and again outside the off stump, and Monaghan tries to repeat the shot that ADR just played, chops it into the offside, but no run. We'll just focus on this over maybe, Phil, and then in the longer in the break,
we get a seamer on here.
Exactly, yeah. She's getting through these overs. Ava Lees comes in for the last bowl, and that's slightly and up in the air. That's a big shot, but it's going to land in the hands of the fielder at coming off the boundary at long on. My Bouchier takes the catch. She's one of the. I should know that she's one of the hanky wearers in the Hampshire side, the ball cleaners. But it's a great catch, and that is the departure of the dangerous and set Alice Monaghan for a well-played 55 of 67 balls, and that is the inroad that Hampshire needed off the last ball of that Ava Lee over. Yeah,
very important breakthrough. That's both of the set batters are now gone, Emma Jones and Alice Monaghan. 55 from Alice Monaghan, but Hampshire, 2 quick wickets has sort of turned it back a little bit and changed the momentum a little bit. Got Kira Chapley coming in now, who in the T20 game between these two counties, or in the T20 Cup at Beckenham, played an unbelievable innings. I can't remember the stats, Wes will have it, but she got something like 90 or 30 odd balls at the start of the innings and took the game away from Hampshire from ball 1. Opening the batting obviously in that game, and yeah, she's a very explosive hitter, is Chatley, the wicket keeper.
And with that combination of her and ADR, we could be in for some interesting fun. Yeah. It's the second time I've heard Beckenham mentioned in about 3 days. It's weird. I went up to Ashley Giles at a book launch in London on Monday, and I was there and I was talking to TS's Dan Norcross, who commentates, I think, on the women's game for when it is at Beckenham.
He does. He was there when we were there.
Oh right, there you go. So second time in a week.
Yeah, we were actually sat next to him when we did the game at Beckenham because he was commentating for the Surrey feed. And Wes has just shown me 95 off 47. I wasn't a bad guess then, was it, Wes? From memory, I was about right. Yeah, she got 95 off 47.
Wes is our Andy Zoltzman, isn't he?
He is, absolutely. And yeah, took that game away from Hampshire on that occasion. Amelia and I were on the commentary on a really hot day, as I remember. Saying wishfully. Tyson in now. We haven't got our wish for a seamer at this end either. So Tyson is bowling left arm round. She's already had 2 spells. This is her 4th over, and she's bowled from both ends in sort of 1 over spells, which is interesting. Tyson in again. This one's driven very pleasantly by ADR through the offside for 4. Just waited on that and just timed it nicely through. There's no fielder back on the offside. Interesting now sending a long on back.
Which is interesting, given she's getting some drift into the right hander.
Yeah.
So they've seen that.
And they've also put a cover sweeper back, so 2 fielders gone out as a result of that shot. Yeah, it's interesting about Beckenham because it's obviously in Kent. Well, actually, the locals tell you it's in London, not Kent. But Surrey played their home games there in the women's competition. This one's just played off the back foot, taking advantage of long on dropping back. So an easy single for ADR. I imagine the field will come in for the new batter.
It's a bit like Arundel, isn't it? Sort of, it's in Sussex, but Hampshire.
But Hampshire don't play all their games there. But Surrey, I think with one exception, they played Hampshire at Guildford this year. But every other game they've played at Beckenham.
Yeah, it's 1-1 between these 2 sides in this
competition
today.
Yes. So say Surrey won the T20. Tyson in, that's a better ball. It's defended back down by Chatley.
a backward point area where it's fielded for no run. Hello, Amelia.
Hello.
Broken anything else recently?
Hello. No, we were just fixing some things actually.
Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Lee in again, bowls and flatter outside the off stump and pleasantly driven or misfield by Nancy Harmon
yeah.
at that cover, and that allows Chatley to get off the mark with a jogged 2. There's been a few misfields, and we're going to put it down to the conditions, I think.
Yeah, I think
Slippery.
it is tough out there.
Yeah.
The ball's really slippery, the underfoot's slippery, and I think there's a few sort of odd bounces throughout the ground as well, which is making times a little tougher as well.
Lee against bowls and outside the off stump, and a great looking drive from Chatley that she's not going to get there. Nancy Harmon, valiant dive just at the end. Great effort, but the ball goes through for 4, and Chatley moves on to 6. Now, ADR 553 odd runs, great strike rate, over 100, average of 69 or something, I think. And Chatley, as Phil said, big 90 odd in the T20 between these two sides. Are we expecting fireworks, Amelia?
There's the possibility of that as well. I think from a Hampshire point of view, strike early. You know, you need to break this partnership. We need to dismiss people early.
Lee again bowls, and it's full again, and this is just pushed to Georgia Adams, who is fielding at mid-off.
But subsequently, bowling like that is strong. You know, bowling where you keep the stumps in play, you're making the batter work, you're not giving anything away for free. That's equally, if you're not going to find a breakthrough, that's what we need to do.
Build up pressure as Lee's trying to do again bowls, and again with stump to stump and driven, and it's fielded by Georgia Adams. But they have, sorry, I was too busy watching Georgia Adams to realise that the ball had pumped off her knee and they'd run through for a single.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd one, really, because actually there was a massive gap where if Georgia Adams has moved a little faster, she could have actually had a potential run out there, because there was quite a big gap at the striker's end. But
End of that over, Surrey 118 for 3.
She seems to be moving all right now, does Adams? Maybe I think the knee or whatever was injured earlier just seems. You
were claiming some sort of finger injury or a
no,
grazing.
That was Maya Boucher. She seems all right now. Yeah.
Oh, she took the catch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She'll always take the catch. Yeah, one of her favourite positions down there, sort of long off. As Bex Tyson in, and this is driven back to her, and she'll do her own fielding, but I think it kind of came off her toes as she sort of limped round, and the ball kind of pinged off her feet. Yeah, makes her face go, ow.
Yeah, don't show any pain. Don't show any pain.
Yeah, turned away from the batsman, so I can't see that. And she comes in again. This is left arm around the wicket and in good tight ball. And there's a big shout for LBW there.
Looks like
umpire remains unmoved.
Down. There's been a couple of those, hasn't there?
We'll watch that on the replay now. Let's see what had a look there. And it comes in and oh, that was tight. Maybe just slipping down the leg, but that was a good line from Bex Tyson. I like that. I like that. And again, there's been some chances on Bex Tyson's balls. There's a few missed chances. I feel like she's deserving of a wicket at the moment. She's bowling well. The wind is whipping across the ground. The trousers of the players are bustling in the wind. She comes in again. Good line again, and this is just knocked into leg side. No run.
Bustling is a good word, isn't it? It's underused, I think. You know.
You can see it. It's sort of, you know, it's sort of almost vibrating with how much wind is coming around as Bex Tyson comes in again. Full length delivery, and this is played leg side. A bit of a misfill from there, but well backed up. Diving Adams just couldn't get it, but Freya Davies comes around to back her up and just saves any more than the single.
I'm liking the little bit of drift that Bex Tyson is getting from this hotel end. No, it is. It's quite a split field, but that drift is working for her.
Absolutely. She comes in again, and this is much more direct, and it's just batted back and no pace on it. She has to do her own fielding.
Just to say that she bowls a flatter one, just to remove that drift from any further comments by me.
It'd be interesting now to see whether she brings it in direct or drifts it in, just to keep that variation. See there, just a little bit more drift. She's just varying things up really nicely, Miss Bex Tyson, keeping the batsmen on their toes. Only one off of that over, a really concise over. 23 gone, and it's 119 for 3. Surrey strong still. We've got strong batsmen at the crease. Alice Davison-Richards on 12 off 12, so her strike rate is 100 so far. Very good for her. And Chatley's on 8 off 12, so
Coming up to sort of the halfway point here. Surrey going along nicely. There's run rate of just over 5. Now that Phil had said earlier 230 or so was a score that he thought would be defendable by Surrey when they come out to bowl later on in the day. But at the rate they're going, you know, that might be on the low side.
yeah, absolutely. You know, and I think it kind of pivots on these two here. If they kick on, it will be huge, this score. It could be huge.
Yeah.
Whereas I think if Hampshire can strike now, it could be kept at that 220 mark. So I really do think that, you know, Georgia Adams will be thinking, I need to get one of these out now. We can't let it drift on. You know, you should be looking right before the drinks.
Averley again from the pavilion end, bowls full, and Chatley just pushes it down the ground where it's fielded for no run. Yeah, I mean, this is the partnership. This is the partnership that Hampshire have to try and work out how to break early before either of these batsmen get too set. As Lee comes in again, bowls and outside the off stump and just chopped away to the fielder who is at the backward point. Mary Taylor doing the fielding, not Millie, as I called her a number of times earlier, to be quite rightly told off by yourself and Phil for getting it wrong. As Lee comes in again, bowls and straight, and it's a reverse sweep by Chatley. That's going to not got. She's not got much pace on it, and it's a good bit of fielding down here by Taylor, and helped by a tumbling
Bex Tyson there. Yeah, Bex Tyson.
Yeah, Bex Tyson helping, and the batsman just come through what looked like 3 runs. There was a bit of. It was interesting that because the ball didn't seem to have too much pace on it, but it kept going and going and going, and it needed the dive by Mary Taylor.
It really did. It slowed up right as it got to the outfield just a little bit so that she could get it on, but good bit of fielding, good bit of teamwork.
It was. It's into ADR now, bowls, and she just drives, gets a hand on it, and a vital hand by Averley, shy at the stumps, which does hit, but I think it was all in vain, and there's probably some smiles on the faces of the Hampshire fielders because ADR was well in their crease as the ball hit the stumps, giving the umpire a little bit of work to do, which
but even so,
particularly well.
Sometimes you think, oh, just that direct strike from Abby Norgrove there just says, I can if I need to.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
put
if
some
you
doubt
make a mistake, I'll get you.
That's right. Don't be lazy with me. As Lee comes in again and she bowls, and a bit of spin into Chatley, who just rocks onto the back foot and chops it down behind square on the offside, where and Nancy Harmon comes round and throws it back into the wicket keeper Rihanna Southey, and they come through for 2. She goes on to 13, Chatley off 16 balls. Interesting to see what if they keep the spinners on. George Radin keeps the spinners on throughout this little stint here as Lee in again bowls, and it's Fuller and driven by Chatley through the diving. Misfield to Georgia Adams and diving over the ball, and Fred Davis diving over the ball as well. The ball just into the boundary for 4. Misfields there's been a few now. I know we've talked about the conditions and whatever, but you know, ultimately, and is that something that's going to cost Hampshire? And you guys have seen the Hampshire women play a lot more than I have. Are they generally a good fielding side?
Yeah, normally, they can be really tight in their field, and I think sometimes that's where games have been won and lost for them, is their fielding sort of tightness, as I say.
End of that over, 129 for 3.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that we actually haven't seen Adams herself come in yet. She normally, if she bring in the spinners on, she tends to put herself in for a bowl or 2. But she's brought Bex Tyson in, who's had a lot of sort of chances here, and that's driven down the ground straight to, I think that's Freya Davies, who sits on the ball. She slides in
and holds out triumphantly.
Absolutely. There's a few giggles that went around the field there. It was like a magic trick, that. She just pulled it out from behind her. It's Bex Tyson. Waste no time. In again, left arm around the wicket. In full length delivery, and this is sort of pushed out from the surface, straight square of the wicket. They'll only get the 1. They're already on now 130 for 3. Davison Richards 14 off 15, but Chatley suddenly scampered up, 17 off 17. She's moving at a nice pace. It's very important Hampshire break this partnership, but from Surrey, they want to keep this partnership as long as they can. Keep it going as this is in, and oh, it almost looked like it was going to ricochet off the bat and knock into the stumps there as Rihanna Sousby goes to fetch. There is a bit of turn. Bex Tyson, I feel she deserves a wicket here. She's had so many chances in her bowling spree so far today. As she's in again. Full length delivery, and this is worked into the offside. Straight to Freya Kemp, who comes out from the deep, who fields for just the one. 130 for one, moves the score. We're just about to be halfway through this innings. 2 balls left.
Run rate at 5.3. That's if they accelerate from here, there's a score on.
Absolutely. There's Bex Tyson in and is defended out to Adams, to the offside, and only 1 left of the over. 2 off of this so far. It's been concise for Tyson. It's none for 23 off what will be 6 overs at the end of this. To see. She comes in again. Flighted, driven to Adams, stopped again, slight misfield, but there's no run there. And that is the end of the over. I believe we will now take drinks.
There's some activity at the
there's
far
some
side.
fielders coming on with some drinks for both teams. It's customary at halfway point.
What's been good actually is that the ground staff seem to have gone back into their little hutch.
Yeah.
Actually, it's quite a big hutch, isn't it? It's more like a large
It's a
garage.
dugout.
Yeah, exactly. It's a double garage if you live in a house of that sort of propensity. But yeah, there was a bit. I suppose that's a good thing about the wind being the pace it's at, is that it does blow any weather over.
Absolutely, yeah.
Last time we were on together, well, not in this game, but a couple of weeks ago when we did that Nottinghamshire Hampshire match and the 4-day men's championship, around about now, a bit later, we had a flock of seagulls, didn't we?
We did, yes.
Are you expecting them? Are you a seagull watcher? No, he's shaking his head. He's not,
I tend to think that the seagulls only really, the flock of seagulls only really comes when it's nice weather.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know why. We may see some later in the day. Yeah, I think in this kind of weather they tend to hide. They tend to hide a little bit.
Seagulls are sort of tanners, are they?
Yeah, well, here they seem to be.
Right, okay. Southern seagulls. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the wind puts them off because they struggle a bit. We've seen them in quite high wind here, and they really do sort of sway a bit, and you can see them trying to catch different airstreams. Yes, none so far. But yeah, we will see later.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's, one of the things I did say is that, on my wish list of this morning was, can I see as many seagulls as we saw last time? Because it was disappointing as we were on later on in the day also that they just didn't seem to come back.
Especially that game, they seemed to be trying to get into the camera gantry here. We're at the top of the hotel ground. I was a bit concerned at one point that one might fly in and sort of sit on someone's head.
Have you seen how big they are?
They're huge.
I know, I never knew that.
They used to only be down in Cornwall, that they were like the size of dogs, and now they seem to have migrated sort of throughout the country. And yeah, we do get some massive seagulls, and they're not scared. That's the thing.
No,
they are not scared of people.
I was on a cross-channel ferry, and one sort of came and landed on the stanchion type thing. And this thing was, I think, dogs with wings.
Absolutely.
This thing was like, and it was just looking at me and said, "Well, where's my food?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, I haven't got any, mate. Sorry, this is mine."
And maybe that is the thing at the moment. All the spectators that are here are sort of tucked under the Shane Ward and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stands in the pavilion. So there's not too many out in sort of the concourse that is sort of open. As one, well, that was a pigeon, so that's less exciting.
Yeah, they're different.
But yeah, I think
even I know
there's there's less people around, so maybe there's less food, so they're not quite as attracted to it. And we will see, Sanjay.
Well, there we are.
See.
At the halfway stage, we are at 131 for 3, Surrey. Hampshire have bowled tightly, wicket to wicket. The spinners have operated a lot. Wickets kind of shared out between Mary Taylor 1 for 18, Freya Davis 1 for 18 as well, exactly the same numbers, and Ava Lee 1 for 29, taking the vital wicket of Alice Monaghan just a few overs ago. But these two are set. They look like they've got a game plan, a combination of some very good straight hitting and little dabs on either side of the wicket to to get Surrey in a position where at the halfway stage they've got a run rate that's going to make unless Hampshire gets some wickets, a very defendable score. Partnership of 26 between these two so far, which actually has dominated 18 runs. That 26-run partnership off 30 balls, it's taken 17 minutes, and that's which Hampshire bowling with their spinners. 5 bowlers, I think, today Hampshire have used. Do you see the seamers coming on soon, or does Georgia Adams tend to bowl the two main spinners, if you like, as a pair for extended periods?
Yeah, what I like about Georgia Adams is she doesn't follow necessarily a rhythm with that kind of thing. She's not like, oh yeah, I always bowl these two together. You know, it's very adaptable to the conditions, to the playing surfaces. So most of the time, the only person that knows is Georgia Adams, and sort of maybe her bowling team as to what they're going to be doing. We're going to have a change in commentary. Wes is going to be joining us. Thank you, Sanjay. Yeah, so we'll see, really, is my answer as to... It does look as though Freya Davies is in the conversation with ball in hand. So it might be that after the break, Georgia Adams has decided we're going to bring the seamers on. Freya Davies has taken the jumper off, so it does look like she's coming out for bowl. Hello, Wes.
Good afternoon.
Yes, afternoon now, isn't it? 20 past 12.
Just about.
Just about. So yeah, what are you thinking so far, Wes?
I'm thinking from a Hampshire perspective, I would like at least another wicket, preferably 2. Yeah, Davidson Richards in pretty good form this year, Surrey's leading run scorer, and I'd like to think if Hampshire can get her out. I mean, there's still battles to come. I think Jemima Spence got 60 odd, I think, against Durham. Callie Moore, no slouch with the bat either. I remember last year's Rachel Hale-Flynn semi-final, she scored a crucial 50 to get what was then South East Stars, is now Surrey, over the line. So still batting to come for Surrey. There's Davies in from the pavilion, and this one dabbed into the offside. And Allgrove does the fielding. There's no run to start the second half of this innings here at Utilita Bowl. Clouds still, as far as the eye can see, pretty much is
in both directions,
gloomy all around.
Yeah. It tends to roll in from sort of over the Shane Warne stand, but at the moment it looks like it's sort of surrounding us.
Here's Freya Davies from the pavilion. Bowls to Chatley, who dabs this down to Bex Tyson out there on the third boundary. Takes her to 19. Surrey 3-3. What are your thoughts on this inning so far, Amelia?
I think I'm hesitant. Well, I'm inclined to agree with you actually, because 132 for 5 sounds a lot better than 132 for 3. It's still a positive. It's not 132 for none. But yeah, I think these two, they have the ability to kick on so quickly. It needs to be shut down fairly imminently.
Davies to Davidson Richards. This one, same shot, same result really. Goes out to Tyson once again on the third boundary.
But that's the thing, these two are so comfortable with rotating the strike that they're just gaining those runs every ball. You know, most rarely a dot ball, particularly with these two. And I think that's what Hampshire need to just be careful of. Yes, they're not leaking boundaries as such, but they are, you know, they're quite happy just picking up the singles on nearly every ball, which can be dangerous in the long run.
Here's Davies running towards us. Bowls to Chatley. This one defended into the offside, and I think just looking back at the last 5 overs, 20 to 25. Surrey scored 23 runs for no wicket. I think between sort of 10 and 15, they were going at 8, almost 9 and over during that period, where you had Emma Jones and Alice Monaghan at the crease. So Hampshire have brought this back slightly.
Absolutely.
Those couple of wickets of Jones and Monaghan, but as you say, I mean, Davidson Richards, Kira Chatley put Hampshire to the sword earlier this year. Here is Freya Davies once more. This one clipped away onto the leg side. Boucher running round from mid-wicket does the fielding.
And this might be the position where they start to feel the slight absence of those England bowlers that they've lost. You know, because they've got their batting lineup, but they've lost 2 key bowlers in Lauren Bell, and Lindsay Smith. But it's where you want your other bowlers to really step up. I mean, Freya Davies is doing so today. It's been tight bowling. It's been impressive to see, but just needs to find another way through.
Davies once more from the pavilion end. This one back of a length, punched back down the ground by Davidson Richards. It's got Georgia Adams there long on. I think I saw just a single digit on the back of the shirt. That is the end of the 26 over. Surrey 135 for free.
Yeah, only 4 off of that over from Davies, so again 1 for 22 off 6. It's good numbers. It's nice to see. Yeah, the run rate currently 5.2. Got a minimum of 24 overs left. We're just over the halfway point if you're just joining us. Surrey are 135 for 3. 26 overs gone. This current partnership, 30 runs, 36 balls. It's only taken 24 minutes. So Bex Tyson back at the hotel end. She's none for 23. But she's had a few chances on her overs so far. She's in and bowls. Good length delivery. Full bowls flighted down to Maya Boucher. Just the 1 run again.
Just looking at the bowling figures so far, the seamers seem to have got the better of the conditions. I think Mary Taylor, Freya Davies, 6 overs each, a wicket each as well.
Tyson once more flighted in, and this is guided around the corner, but stopped well at backward square, and Marina Southby was whipping a glove off, ready to receive that. Yeah, so interesting that stats-wise, maybe the seamers have had a better time of it, but we keep bowling the spinners. Maybe looking for a breakthrough there as Tyson in once more. Flighted, and that's driven down the ground, but Freya Davies is there. Doesn't take him cleanly, but she stopped enough that no run will be scored.
Yeah, so the first 3 bowlers Hampshire have used, Taylor, Davies and Tyson, all pretty consistent, going at sort of 3, 4 and over.
Tyson once more. This one just placed. Abby Norgrove there.
Whilst the other 3, Tatani's gone 0 for 23 off 3 overs. Adams 1 over 0 for 18, a very expensive over that one. And Averley, yes, she's got a wicket, but she's conceded 29 runs off 4 overs.
Next Tyson in once more. Cut away. But down in the offside is Tatani, who will sort that one out quickly. Only 3 off of this so far. Bex Tyson bowling well. Yeah, interesting that Adams was such an expensive over. Can be very concise sometimes. Normally can find a wicket there sometimes with Adams, but unfortunately not today. Let's just turn around the corner, comes off an inside edge, and they'll run through for 1. 4 off of that over. I think both sides will be fairly happy with that.
Yeah, pretty happy. I think Surrey they ran pretty well in that over, especially that last one. Chatley just almost wanted to pull the ball into the leg side. It wasn't quite there for it, and Davies and Richards sort of pretty quick onto that. There wasn't really a fielder nearby, and got through for a single. There was one early on as well. I think it was Chatley who was struggling to get to the non-strikes, where Southby sort of whipped her glove off and wanted to throw the stumps down, but Chatley got there in the end. It's been good running between these 2.
Absolutely. One thing I would say is that there was so much energy early on in the first overs in the Hampshire side, and it just feels like that's just dropped slightly.
Here's Davies continuing from the pavilion end. This one, slight edge of the bats of Kira Chatley. Runs down to third, never single taken.
Such a tight-knit group is Hampshire, and they're normally very good at sort of cheering each other on and getting each other going, and it just feels like we need some voices out there to sort of get that energy back in the team. But it's hard. It's sort of still blustery sort of rain around.
Yeah, not the nicest conditions for playing cricket here. Here's Davies, this one defended back up the pitch by Davidson Richards, and a dot ball. And I think the 2 loudest out there would be certainly Rihanna Southby behind the stump. She can talk for England. can Rie, and I think Maya Boucher would be another one who's also pretty loud, and the captain as well, George Redlands. So, yeah,
they might have heard me. There's suddenly a few more voices I can suddenly hear.
Hear it through that effect spike. Davies balls to Davidson Richards. This one played into the offside. They go through for a quick single. Norgrove shies at the stumps. Davidson Richards safely home, and that's what we're talking about. That good running between Davidson Richards and Chatley, and clear communication between the 2. The fielders inside the circle are pretty much on the circle. So if that sort of tap and run situation does happen, then they're pretty quick onto it.
Absolutely.
And here's Davies once more from the pavilion end, right arm over to Chatley, drives, not off the middle of the bat. And runs in from extra cover, does the fielding. Sorry, 141 for free. They'll probably be, I think they want about 300 here at least. They've got a good platform.
What has been nice to see is the last 2 overs since we've, or the last 3 overs, sorry, since we've come back from that break, is the bowling has been really tight. They've not leaked anything so far, and that's maybe just caused a bit of frustration.
Davies to Chatley, this one again guided down to deep third on the offside. Single to end the over.
One of her favourites there, that shot. She likes her.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry, there's one more ball I miscounted. I was ahead of the scoreboard there.
It happens, don't worry, all the time.
Yeah, the last boundary came off the last ball, the 24th over, so it's been tidy stuff from Hampshire since that drinks break. The team talk from Paul Pritchard maybe as Davies into Davidson Richards, played out into the onside and a dot ball to end the over. Sorry, 142 for free, 28 overs gone.
I'm going to have a change in commentary. I'm going to make way for Phil Green.
Yeah, Hampshire not happy but not unhappy, I think, or happy but slightly unhappy with their position. I think they would like another wicket, in particular probably Davidson Richards more than Chatley, but Chatley outscoring Davidson Richards at the moment, and yeah, if Hampshire can pick up another 1 or 2 pretty quickly, then they'd definitely be in the driving seat. As welcome back Phil Green.
Hi Wes, everyone. Yeah, I think what you were just saying, I think George has recognised that they need a breakthrough, and she is going with her main bowlers, we could say, with Mary Taylor now coming back on. The 3 bowlers that sort of stood out today are Mary Taylor, Freya Davis and Bex Tyson, and they're the 3 they're currently using in the middle of the innings, hoping to get those breakthroughs before having to revert to bowlers that have been slightly more expensive so far. Taylor in from running away from us. Keeper up to the stumps. That one's just played out on the offside, no run. Yeah, keeper Southby up to the stumps, as she has been most of the time since the opening 10 overs. And yeah, we were talking, like we often do, Wes, about quite a while back now, what the sort of target here. Sanjay was asking, what's sort of normal score here, pass score if you like. Taylor in again, and that's wide of off stump, and Southby takes it as Chatley just tries to play a cut shot and misses. And I was saying that quite often we think it's going to be a lot higher, and it turns out being more 240-ish, which is often enough. So I said at that point that 240 would probably be a reasonable target for Surrey today, but as you were just saying, they'll be looking for a lot more than that from here. They'll be looking up more 280, 300-ish, I would have thought. Ambition for that anyway. This one's cut away by Chatley. It's gone down to third, and they thought about coming back from for a second, but Ava Lee made the ground quite quickly to her right and kept them down to single. Chatley up to 25. So yeah, I think they'd be looking more, hoping to get more, sort of doubling this score. They used to say double the score from 30 overs, didn't they, as a guide, and that would take us up not to 30 overs quite yet, so that would take us up near 300, but of course it depends on wickets as well. Taylor in again, that's full, and Davidson Richards manages to get a single. She plays it away to Freya Kemp's left hand, and of course Freya Kemp left-handed, so she got the throw in quickly, but batters both set off well and made their ground quite comfortably. Another single to Alice Davidson Richards. Surrey up to 144 for 3.
I think Surrey perhaps choosing to bat. I think most of us were a bit sort of surprised by choosing to bat first in conditions like these, rain around later on this afternoon. I think batting perhaps is their strong suit. They've batted first the last couple of games and done pretty well.
Yeah, Taylor in again. This one's full, driven to mid on and not going to get past Adams. There's no run. Yeah, I think sometimes teams get into a mode of they just prefer to do one or the other, to bat or first or chase, and sometimes that sort of is regardless of the conditions. They've just got a mindset that they're better batting first or chasing. So sometimes teams will just do that anyway. Taylor in again. This one's wide and cut away by Chatley. They're looking for two as Titani moves to her left, but ADR wanted two, but Chatley didn't in this instance, and they're just settling for a single. As the wind is getting quite a lot stronger.
You might hear that on the effects,
might hear that on the effects. I was going to say, yeah, that is the wind. In case you weren't sure, the lights are on. It's windy. You'd have to say it's not really ideal cricket conditions. Certainly, we've been spoilt this summer. Most of the time, we have played in ideal cricket conditions. And at the end of the over, Surrey 145 for 3 from 29.
And we are going to have a change of bowling. It will be Georgia Adams returning at the pavilion end. A 1 over, conceding 18 runs earlier on when Monaghan and Jones were just hitting their stride. Adams perhaps not bowling quite as well as she would have wanted. A few leg-sided deliveries.
Yeah, she got her line wrong, didn't she? She started off with a very much offside field and bowled 3 balls on leg stump, all of which cost her boundaries.
Yeah, we've got 3 out on the leg side now. Got a long off, deep mid wicket and deep back and square for Adams, who starts or continues with the leg side line, and it's going to be a wide, and batters come free for a single as well. Reece Southby having to run back to sort of where a short fine leg would have been. And, yeah, Adams 20 runs off 1 over so far.
Yeah, she's going to, and looking at the makeup of Hampshire side, she's going to have to bowl a few overs here. Her and Titani are going to have to make up 10 between them, you'd think. Well, her and Titani and Lee will have to make up.
Changing the field, Ava Lee now in it, fine leg, having been moved from third, and Adams this one on the offside and cut away by Davidson Richards. Out to Nancy Harmon on deep cover boundary. And Ava Lee moves back now for Kira Chatley. So Lee perhaps hoping there's not too many singles here. Have to swap between short fine and third. There's a little paddle sweep from Kira Chatley. Titani running round to a right from deep backward square, and batters will come through for a couple. Again, good running between Chatley and Davidson Richards here. And that brings up the Surrey 150 in the 30th over. Just over 2 hours at the crease.
I think they identified there that Titani was running to her right, and obviously had to switch to her left hand to get it in. So it came back.
Adams to Chatley again, goes for the paddle, doesn't quite get as much of it this time. Titani again running round to her right, does the fielding and keeps it to just a single this time. Awareness from Titani.
It's interesting, she's got the short fine leg in for Davidson Richards, but not for Chatley. But Chatley's continually playing it in that area. She's
Adams to Davidson Richards, one driven back down the ground, beats the diving Adams. Can't quite get to it off her own bowling as Kira Chatley takes cover there off the incoming throw. I think is that Bouchier out there at
yeah.
long on.
I think Southby gave her the call that the ball was heading at her because she started taking cover. It's almost like somebody shouted 4 on a golf course there.
Here's Adams to Chatley. This one worked into the leg side. And leave that for Freya Kemp to run in. Another single taken for Surrey, taken to 153 for 3. 1 ball left in this 30th over. It's a fairly tidy one from Adams, but runs off every ball so far. Here she is once more. Down the track comes Davidson Richardson, and that hits Kira Chatley. Will be a single. Would have been a single regardless, but just a bit of the back of the leg. She thinks she was rubbing the back of her leg there. Kira Chatley.
She deflected it. I think it made it slightly easier for the fielder because it went straight to her instead of being wide of her.
So that is the end of the 30th over. So 154 for 3.
Yeah, so if we go back to what we were saying and double the score, we're talking 308. I'm not saying that will happen, but that's a sort of guideline. Just going to give a shout out. We always talk about umpires. Well, we often talk about umpires and call them by name, but of course the officials work as a team of 4, and So it's worth making a shout out to Caroline Green and Kevin Medhurst, who are our scorers today. Do a very important job, obviously. So thank you to those two people. This one's just played away, tailoring again, and ADR played out to the deep cover boundary. Surrey seem quite content to tick along in singles just at the moment. This is a sort of the middle part of the innings has become sort of a bit formulaic in that respect. That both teams seem to settle for 4 or 5 and over for this little period of play, don't they? In many games.
That was a 50 partnership up as well between these two.
Tailoring again, this one's turned away from Chatley as a single again. Yeah, the 50 partnership without too many risks being taken. The Slater seem to have just batted at the pace they want to, and as I say, it seems that just at the moment both teams are content with what's happening. Although I'm pretty sure Hampshire would like a breakthrough here, but you know they've still got a field, a run-saving field rather than attacking field. They haven't thrown a slip in or anything like that to show real positive intent to take a wicket. Tailoring again, and this one's outside the off stump, and again Davison Richards cuts it away. This time it is picked up by Norgrove from point. Good bit of fielding, but it's not enough to stop them taking a single.
I like how Brianna Southey there ran from the keeper, so
She
just
ran
to
30
ran all
yards,
the way to
yeah.
Norgrove to give her a high five. A really good bit of fielding that, especially on those wicket ends where they're horrible places to dive around, aren't they?
And I'll come back to Tailoring again. This one's driven in, it does beat Kemp, so it's going to be out to deep extra cover where it's eventually picked up by Tatani. She slipped and fumbled a little bit, and they're going to come back for 3. Yeah, they completed 3 in the end. Tatani had to make a lot of ground to her right. Yeah, that bit of fielding, the one before from Norgrove, as you say, Rihanna Southby ran 30 yards to congratulate her, and it was a great bit of fielding, but actually probably didn't prevent them run at all, because they still got a single, and it would have gone to the deep cover for 1 anyway. But that doesn't mean that it's not a good bit of fielding, but sometimes you don't get the reward that it deserves. And Taylor in again to ADR. And that's a much more expansive offside shot, but she's not going to get past Tatani. The field's tumbling to her right, but they're going to come back for 2. Tatani's busy out there the last few overs, and several times Davison Richards just sort of pushed it on the offside for single, but that one she actually hit with a lot of intent, but still couldn't reach the boundary. But Surrey ticking along very nicely, 162 for 3, 1 ball to go of the 31st. Tailoring again, that's driven again by ADR, and Tatani in the game again. This time it's just a single as it went straight to her. She's struggling a bit with her footwork over there. She slipped as she threw that. It's obviously very slippery conditions out at the Utilita Bowl today, but we're grateful that we're playing. Having missed a few matches lately, the last 2 Hampshire games completely washed out, and Surrey 163 for 3.
Yeah, slightly frustrating to have those last 2 games washed out. In Hampshire, I think needed just 1 win from those last 2 to confirm a home semi-final. She picked up those 4 points with the no results, but just when the players can't get out on the field and basically haven't played for a week and a half, just been batting indoors because of the rain as well, as Adams continues from the pavilion end. Davidson Richards flicks this one to Norgrove at mid-wicket. Yeah, having not played and been in sort of those match situations, it brings a little bit of rustiness to the side. As here's Adams, this one's shorter, punched off the back foot by Davison Richards, a diving stop from Taylor in the covers.
Yeah, it's and that's what we were saying, they haven't had that situation much this year. They've been playing pretty well continuously, particularly those that are in the 100 as well. So they haven't had many breaks.
This one cuts by Davison Richards straight to Nancy Harmon. And 1 fielder out on the offside, and that's Freya Davies at long off.
Yeah, I think Adams adjusted her field more to the line she was bowling rather than the other way round.
Adams right arm over, defended back up the pitch by Davidson Richards. Tidy over this from Adams as you see some of the ground staff making their way over to the hover cover. Not a great sign.
Well, it does look a bit brighter. I don't know if that's, maybe that's because of the lights, but it does look brighter than it did before.
This one half stopped by Bex Tyson at back point, and say probably would have been a 4. 1-3-4 a single, 1-6-4 for free. Sorry, it's the one run off this over from Adams. Good comeback from having gone for 27 off her first 2.
Yeah, they need her to bowl some tight overs here, Hampshire.
As we've now got cover out on the boundary, long off up inside the circle now as this one's shorter and pulled away by Chatley. Out to Freya Kemp, controlling that deep mid wicket boundary for most of the day. And it's a single to end the over, sorry, 163 for 5, 32 overs gone. And I think we're going to have another change as Sanjay Murthy replaces me.
Yeah, so I think it's brightening up a bit actually, and we are starting to get a few spectators. I think trickling in would probably be the best verb to describe it, but yeah, there's more, certainly more than there were half an hour ago, and it does look a little bit brighter, although as Wes just pointed out, the ground staff just made their way round to the hover cover, which is not always a good sign.
Although they are actually just seem to be using it as a more comfortable place to have a lie down more than anything else.
Let's hope it's that rather than something they know that we don't.
Exactly, it's Naomi Datani to come back and bowl from this pavilion end. The score 165 for 3. They've settled in, these two, haven't they?
They
Richards
have.
and Chatley.
And going back to our earlier conversation when we were on together, Sanjay, about the sort of target score.
Yeah, you've revised
I
it.
was saying we're usually too optimistic, but I think yeah, you probably do need to revise it.
She comes in now, left arm over the wicket, around the wicket. Sorry, bowls down the leg side. There's must have hit something on the way through,
Yeah,
because the umpire's not signalled a wide.
Must have flicked the pad.
Yeah, must have flicked the pad on the way through. She's bowled. What's she done so far, Datani? She's bowled 3 overs so far, 0 for 73, been 0 for 23, sorry. She's been expensive at 7.3 runs and over. She in again round the wicket, left armour, bowls, that's full, and that's swung across the leg side, an appeal from various fielders, but it looked like an inside edge from up here, and no real interest from the bowler. She just walks back to her marks and they scamper through for a single, and yeah,
I
the
think
umpire hasn't. Did he give a leg by?
Yeah, he has actually given the leg by.
Yeah.
I think it was missing leg stump.
Okay.
She sort of the line she's bowling round the wicket.
He's ducking
You've
in.
got to straighten it to get an LBW. Really, I don't think there's any thought that she was straightening that off the wicket.
Eddie to face as she comes again. It's full, and well, that's just missed the leg stump and fumbled by the keeper, and they run through for what should be given as a bye by the umpire, which he does now. That's unlucky from Datani. There's a couple of balls now in consecutively where there's been a chance of a wicket. She's bowling full. She's bowling very straight, and you know, what are we? We are in the what over are we? 33rd over.
Yeah.
So Surrey do need to get on with it, even though run rate is still hovering around the 5 mark here. As Datani comes in again, 4th ball is over, bounds in, bowls and full, and she just chops back, gets back on the back foot, Chatley, and just chops it into the offside where Georgia Adams fields for 1. Yeah, so revision of score, Phil.
Well, I think if you were Surrey now, you'd be looking at 280. When you're even upwards of 280, you know, as always, it depends on wickets. I mean, if these two happen to fall in the next few overs, we'd probably
revise it again.
Revise it down again. But I think if these two bat for a while, 280 is well within range.
And she comes again, bowls Tani outside the off stump, and again just chopped by ADR into the offside, where it runs through to Freya Kemp, who fields and throws it back in, and it comes through for single. These two are doing a similar job to Monaghan and Evans earlier. Jones, earlier. Emma Jones earlier, where they're just stabilising there was a couple of quick wickets that Hampshire took, and These two have just stabilised things before you would think some sort of onslaught against the bowlers. The Titani in again, bowls, and it's full, and that's just clipped away on the leg side. Beautifully timed. Well fielded, a little misfield. Oh, she pushed it over the boundary. She has. I thought she'd got there and saved the 4, but just in the act of diving to perform that fine bit of fielding, unfortunately she knocked it over the boundary for 4, and that ends at over 173 for 3. Richards on 30. Chatley has scampered on to 40.
Yeah, not many boundaries in the last few overs, but I was saying when I was on with Wes that you tend to get this period in 50 over games where both sides seem to settle for the situation, and the bowling side and the batting side seem quite content to just let the game tick along. I think you tend to find this in 50 over cricket sometimes. There's that middle period where not a lot happens sometimes. The batting side just pick up 4 or 5 and over comfortably, and the fielding side let them.
That was the first boundary for 9 overs.
Yeah.
By Surrey.
So Adams in, and that one is played down to long on for a single by ADR. Surrey move up to 174. Yeah, so 9 overs between boundaries, and that one possibly should have been stopped, but it wasn't. It is very slippery out there, so we've got to give the fielders a little bit of licence. This one, Chatley's just turned away again, and again they're going to pick up a single. And
these are crucial overs for both sides, because if you look at Titani and Adams's figures to date, you know, they've bowled between them 7 and a bit overs
for
and gone for 60.
Yeah, so you'd think these were 2 of the bowlers that they would be targeting, perhaps Surrey, but as I say, it's that phase of the game where Surrey are probably quite happy just to build 5 and over, and then when they get to 40 overs, if these 2 are still in, that's when you'll probably see the acceleration. This time cut away by Davis and Richards, and that one's going to bring a 2 as it goes backward a point, and then comfortably come back for a couple more. In fact, may have been more with an overthrow if Chatley had been aware, but she wasn't really looking at the other end. But that the throw eluded Southby and did run away a little bit, but still just a 2.
Yeah, they've been steady at 5 and over.
Yeah,
haven't they, for a while now? Sorry.
And a comfortable 5 and over, sort of risk-free 5 and over. Adams in again, and this is short, and they're going to come through. Richards made room for herself there and tried to hammer it away on the offside, but she's actually got an under edge, and the ball just trickled down towards short fine, but Chatley was backing up well, and they come through for another single, but Richards certainly didn't go where she was intending. Adams in again, this time down the wicket. Chatley, but just picks out long on, forces it down the ground for another single. Chatley onto 42. And that's the end of the over. Another over, gets through overs quickly, George Adams, that's one thing. And Surrey 179 for 3 off 34.
Georgia Adams, the daughter of Chris Adams, Sussex and Hampshire. We were talking, and we got a bit of, well, we can do this because we've got a quicker bowler in Titani at the end. We're at the hotel end. If we go back to what we were saying about the women's game and the changes and stuff, Phil, do you think all of these changes are good for the game, or do you think there needs to be a period of stability to allow some of these changes and formats to embed themselves in?
It's a good question with a very complicated answer, I think, because good for the game. Firstly, it's the first year of this format, so everything takes time to bed in, so I think it's too early to give a definitive answer.
Titani into Chatley around the wicket, bowls, and Chatley just forces that into the offside. There was this misfield in the deep there by Freya Kemp, but no extra run taken by the 2 Surrey batters, and the score moves on to 180 for 3.
Yeah, and I think you've got to look at the big question of is it working or is it benefit the game? you've got to look at the whole structure of women's cricket right the way down. So it may benefit county cricket. Does it benefit all of the individuals within? Obviously, it benefits those that have full-time contracts in terms of financially.
Tatani up to the wicket, bowls, and this time it's shorter and it's pulled away in the leg side. Nancy Harman is out there in the deep, and she fields it safely, throws it into the wicketkeeper, Rihanna Southby. Just the 1 run, good shot for 1.
It was a good shot for 1, yeah. I think the other thing you've got to consider is the early signs would suggest it has a bit of a negative effect on club and grassroots cricket, because a lot of it is depriving a lot of these players from ever playing club cricket.
Tani in, bowls outside the off stump, and that's short, and that's pulled away into leg side, and Harman again fields, little fumble but no danger there. They come back for 1, the score moves on to 182 for 3.
And you've also got the county age group cricket, and it does seem to be a lot of condensed into Sundays. A lot of cricket's played on Sundays.
Welcome to the listeners who've joined us on BBC Sport Extra. The game here is Surrey are 182 for 3 in the second semi-final. Winners will play Lancashire here at the Utilita on Sunday. As Tatani in again bowls. This time it's Fuller and pushed down the ground by Alice Davidson Richards. Good sliding stop by the fielder at mid-on, Mary Taylor, one of the 2 twins who's featured on the BBC Sport website today. Hampshire looking to take their position at the top of the table into the final on Sunday, but Surrey, after a loss of a couple of an early wicket and then a good stabilising partnership, have really pushed on now to 182 for 3 as Tatani comes in again, bowls, and that's a little inside edge by Chatley onto her pad, sorry, not to scare any Surrey fans out there, but no danger, and the score remains 3 for 3. Phil and I are just talking about women's structure in the game and the availability of pathways and stuff for the girls today.
It'll take a while to settle down, but I think the general thing to say is over the last few years, women's cricket has progressed massively and is moving in the right direction.
Tatani into Chatley, who's on 44, and she just drops into the offside, looks for a quick single, but her batting partner Alice Davidson Richards, who's on 36, isn't interested. She's got the strike for the start of the next over, and this one ends with Surrey on 183 for 3 off 35.
And just to recap, Surrey won the toss earlier today and decided to bat, which did surprise some of us, but they do favour batting first, and that sort of took precedent over the maybe prevailing conditions at the time, and so far it looks like a pretty good decision. Yeah.
Look, and maybe what will happen is that the forecast or the weather doesn't change across the day, and putting runs on the board, as the old adage goes, is the way forward.
Yeah, because weather forecasts are a lot more accurate nowadays than they were in days gone by, shall we say. But they're not always right. We were saying earlier there was a junior cup final called off at this ground on Sunday on the weather forecast, and then it never actually rained. But there we go. Ava Lee back into the attack from the pavilion end, and her first ball is driven through the offside by Davison Richards for 4, beats the diving Adams at short extra cover, goes up to the boundary in front of the Shane Warne stand for 4, and Richards goes up to 40, so this partnership really building well now for Surrey. And there was a spell a few overs ago where George Adams reverted to her, you might say, main bowlers with Davis, Taylor and Tyson to try and make the breakthrough, but that didn't work, and now she's got the bowlers who have been slightly more expensive today bowling, and Lee needs to tighten up a little bit here. This time Richards gets on the back foot and chops it away. Harman's in from the boundary and getting down to just 1, but runs coming fairly, well, probably too easily for Hampshire's liking right at the moment.
Alice Davidson Richards is a batter on form, coming off the back of a 65 not out in that big win against Durham in the last round of the group matches.
Yeah. Lee, and this is a reverse sweep from Chatley. Very fine reverse sweep. I think it's going to run away for 4. It does. That's a really good shot. She premeditated, of course, it has to be that particular shot, but she got it really fine, and it's run down all the way virtually behind the keeper, but she got the middle of the bat on it. It's exactly where she intended to go.
Georgia Adams as a captain, Phil, what is she like? Does she read the game well in terms of being quite proactive and aggressive at times?
Yeah, I mean, I would say proactive is a very good term for her normally. That's Lee's in again. This is a full toss and it's driven, but she actually gets away with that. It goes to mid-off for no run. And she constantly changes the bowling. That's one thing that's very much part of her DNA as a captain, that she constantly changes, she constantly tinkers. And Lee in again. This one's just chopped away for a single on the offside by Chatley. And you'd have to say, I mean, the proof of anything's in the pudding, and her success rate as a captain is really good over the years with Vipers and Hampshire. So yes, she is a good captain. A lot of people, a lot of pundits were suggesting she might be a good England captain candidate. This one's a full toss. It's driven away by Richards, and Harman stops it on the boundary of the dive and keeps them down to 1. When there was the change of the management, etc., at the start of this calendar year, there was a lot of talk that she may be brought in as the England captain, even though she wasn't in the England side, but basically because they were needing a new captain at the time. It was probably felt that she didn't quite have the runs behind her at that juncture to justify a place in the side, whereas 2 or 3 years ago she was, well, up to last year really, was a very prolific scorer at this level. So yes, I think to answer your question, she's a very good and well respected captain, but I think captains only as good as their tools, aren't they? And I think today she's suffering from not having the bowling options that she would normally have. Yeah. And that makes it quite difficult.
She had a couple of, when Emma Jones came in, who was playing across her body to the leg side, she had a couple of funky fields, but it's Datani again around the wicket now, bowls to Alice Davidson. Richards, Richard bowled it, bowler, the leg stump is out of the ground. It was an inside edge, Phil? I didn't quite see, but
I'm not sure it was an inside edge. She went to try and hit it straight back down the ground by the looks of it, and we'll see it again now.
It was full. That was
actually
it was the off stump. My eyesight as well as my voice.
Well, she made a lot of room for herself by stepping away to leg, but yeah, it's almost like, I mean, that's not the way she's been batting, is it?
She's been batting very
accumulating
correctly.
runs.
Yeah.
It's almost like the switch was flicked there, that she's going to up a gear, and it's cost her. That's a really important breakthrough for Hampshire.
Surrey 194 for 4 with that wicket of Alice Davidson Richards, the run scorer for Surrey, 553 runs, the third highest scorer in the tournament today. But that is a vital wicket, and Hampshire are making these breakthroughs at a vital time, and they've done that all the way through so far. Surrey have hovered around the 5.5 run rate for a while now. So, you know, Hampshire are just sticking in there, not bowling to a plan, I would say, and not, you know, losing sight of what they're trying to achieve here, which is vital wickets at the right time, and that's brought out the new batter for Surrey, who is Phoebe Franklin.
That's a change of order from the card, at least, because I think it's supposed to be Jemima Spence,
who also went well in the last game against Durham, getting 68 off 63. So, you know, 112 partnership with Alice Davidson Richards. So that's a surprising change.
I think they've probably gone for a bit of experience here. Phoebe Franklin, a much more experienced player. Jemima Spence, one of the sort of emerging players at Surrey.
Chatley then round the wicket to Franklin, her first ball, and that's short. She pulls it well on the leg side, doesn't get all of it, and they just run through for a single. It's the fielder down there just picking up the ball, but is Bex Tyson, who's bowled a few overs so far to date. But yeah, vital wicket for Hampshire to stay in this game, and it'll be interesting to see now what Georgia Adams, were talking about her captaincy, what she does in terms of bowling from the far end, whether she brings, you know, someone like a Freya Davis back on, or whether she sticks with the spinner. But we will find out as Chatley in again round the wicket, bowls, and that's Fuller, and that's driven straight by Phoebe Franklin, but fielded off her own bowling by Datani, 195 for 4.
Yeah, I think I think Adams will bring on. That would be my guess, that she will bring back either Taylor or Davies for at least one over at the new batter. That is the sort of thing that she's want to do.
Here comes Ditani again, bowls outside the off stump, a little waft. No feet movement there at all by Phoebe Franklin. Practices a more aggressive shot outside the off stump, but no danger really there. But a lazy looking shot from a batter who's just come in, given the fact there's a set batter in Chatley at the other end who's scored 49 of 54 balls. Let's see what she does with this next one as Ditani starts her run up here from the hotel end around the wicket. Left armer bowls down the leg side. It's just helped along its way. There's 50 for Chatley. That's a very well constructed and made 50 by the wicket keeper for Surrey. 53 of 55 balls, a strike rate approaching 100, 3 fours in the vital partnership she shared with Alice Davidson-Richards, and she's going to be vital for Surrey if they are to post a score north of 250.
And a bit of a nemesis for Hampshire this season, as I was saying earlier. She played the match-winning innings at Beckenham in the Cup, the T20 Cup.
95, I think you said she scored this she? Ditani into her again, and that's just chopped away on the offside. There's a no run. There was probably a run there, but decided that they weren't going to take it as they come to the end of the Ditani over. That's the end of her sixth. She's taken 1 for 38, and Surrey 199 for 4.
And a very important breakthrough. Just going back to, we were talking before about the structure, and I didn't quite finish on the previous commentary spell. So there's 8 counties currently in Tier 1, 10 in Tier 2, which make up the 18 first-class counties in men's terms. Then the other counties are in Tier 3, which is regional. They play a 50 over competition, which is this Metro Bank Cup. They play a T20 Blast, which is, as you're aware, played in conjunction with the men's quite often as double headers. But there's also what's been described as an FA Cup, to use football parlance, but where every county just played in a straight knockout competition. Adams in, and this one's down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide, and it's eluded the keeper, and they're going to come back for 2 runs, meaning 3 wides in total. Adams still not got a line, so I was wrong about her bringing back one of her opening bowlers. So yeah, there was a sort of FA Cup type straight knockout competition, which is what Surrey beat Hampshire in, and the Tier 1 sides came in later in the competition. Adams in again. This one's just driven down to mid-on for no run. So that's the sort of structure in this first year of the new regime. So I think, to answer the other question, it's generally been a success, but there'll be a few things to iron out. This one's just defended on the leg side, no run.
And we were talking about pathways as well. Do you think a settled structure will create better pathways for the younger girls?
Yes, probably. This one's swept away by Franklin. Ditani moving quickly from her left and keeps it down to 1. That's a good bit of fielding. Sorry, on to 202. Yes, I think it will, although the pathway system, as I say, some areas hasn't changed a lot. In this area, it's still run by the region, the Vipers, rather than Hampshire, the academy side of it. So it's a little bit complicated, but the pathway system for young female cricketers is massively better now than was the case a few years ago. This one's driven down the ground by Chatley for a single, and there's so many opportunities now for girls to break into the professional game, obviously, and the pathways are really well structured, and it's pretty clear from a young age where your route is through to this level. Adams in, and this one's turned away by Franklin. Another single. Just got one more ball to go, and I'll be handing over to Amelia.
Yeah, to take us through to the last, sort of towards the close.
I have to say, whereas the rest of us, we get a break from commentary and we just sort of sit there and watch. Amelia is busy all the time when she's not commentating. She's doing some technical stuff or rewiring something or knocking things over or something. She seems to be doing something all the time. Anyway, I'm going to hand over to Amelia now.
Yeah, there was a clattering of stanchions earlier as Amelia, I think, under the guise of trying to fix something, was actually breaking some of the Utilita Bowl. We are a few stories up in the hotel side, which is where the commentary position is. So, not a great and soothing thought for any of us who are up here, but.
It's all good, it's all sorted.
Yeah, all
Hello.
done, okay, very good. Surrey 206 for 4 with Chatley set on 55, joined recently by Phoebe Franklin, who's on 3. She's come in at the fall of the wicket of Alice Davison-Richards' bowl by the bowler who will continue here at the hotel end. Datani in to bowl around the wicket, left armour, and she just clips it on the leg side. Datani, that's gone all the way for, no need to run for that. 2 leg side, too short by the Hampshire bowler, and Chatley continues on her merry way.
Yeah, Datani, she's obviously found that great wicket earlier. It's just a little bit of a wayward ball on that last one. 206 for 4. I mean, it's still doable. We've got just under obviously 12 overs left. You'd be thinking, once it gets to that 10 overs remaining, they'll start trying to accelerate. So Hampshire really need to try and target Datani here.
Wickets in hand for Surrey, which gives them a great platform to be able to launch an attack as the last 10 overs approaches. And also approaching the crease is Datani. Bowls full, and that's driven down the ground by Chatley, but straight into the fielder, who is positioned at a long on, who just gives the ball a wipe. She's not a designated wiper. We spent a bit of time chatting about who had a towel. Phil was suggesting that there was some sort of ECB course that people went on to be the fielder, but Mary Taylor isn't one of those. But it is Datani to come in again, bowl fuller, and this time just clipped a full toss on the leg side. It's clipped into the leg side where Ava Lee fields, and the fielder, the batters, come through for 2, and Chatley moves into the 60s. 61 now a runner ball, the first time since the early stages of her innings that she's got that vital time to be accelerating her innings, with Surrey looking to push on nearer the 260, 270 mark. Yeah,
where Datani's coming out around the left arm around the wicket, and she's just got that sort of natural pull around to the right hand side, and it's just 2 leg side on that one, and Chatley made easy work.
As she approaches the wicket again, bowls, and she's listened to Amelia and bowled it outside the off stump, but too short, and cut away into the deep square leg, deep point area, but the ball comes in, and from Fred Davis, and the batters run through for 2.
Yeah, as much as they still got 2 off that, I liked that line. It was a better line. It was, it was making at least Chatley think and have to do something with the ball rather than sort of a giveaway. Yeah, I like that line a lot better. If she's going to come around the wicket, that's where she needs to be.
She's got slightly 5-4 offside field here, Datani. No, Datani then again, same line around the wicket, left armour again, but leg side. But there is a fielder position there now, which is Ava Lee, and just tickled down to her by Chatley for 1. But if she does, I mean, that's a fine line.
Yeah,
fine line.
If Chatley hadn't knocked that, it would have been a wide, and you can't be giving wides away at this point. Your captain will not be happy with you there. No, 215 for 4.
And anything a yard either side of the fielder position down there is 4, because she's right on the boundary. Datani in now, bowls, and this is better. It's outside the off stump, and Phoebe Franklin just chops it down to Maya Boucher, who's fielding at a straightish mid wicket. That's the end of that over, and Surrey 215 for 4 off 39 overs. Franklin on 3, but the main lady, Kira Chatley, 64.
Absolutely. I mean, the wind on just before that last ball really picked up. It was howling through here, and you do have to sort of sympathise with Naomi Datani and all of the bowlers out there really now, because no matter how straight you are, the wind is really interfering. And a couple that went sort of towards the leg side, you think, well, actually in normal conditions would they have gone that way? But you almost have to sort of throw it out to your left of the wind to bring it back round. But it is hard. But we've got Georgia Adams, she's going to come in from the pavilion end. She's none for 42 after 5 overs, but Adams does normally try to find a way through here. Leads from the front is that captain, and she's going to take 1 from this. This is just push leg side, but fielder finds the ball very quickly.
Are you surprised that she's continued with not just herself, but the spinner at one end and the quicker bowler at the other end?
No, not necessarily. I think it's a nice change in pace, and it keeps the batsmen really on their toes. They can't get used to spin or pace at any great length of time, and that's just worked leg side, square of the wicket. Again, they'll only take the 1 to Tani into field. And that's what I like about Georgia Adams' captaincy, is that she just keeps you thinking all the time. You don't know what's coming next. She's forever trying something different. It doesn't feel like she's getting stagnant or bored, or she's being lazy with her bowling. It's always, yeah, right, let's try this. She comes in again. This is swept. It's up in the air. It's going to land safely as the fielders aren't anywhere near it, but they are on top now, and they're going to try for 2. There's a chance for a run out, but they're good running again, as the umpire remains unmoved, as Rihanna Southby does sort of waft her arms out, say, any chance of a run out there? But no, she knows it. So that moves on, 2 off of that.
Safely back, and they've done this well throughout the innings, Surrey. They've hit the bad balls mostly for 4, but they've turned the strike around well. The field is reasonably deep, especially on the leg side here for Chatley.
And maybe that's what I would like to see as this one comes in from Georgia Adams, as it's just defended nicely, is maybe change it for an over, tighten it up, bring everyone in, stop, don't let them get the singles, and see if they can. I mean, the thing is with Chatley there, she will just smack you around for 4 or 6, as she's about to do there, as it goes over the head of Georgia Adams, and it's soared away for 4. And that's what she's good at. She's capable of hitting the big boundaries, but maybe just change it up, try something different.
2 full from Adams there. She's been bowling a bit leg sidey. That was full outside the off stump and just bunted down the ground by Chatley as she moves on to 71. Do you think she's kept herself on too long, Georgia Adams, now?
How many? She's done 6. No, this is her standard, I think.
Okay.
She'll always come in and try. I mean, she sometimes bowls the death, and she backs herself to be concise. I think you have to as captain, as this one's just worked leg side. And there's a diving fielder who has... Oh, she's knocked it onto the boundary. Oh, that was a big shame. And she'd done all the hard work to get out and round to stop that. Who was that in the deep? Freya Kemp. She's been doing some good work out there. She's still on the floor. She stopped it, and then... just as sort of skidded through, it carried to the boundary. So
mistimed her dive slightly. She went down early.
Yeah.
And you'd have thought she'd have got there. It looks like it's hit her wrist, I think. She's holding her right sort of wrist palm area. Cold day. Horrible,
cold day, yeah.
Horrible.
And that's the thing, it's cold. If you fall over, it hurts more. Everything's a bit achy, and that's what it feels like. The boundary riders are just a little bit tired, and that's acceptable. You've been out there for 40 overs, but you've still got 10 to go. You need to keep going.
I'm supposed to hand over to Wes. I'm just going to do the start of this over when it's Tani in. Sorry, it's Mary Taylor in, coming back, and she's bowling to Franklin, who just chops it down onto the leg side, where it's fielded for a single by Bex Tyson.
For a moment, I thought we had Maya Boucher bowling then.
No, it could have been anybody the way I was going. In fact, the way I was going, Wes could have been bowling, to be honest with you. So,
Wes would go out there and give it a bowl, wouldn't he?
But it's
warming up the shoulder.
It is Mary Taylor. She's into her 9th over now. She's taken 1 for 31 as she comes in again. Bowls to Chatley, and it's down the leg side, and that's given as a wide by the umpire, and it's going to roll all the way down to the boundary at the pavilion side. So it's 5 runs off that ball, something that Hampshire can't afford at this late straight. That run rate is now picked up to 5.7 as we approach the last 10 overs. The third of the 3 sort of stages of the game, if you like, with I think it's 5 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle at this late stage of the game. So Hampshire can be more defensive, but if you are bowling leg side wides, that is going to make that difficult. She's got a chance to redeem herself now. She comes in again, bowls, and just pushed into the offside by Chatley, where it's fielded by Georgia Adams at a more orthodox extra cover sort of area, and they come through for a single. Chatley practices a more aggressive shot. Maybe she saw a gap slightly to the right of Georgia Adams there, because the fielder Freya Kemp, who's on the boundary, who's on the cover area of the offside, is on the boundary, so there are big gaps there if she manages to get it to the left of Georgia Adams. As Taylor comes in again, bowls some shorter and just chopped behind square by Chatley. Are they going to come back for two? Yeah, they're pushing. There was Franklin, sorry, pushing, and she comes back for two. Well run by Surrey. The Surrey batters, as I said before, they've done that well.
Absolutely. I mean, Mary Taylor, I'm liking the line she's bowling here. I think I know why you got confused earlier, because on the screen it's ML, so it looks like it says Millie Taylor.
Yeah, exactly.
I almost did that.
Yeah, I was,
so we can blame whoever wrote that. So I looked to Wes.
Taylor in now, bowls and full, and just again chopped too early on the offside. Freya Taylor comes in off the boundary, and this time it's just a single to Phoebe Franklin. The score is 237 for 4. Run rate is approaching 6, 5.8. Vital times for both sides here for Hampshire to try and put a lid on this partnership, ideally by taking a wicket. Surrey really pushing forward and getting that run rate up past 6 to a point where they've got a score that is eminently defendable, as Mary Taylor comes in again, bowls straight, and that's hammered on the leg side by Chatley, but they've got that boundary rider out there all times of this game, Nancy Harman. She's basically lived on the boundary and she fields it, and that's just one run. Aggressive shot from Chatley there, and she has done all the way through. Practices a more orthodox shot through the mid-wicket area of the leg side as Taylor comes in again. Approaches the wicket, bottles up, runs out, and that's chopped away nicely by Phoebe Franklin. There is a fielder down there. She puts the dive in, but it's gone past her to the boundary for 4. It's a vital boundary for Surrey off an expensive over. The score is 242 for 4. Franklin on 12, Chatley on 77, and Wes belatedly. I shall hand over to you.
Yeah, by my maths, that was 14 off of that over, so Mary Taylor will not be impressed from that, but unfortunately it's the way it goes. Maybe a few kind of wayward balls, or just not quite tight enough from the Hampshire team in general, but we've still got 9 overs to go. It's 242, it's ever defendable at the moment, and beatable, would you say, Wes?
Yeah, I think certainly looking 300 plus at this stage. Kira Chatley's going really, really well, and it almost feels like batting's been a little bit too easy out there, would you say? Hampshire, they're sort of stuck to their plans, stuck to their field, and they sort of haven't worked. They've worked in sort of restricting boundaries, and there's been a lot of running between the wickets. And
does it feel like there's the pressure?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, okay, we'll just take that, we'll take a single there, and we'll just get another boundary and play on the mistakes. And yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on there. It does feel like they've had quite a calm, easy ride out there. So we've got Freya Davies coming in the pavilion, and she'll be looking to get another one here, as this is just defended, and they're going to go for one, and that's good running. It has it, it's barely outside of the circle. Maya Boucher is straight on top of it, but they still get one from it, and it just shows how strong these two are out in the middle, that they can just keep taking the one and keep finding little gaps to just knock that run rate up again.
Yeah, it's when they're obviously timing it well and clearing the infield, but it's when they just defend that soft bat and they can take those quick singles.
There's Davies in again, and this is again just defended, and they think about the run, but it was hit directly to Abby Norgrove, so it would have been somewhat of a mistake to do that. So a dot ball, a welcome sign from Hampshire on the Davies overs. She's into her 8th over, so she's still got 2 more that she can bowl, most likely near the death of this game. As in she comes again, starts to run up and extends that stride lead and bowls big and good length, and this is played straight to a rare misfield from
Boucher.
Yeah, it was there, and they've run for 2. She will not be happy with herself, and you can tell she's already kind of somewhat scolding herself a bit there for a poor mistake, and that does bring up the 50-run partnership, and it's only taken 21 minutes. It just shows how quickly these two are flying along. They're fairly even, if led by Chatley. It's on 78 or 71.
50 runs come off the last 5 overs.
Dread to think what's going to come off the 8th, and then it had to come. And that's just defended up, but already there's one taken, and they're looking for the second, but the side against. Yeah, that's the thing. Franklin was, you know, by the time the ball had reached Chatley and it'd come off her bat, she was already halfway up, you know, sort of the strip. So it's like, okay, well, I've only got a couple of yards to go, and we can take that. As long as they throw to this end, it's okay. And yeah, it's impressive running, really, I must say. And Franklin's doing a good job at rotating the strike as well, getting Chatley on, who's there now on strike, and she swipes this, and Datani on the boundary is there, and she stops the boundary, so that would be a welcome sign for Hampshire. But they have run through, and they may, didn't count, was it 2 or 3? 2. Thank you, Wes. So yeah, okay, we'll take 2. So that's what, 4-6 so far off this over. Still keeping that run rate high with 8 overs left. Davies needs to find a way through here. 248 for 4. 41 overs gone. This is an attempt at a chop, but it didn't really carry very far. And again, Abby Norgrove straight on top of that. Clean hands, so kept to the dot there, which will bring Franklin on strike. 248 for 4.
Yeah, Surrey going really, really well at the moment. Kira Chatley comfortably a highest score of the season on 80. Her previous best was 34. She's not had the best of seasons with the bat, just 149 runs coming into this game in 30 innings, average in the teens, and yeah, she hasn't scored a professional 100 yet, or 100 in her career yet, but is today going to be that day? She's just 20 runs away, 8 overs still to play here at Utilita Bowl, and yeah, just struggling to think where the wickets are going to come from a Hampshire perspective.
Yeah, and I mean, it just shows, we were speaking earlier that, you know, Hampshire are down 2 England bowlers, but Surrey are fairly unchanged. So, you know, as Mary Taylor comes in now, bowls, good length. This is up in the air, but it's going to land safely again as Nancy Harmon comes in from the boundary to save the 2. They're going to go for it, and ooh, that is going to be tight. There's a big shout in the field. The umpire does remain unmoved. She's thinking about it. Let's have a look here. I don't think we've got a side-on vision of these 2 as we come in. I thought she looked out, you know, and review, because I don't think her bat was ground.
She's just in. I think where Reece Southey has to sort of take it and almost do like a 180 to get back to the stumps. If that throw was a bit straighter on the stumps, then it probably would have been a goner. But it's just that bit of extra time to take the ball and then turn round and
absolutely.
And
we have the replay for the wrong end.
It's the other end, unfortunately. On
that
the
does bring up 250 for Surrey. As Mary Taylor just waits for the batters to be ready. And in she comes. Can she find a way through? Good ball there, and this is just knocked forward, and Maya Boucher was very much on top of it. What I like is that she always does this sort of mimicking throw as if she's going to run someone out, as if like, I'm ready for you, but it's just that energy that the rest of the Hampshire team need. It's that I will get you at some point. Mary Taylor in again. And bowls full length, and it's a swipe tap, but it actually came leg side pad and just take the 1.
Yeah, that's another really good example of the running that the great running that Surrey have done this game. I think that's been one of their not necessarily that trademarks, but one of the things that I've certainly noticed throughout this game. Yes, they've hit the big boundaries, and I think Monaghan hit a couple of 6s as well. But it's the running between the wickets, picking up those singles where you always think there's not a run there. Oh, they're already halfway down.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that is something that Hampshire will be looking at, going, we need to do this. When we come in for our innings, we need to be stealing runs wherever we can. And it's not even stealing, it's just being really clever with the way they're running. As you say, you think, oh, well, they're not going to, oh, they've already done it. And it's that speed that they've been able to get them at. As Mary Taylor comes in once more. Bit of a low sweep out to the boundary, but Mary Taylor comes in to collect, and there's only the 1. Again, there's already 4 off of this over, so almost 1 a ball now. So 2 balls left. What is Mary Taylor going to do? Have 2 balls left of this over. We shall see. She comes in. Bowles, very full delivery there, and that's gone out to the boundary, but Datani is on it. Again, they've already taken the one. Before it's even reached the fielder, they're through. Can I ask a question, Wes? Why does it say MLL for
those
Mary?
are Mary's initials. So
Right.
I think it's Mary Louise Latham Taylor is her full name, and her sister Millie initials are MSL.
Right.
So they're not even that different in the initials.
As Mary comes in again. Oh, and that's carried through to the keeper. A bit of a swing and a miss there. That was a chance.
A misstumping, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, she just got that a little bit tighter. She might have just knocked off stump, but she retrieves her cap, and a little high five there from Davies. Rihanna Southby, always smiling, I can see on the feed. She seems quite happy out there, so probably looking forward to getting the bat in hand and going to have a bit of an attempt at chasing this score down. 253 for 4.
Yeah, Southfield she'll be opening the batting later on with Maya Bouchier. The last time those two actually batted, they put on, I think it was a partnership of about 170
Yes.
against Durham, as Hampshire walked that one pretty easily in the end. I think Durham got a few more runs than they would have liked. They had a really good start with the ball, Hampshire, that game, but I think Holly Armitage, I don't think she quite made the century, but 90 odd out in the last over, and there was a bit of rain around, and yeah, the start that Southby and Bouchier got Hampshire off to was quite something. As we've got Bex Tyson returning from the pavilion end, as this one's driven back down the ground for another single. Franklin to 19.
Yeah, it was really nice to see those two get a massive score, because I think especially Maya Bouchier can be somewhat, I think, sort of criticised sometimes too heavily for you know, maybe getting out a bit easier, and I think she's a fantastic batter, and I think to see those two kick on was a great sight.
This one's sliced, and this should be caught by Adams at backward point. It is. There's the wicket that Hampshire wanted. It's Kira Chatley. She's gone for 81, and that is a big wicket in these last 7 overs. Bex Tyson picks up her first. Chatley came down the track and looking to loft it over the covers, only succeeded to slicing the catch to Georgia Adams at backward point. Not her usual fielding position, but takes the catch pretty safely. It's a 5th wicket down for Surrey. They're 254 for 5.
Interesting in the reaction from Adams and sort of the rest of the field, that it wasn't this massive jubilation of yes, we've got her. It was sort of like, yep, okay, good.
Finally,
you know,
we've got a wicket, sort of thing.
Goodness me, that's done. Yes, but still, good to get her out at any point, really.
Now we've got Callie Moore coming in, and as mentioned earlier, she can bat. She's not an out-and-out batter, probably more of a bowling all-rounder. But I mentioned last year seeing her and Alice Davidson Richards put on a match-winning partnership over at Beckenham for what turned out to be 7 Vipers' last ever game.
Oh wow!
In semi-final of the Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy. Davidson Richards got 90 odd not out. Callie Moore 50 or 60. And you just saw Southwick Stars, which is now the Surrey team, over the line with a few overs to go. So
interesting, yeah.
Hampshire, they need to keep pushing for these wickets. I mean, yes, Surrey are going to try and come at them a little bit more, try and get past that 300 mark, which they should do at this current rate. No,
but you never
just
know.
This current rate.
You never know. You never know. But hey, it probably is.
I'm just trying to see those tidy last couple of overs. As Bex Tyson is stumped first ball, no. Quick hands from Rihanna South. I thought that bowled her for a second.
Rihanna South was so quick. It's like, especially she stood in front of us here. You think, well, what's happened there?
Here's Tyson in once more. Left arm round the wicket from the pavilion end. This one's defended back up the pitch by Moore. Decent start to the over for Tyson. But yeah, those last couple of overs just going for 6 and 5 runs respectively. So maybe a little bit of pressure on Chatley trying to up the ante a little bit. As here's Tyson swept by Moore, not timed. Ava Lee will run round to her left. Oh. Can't quite pick it up cleanly, but Datani's there.
Does spin round on a bum when she did fall over. That was quite clever, actually.
From Ava Lee, another single to the total, 255 for 5. Slight change in the field for Phoebe Franklin. She's 19 off 19. Then we've got mid on, short fine leg inside the circle on the leg side. Got 3 inside the circle on the offside. Tyson, left arm round the wicket. Franklin moves across the stumps and sweeps well. Datani's racing to her right but can't catch up with that. Really good shot from feebly Franklin. Swept away for 4, 259 for 5 now, Surrey. She moved a long way across her stumps there. Almost like 2 sets of stumps across onto the offside. It was probably not far away from the wide line, actually, that one.
Not at all.
Swept it behind square.
And she signposted it quite early on, really. I'm surprised Bex Dyson wasn't able to just adjust slightly. You know, because that's where the brilliant bowlers are. They've just, you know, just seen that and going. Bex Dyson, she has that ability to sort of follow someone and, you know, make them make that mistake. But yeah, unfortunately, just not able to capitalise there. 259 for 5. Are you okay staying on, or do you need to scamper away and
stay on for a little bit longer? If you want me to stay on for a little bit longer.
If you want to stay on, we're pleased to have you no matter what. But I know you've got other duties today that you're sort of fulfilling. So
we'll just give a quick update. We've got the first T20 international between England men and Ireland over in Dublin, and from a Hampshire perspective, Liam Dawson is in that side, one of the 3 Hampshire contingent over there.
Fred Davies in, and oh, I think she's been bowled there. Absolutely brilliant on Moore. Fantastic. Again, it was so quick that I wasn't sure if she'd been stumped. I saw the bails fly off, but again, not a massive celebration from Hampshire, which is sort of surprising. You think you are sort of keeping them at a 250 mark at the moment. Absolutely brilliant from Davies. Fantastic there. And Moore will have to go for just 1.
Yeah, not quite sure what shot Callie Moore was trying to place that. Sort of caught in 2 minds, front foot or back foot, and in the end it's neither. And yeah, Freya Davies crashing into middle and leg stump there, and that's 2 wickets in 2 overs for Hampshire. A much needed comeback after some good partnerships earlier on. So a partnership of 81 between Monaghan and Jones, and then 89 between Alice Stapleton, Richardson and Kira Chatley, and then Chatley and Franklin partnership with 60 between them. But Hampshire putting on a late comeback, 2 wickets in 5 balls, 6 balls I think that is.
Yeah.
But we've got Jemima Spencer now, and I think she got a quick fire 60 on the other day against Durham in a rain affected game. So again, she's no slouch with the bat.
Not at all. And that's the thing with Surrey, they bat deep. So, you know, everyone that comes in, you think, oh, you've got a 50 not long ago, you've got a big 60, you've got huge scores, and you can absolutely smack it around for the last few overs as Davey comes in again. And this is just turned around onto the leg side, and they're already through for 1. Carry on with the good running of Surrey there, but it is just the 1.
Yeah, Jemima Spence last inning 68 off 63, with 8 boundaries against Durham.
Wow, that is pretty special. Well, 5 overs left after this one. Can Hampshire keep Surrey to under 300? We will see. I think the next over will be very key as Davies comes in again. That's leg side, but it's not, so it's been given a wide already, which is a shame. Just drifted down the leg side. A rare one really for Davies there.
He's bowled fairly tidily today. 2 for 31 from 8 overs, going under 4 and over, comfortably the most economical bowler of Hampshire's lineup today. Yeah, only a second wide today for Davies.
There's bowls, and that's much better line, and it's up in the air. Is someone going to be under it? No, it's going to land safely. Maya Boucher was doing absolutely her best work there to try and get back for it, but it was just a little bit too far away from her, but keeps it down to the 1.
I thought she got more of that than,
So
than
did
she
I.
did.
Yeah.
Phoebe Franklin. I was expecting that to go.
It sort of pinged off and then slowed.
But
I think the wind was kind of, it's coming sort of from behind us here over the top, and it kind of swirls around, so I think maybe it just caught us a bit. I'm trying to work out which way it goes, but every tree seems to be blowing in a different direction as Davies comes in again. Bowls, and this might just have been a wide on the offside, but it skimmed over the blue line, and they'll go for 1. 264.65 for 6. At this rate, they will be over the 300 mark. Chaseable, I think doable though for Hampshire from a batting point of view. The strength in their batting, if they can all stick around for a good period of time, absolutely doable still. So Davies in again. 2 balls left of this over. Bowls, and I think it was a slower ball because it seemed to take a long time to get up to Franklin there.
Yeah, maybe a back of the hander from Friday.
It almost felt like Franklin didn't really know what to do there. I think she was expecting such speed that she sort of went, oh, okay, I will just push that away from me.
Yeah, between Davies and Mary Taylor, a lot of the back of the hand slow balls from those two.
Davies once more. Last ball of the over. Oh, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, a signal straight away by the umpire. And Rihanna Southby sprawled on the floor as she did that. Almost got up with a bit of a limp there, but good hands. 266 for 6. She'll have to bowl another one. Is Wolfram.
That was well left as well by Frank. That wasn't far down the leg side.
It
almost could have
skimmed
clipped
her
her
leg.
pads.
I think it genuinely skimmed her pads, but she seemed to know it already. As Davies comes in, bowls, much better line. Oh, and this is up in the air and bowled. Very nicely done indeed. That was fantastically done. A nice way to finish off the over. If you've got a bowler wide, next one has got to be a wicket. Bookended that over. Let's see that again. Didn't quite see the beginning of that, but I think it was a bowled.
Yeah, bowled top of off from Davies. I think again another back of the hand slower ball, that maybe a bit more top spin on the ball, and yeah, just clipping top of off stump. Oh, really pinging off quite high. Off
well, that's why I almost thought she got like a little edge to it. And I was thinking, why did no one shouting catch? It's because she was already out.
Yeah, that's 3 wickets in 2 overs for Hampshire now, and yeah, 3 wickets left. 300, perhaps a little bit less likely, but it's still on the cards.
And that's what I like about this Hampshire team, is there's always a belief. They might not celebrate as much today because they're probably frustrated with themselves that it wasn't done sooner, but actually there's the belief. There's been 3 in the last 3 overs. They've kept it from 254 for 5 to 266 for 7. That's suddenly pressure is now on Surrey to say, well, if you want to kick it above 30, you've got to stick around.
Yeah, and we've got Bex Tyson continuing with her left arm spin. Again, another really tidy bowler today, 1 for 33 from her 8 overs. So a new batter is Priyanaz Chatterjee. Scotland international, played 14 one-day internationals, 57 T20 internationals for them, as Tyson's in left arm round. And a sweep from Jemima Spence, not given. LBW, nice smile from Bex Tyson. That one perhaps sliding down the leg side. Surrey, they still want 300 given the start they have, but this has been a really good comeback from Hampshire these last 2 or 3 overs. Here's Tyson, left arm round the wicket, switch hit from Jemima Spence. Maybe a bit of glove on that, or pad. Mary Taylor does the fielding. Another single taken. Just sorting out some logistics.
There's forever logistics going on in this com box. There's so much going on today. Honestly, I've not stopped.
Here's Tyson, bowls to Stonehouse, actually, is the new batter, not Chatterjee. Scoreboard has done us there.
It's a bit slow. Now you know how it feels when you're up here and you go, well, you kind of, sometimes you're ahead of it, sometimes you're behind it, and then sometimes you're ahead and you're not.
Here's Tyson, that just beats the edge of Stonehouse. Again, I almost thought that was bold. I was almost celebrating that one because Reece Southby has taken the bails off that quickly.
I love how flourishing she is when she takes those bails off. Honestly, she had to take about 4 steps to go and get one of the bails. It travelled to almost, about 2 strips over.
Tyson, left arm round the wicket. This one driven out to the offside. They think about a single. It's not there. Adams is there at extra cover. Another really good over from Bex Tyson. Just the 1 run off this so far. Still 1 ball to go. And, Tyson, left arm round. And this one off the outside edge of the bat. And Mary Taylor there at backward point runs in, prevents it from being a single. 267 for 7, Surrey. 4 overs to go here at Utilita Bowl in the semi-final of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Final being hosted again here at Utilita Bowl on Sunday. Winner of this game will face Lancashire, who won quite a thrilling game yesterday. I think they needed 9 off the last over. The Blaze needed 9 off the last over. Catherine Bryce was set on 124, I think. Got out second ball, and Grace Potts bowling through injury. I think she was sort of wincing with pain after every ball, but got the job done for Lancashire. That'll be Georgia Adams.
As Adams is in, right arm over the wicket, and there's a big reverse sweep attempt here, and it has beat the fielders, and that's going to run away for 4. And I think we can have a change in the commentary box. I think Phil Green is going to come and join me in a moment, making his way over. 271 for 7. Adams just waiting for the ball to be retrieved as it went clattering into the advertising boards. Spin your headphones around there, Phil. I wouldn't have been able to hear you.
I'm so used to being on that side.
That's all right.
Yeah, so thank you, Wes. Wes has got a more important job now, hasn't he?
Yes, he's going to get our lunch.
Absolutely.
As Adams comes in, and this is driven down the ground, and that's going to skip away for 4. Well struck by Spence. She meant business with that one.
Yeah, so Jemima Spence, I don't know if you've been commenting on, but she was listed to come in number 6, and they moved her down the order. But she is a specialist batter to be coming in so late. Young player just coming back from ACL injury.
Oh, I know the pitfalls of that. Adams once more. This again struck well, but found the fielder this time. What were you saying, sir?
No, I was saying she's very much a top order batter, even though she's coming in this position.
Yeah. Well, she's done well so far.
Yeah. And they'll still be looking at 300, but that might be a stretch now, but you never know.
Well, a boundary of both of the first balls is over. Puts them in good stead for that. As Adams comes in again. Balls, and this is straight. Oh, but diving Adams couldn't get there. There is a fielder on the boundary. Oh, and there was a big dive there from Freya Davies, but she just couldn't get there, and she lays in almost a Superman position on the floor.
There's been quite a few balls that have eluded the boundary fielders today. I'm not saying they've all been at fault. I think that was, Freya Davies didn't really have a chance there. The dive was more of a...
Captain, trying,
yeah, exactly that. I've got to dive, but I don't think she was ever going to get it.
No.
But some of the others have been ones that you'd sort of normally expect them to
or sort of palmed into the boundary.
Yeah.
Adams once more in. And this one is played straight to the fielder, and there's good hands of Abby Norgrove there. Oh, not quite a direct hit.
Would have been out with a direct hit. But that's the sort of risk they're going to take at this stage.
Absolutely. 281 for 1. I mean, yeah, it was a shame on that because it was thrown with such force that it sort of hit the hands of Adams, and she couldn't really do a lot there as it bounced away. But
no, she was going for the direct hit, not to throw it to the bowler.
One more ball left of this over, flighted by Adams. It's up in the air.
Should be out. Come on,
Maya Bouchier's underneath it, and it is out. Very nicely done there.
So that's the end of Spence. Who could have done a bit of damage in the last 3 overs. So that's another good wicket for Hampshire. They're chipping away at these wickets. Safe hands to Bouchier at long on. Yeah, Spence going for giving it everything there, but she didn't quite time that, and it was quite a comfortable catch to Bouchier.
Absolutely, and it's probably one of the easier ones that Maya Bouchier's had to deal with before. She thinks, I'm not going to miss that one, but
no, she's a pretty good fielder generally. I know she had that bad day for England, which was highlighted a lot at the time in the Ashes, but normally she's
I think she's one of the best fielders in the women's game.
Yeah, certainly at this level she is.
So 281 for 8, end of the over.
3 to go. We're going to have Becky Tyson coming in for her last over. She's got good figures at the moment. 1 for 34 from 9, which is a good effort in context of this innings. Coming in, this is chipped over the bowler's head by Stonehouse. Down to long off, or they just couldn't take a single. Didn't really go through with the shot, but enough power in it to take it over the bowler, and there's no one, of course, in the mid-off, mid-on region. Well, there is now for the new batter. Long off's coming up to mid-off, so we've got deep cover, deep mid, long on, and a deep backward squares, 4 out. Tyson, who's had very short spells, changing ends and changing times, but she got through 10 overs, but quite a fragmented session for her. This one's just dug out by Chatterjee. It was good full ball.
It's interesting. I think that she been bowling very differently at either end, but I feel like she's had a little bit more success at the pavilion end, but has been bowling at both.
This time Chatterley goes for the reverse sweep. She doesn't really get hold of it, but she gets enough bat on it to get it for a single.
And she signposted that with about
Yeah.
about an hour before. I mean, Mary Taylor was practically on top of her waiting for that ball to come up to her.
Yeah, the thing with that reverse sort of lap, you've got to premeditate it, obviously. It's whether the bowler can adjust in time. This one's swept, an orthodox sweep by Stonehouse. Going to be fine of square leg, and they'll come back comfortably for 2. I don't think they'll come for 3. No, they'll just settle for 2. Just Tatani, who seems to be really busy in the field today. A lot of the ball's gone to Tatani, and she's generally done well out there on that boundary. Got 2 more to Stonehouse. That 285 now for Surrey. Stonehouse up to 8, and Tyson slightly adjusts the fine leg fielder, gets her even finer. This one's
it's been
straight
bowled,
through,
brilliant.
and that's bowled a middle stump. Stonehouse was making a bit of room, trying to hit through the offside, and Surrey are in danger and not batting their 50 overs here. Deserved wicket for Tyson. She's bowled well today.
She has. I said that earlier. She's now picked up 2, especially in her early overs. There was a lot of promise and a few missed chances that were out of her hand. So really nice to see that she's got a few. And yes, you say, Surrey going from almost getting to 300. They still could get there. They're only 15 off, but they're almost kind of.
Well, they might not use the overs. You've got Danny Gregory coming in now.
Speed that it came into those. So Ricketts was watching on the replay there.
Yeah, in this spell, Tyson's bowling a lot quicker. She had some of the overs she bowled from this end. She actually bowled quite slow and flighted, but she's now bowling a more sort of traditional for the end of the innings and just firing it in. That was certainly quite a quick ball. Did it for pace as much as anything. Now I've got Danny Gregory with her batting gloves that match her kit, dark blue, or are they black? I'm not sure, but
yeah, they're different.
Dark blue gloves, I think.
Yeah, they've got like a white sort of
white
palm.
inner, yeah, like boxing gloves.
Yeah.
Anyway,
cool.
she's now on strike to Tyson, and works that away on the offside for 1. Danny Gregory, a leg spinner, of course, one of the leading bowlers in the competition this year in terms of wicket taking.
I've been impressed by the tail end of this innings by Hampshire. I think the resolve to keep going and keep looking for wickets it's been good to see, really. I think even when they've made the breakthroughs, they've kept going.
Yeah, they've as always changed the bowling a lot, but yeah, they've come back in. The innings fluctuated a bit. It looked like 240 was a decent score at one point, then we were talking 300, and we adjusted that slightly in our minds, all conjecture of course, and now 286 for 9 with 2 to go. Davies going to come in for her last over.
She is indeed. So in she comes, and she's picked up 3 for 38. So she's done well so far today. Good ball there, and that's defended nicely, and they won't run on that. A welcome dot ball for Hampshire. Gregory on 1. Chatterjee yet to get off the mark.
Always very distinctive, Gregory. I mean, so many of the girls, when they've got their helmets on, look very similar, hard to distinguish. But Gregory with those 2 plats, are they?
Yes. Good ball again, defended.
I'm not sure the correct term for.
I think they
that,
are.
but
They're plats.
Yeah, they're long
braids. As best I can
braids,
see.
plats. Yeah, but she's always very distinctive when she's in the field because they just hang down.
Yes, I think what she's done is put it in a ponytail, and then there might be, but I can't really tell.
No, she's got them.
She's got them flat to her head.
Yeah.
Long braids. As Davies comes in, and that's again defended. This is good bowling from Freya Davies. I like this. 3 dots so far. Even gives a little smile. I can see on the.
Probably best that I don't go into the style fashion chat here, as I'm going to be well out of my depth clearly very soon.
Not at all, not at all. So the signature towel being thrown to Mary Taylor. She just earned her, earned her towel.
Her turn to have the towel.
Off Davies, who says, "Yeah, you can have this. I've got some bowling to do." Once more in again. Gregory on strike. Good ball, and this is defended. They're going to try for 1. My Boucher's on it, and an overthrow over the top does mean that they get 1. Yeah, I think My Boucher normally has success with her sort of direct hits on the overarm throw, just an underarm kind of looped above the stumps.
Yeah, she's I think there possibly would have been a runner had she hit, but she was aiming at one stump basically
Yeah, that
from
is
side
hard.
on. So batsmen have to take those risks at this stage.
Davies in once more. 2 balls left of this over. In and
That's
stumped fantastically. What a bowl. That was absolutely brilliant. Nicely
Yeah.
done by Freya Davies.
Davies nice and full. Chatterjee trying to go across the line, and Hero mid wicket. So Surrey do feel short of 50 overs. All out in the 49th over for 287. So I think Hampshire will be reasonably happy with that in the end. They were probably looking at chasing over 300 at one point, but it's still going to be a difficult chase. They're slightly lighter in the batting than is sometimes the case. So yeah, some of these players at the top of the order will have to stand up, and it needs a big scorer, a 70 or an 80 or 100 from somebody really to chase this sort of score. And you normally would need 2 batters to make substantial contributions chasing this sort of total. But that's it for the first innings. We'll be back at whenever it starts, 20
Absolutely.
minutes or
We're
so.
going to take a break, and please join us when Hampshire come out to try and beat the 287 that Surrey have put down.
Yeah, I mean, off the mark first ball. Yeah, that one slightly wider than Stonehouse would have wanted to start, perhaps looking to shape the ball back into these right-handers.
Left arm over, Stonehouse comes in bowled, and again it's the same line, it's the same result. The umpire just stretching his arms to signal yet another wide, so she needs to straighten up, trying to get that shape that you mentioned there, Wes, but you know, a tighter line would be preferable, you would think, for that shape to take place.
I was thinking that she'd try and shape it in, but that one looked almost as like it went away from, from
yeah.
the right-hander actually. Slip in place, gully. 2 out on the leg side.
Stonehouse in again, bowls, and it's straighter, and this time flat back it in the air, oh, just over the fielder at a long on, and the ball doesn't reach the boundary, and they come back for 2. That was over the head of the fielder position there, who is Jemima Spence. That's a risky shot first up from the Hampshire batters there, Southby.
Yeah, I thought that was going straight into the hands of Junior Spence at mid-on, but yeah, as you say, just almost fingertips on that one. But yeah, slightly risky from Southie, but she's underway.
Stonehouse will be encouraged by that. She comes in left arm over the wicket, bowls now, and just chopped into the gully region by Rihanna Southby for no run. So Hampshire 4 without loss after 2 legitimate balls. Quite a tight field here. In the first 10 overs, obviously just 2 outside of the 30-yard circle, who are both on the leg side. One positioned at a sort of deep square leg and the other behind square on the leg side. Slip, gully, a tight ring on the offside as bowler Stonehouse comes in again, bowls, and it's a full toss, and that's driven nicely down the ground. And a misfield there by the lady who had just stopped the ball on the previous sort of delivery that come to Jemima Spence. And the ball goes for 4, and Hampshire move on to 8 without loss after 3 deliveries, given there were 2 wides in the first 2 balls. Full toss from Stonehouse there that was pleasantly driven down the ground by Rihanna Southby.
Yeah, really nice shot from Southby. Stonehouse, as you say, just over pitching, low full toss, and yeah, Spence got a hand to it but couldn't quite stop the 4.
But she'll be encouraged, I think, Stonehouse, with this line, even though it's cost her a few runs. And again, she bowls, and it's shorter, and it's cut around the leg side. Beautiful shot by Southby that races away to the point boundary. Poor ball from Stonehouse. It's an expensive start by the Hampshire seamer, by the Surrey seamer. Hampshire moved to 12 without loss after 4 deliveries.
Yeah, that's one of Rhys Southby's strongest shots, because she's quite short. She does like that, those pull and cuts, and yeah, she tried to pull one early on, almost got caught, but yeah, this back of a length from Stonehouse, short and wide, and Rhys Southby isn't missing that.
Scored 58 in the last match in that great stand with Maya Bouchier, who scored 93 in that big win versus Durham. Let's see if that can be repeated by these 2 batters here against Surrey, as Stonehouse comes in again, bowls, and again, oh, full stars, a beautiful Yorker, well dug out by Southby. I thought it'd beaten her at one point, but she gets the bat down on it at the last moment, digs it out for no run, 12 without loss still.
Yeah, good comeback from Stonehouse. Southby nearly chopping onto her own stumps there, but it's been a good start, good first over for Hampshire. A couple boundaries, a couple extras to help, and yeah, 288 the target for a place in the final here again at Utilita Bowl on Sunday.
Stonehouse in again. Last ball of this over, crashing drive through the offside, well fielded in the cover region by Alice Monaghan. That's the end of that over, 12 without loss.
Yeah, good first over for Hampshire. Southby 10 off 6. A couple of runs coming from wides to start with from Stonehouse. Yeah, just wonder how Hampshire will approach this chase, because 288 is a fairly big total. Certainly not one that Hampshire will be too worried about. If it was over 300, then probably certainly in Surrey's favour, but certainly after this start, 12 off the first over, settling some nerves perhaps of these 2 openers. But if these 2 can do what they did, as you say, Sanjit, at Durham, when they put on 150, maybe even 170 in that chase there, then yeah, Hampshire will go a long way to winning this game.
Yeah, 152 opening stand between these two. 300 is a psychological barrier, keeping him, as you say, keeping Surrey under that 300 mark. Now let's see if that changes the way they approach it, whether they just play their normal game, trusting in the way that they've been performing of late, and putting the runs on the board that takes Hampshire towards that final. We'll see, Wes.
It's going to be Alice Monaghan, the former Hampshire, former Vipers player, to open the bowling from the pavilion end. She's in, and this one's worked away off the leg side by Maya Boucher. She's off the mark first ball, goes down to fine leg and off the mark straight away with a single.
Are there any other players who've been at Hampshire or the Vipers that are on display for Surrey here today, Wes?
I don't know if there's any on the pitch, but Surrey signed a little while ago Rachel King, Vipers Academy wicketkeeper, and I think she was on the academy this year. I think she got picked up in sort of June, July sort of time. Yeah, really promising wicketkeeper batter, and yeah, really pleased that she's got a rookie contract. It's like a shame it's not with Hampshire. Here's one in again, this one down the leg side, and Safi goes to clip that away but leaves it alone. It's another wide. It's already the third of this inning. We've only had 7 legitimate balls bowled. Hampshire 14 for no loss.
Yeah, Surrey just need to make sure they get their line legal, if you like, just to make sure that the score very quickly could run away if they continue to bowl no balls and wides in this case.
Here's one, and this one attempted cut from Southby, goes through to keeper Kira Chatley, and I mentioned earlier that is one of her stronger shots, but obviously being quite short, it does almost tend to get a little bit big on her.
Chatley batted well, didn't she? For Surrey, kept that rate going. In fact, got it to climb. Nanirasek sort of, I know she was out, but kind of ran out partners a little bit. It's good shape now that they've got that. Has got a line starting on off stump and moving away slightly. That's a dangerous line for a right-hander, given these conditions as well. The wind has picked up a little bit, but again, it'd be interesting to see. Surrey, as we said earlier, had won the toss and decided that they were going to bat first. We'll soon to see whether that was the right decision or not.
Monaghan in once more, right arm over, bowls to Southby, and another. That's 3 in a row from Monaghan, hand on her head. 3 attempted cuts from Southby, 3 plays and misses. Alice Davidson-Richards is smiling there at slip. She knows she's going to get a chance. And you see, we can see her practicing the catches to either side. Got a sort of a deep gully. It might be Chatterjee there.
I mean, they are some of the most extravagant practice slip catches I think I've ever seen. It's a fantastic effort. It's like Strictly Come Dancing at slip by Alice Davidson-Richards.
It's starting again soon, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Getting the audition in for next year. Oh, the scoreboards have gone off now, which is not great. Here's Monaghan in, driven back down the ground from Southby, but Monaghan gets a hand on it. It's another dot ball. Really good start this from Alice Monaghan. 3 dots in a row.
And bearing in mind she'd given up a wide second ball, that's come back, and she's got a line tight now to Rihanna Southby, who needs to work out what shots she's going to play. You said earlier, Wes, that the cut is a strong shot. She hit Stonehouse for a very good 4 square of the wicket in the last over, but distinct lack of feet moving currently.
Yeah, she gets more into her innings. Here's Monaghan, this one short and pulled away by Southby down to the fielder at deep fine leg. Be a single, brings Boucher back on strike for the last ball of the over. She's only faced 1 ball so far. Southby 11 off 10.
Has there been much chatter around about Maya Boucher not making the England squad among the Hampshire ranks?
Not massively, I don't think. She's had a pretty good season for Hampshire. She's Hampshire's leading run scorer in this competition, with 471 runs, average of just under 43, best of 93 not out in that game against Durham. Batted really well there. I think obviously given the winter she had, certainly not the showing she would have wanted to put in that Ashes winter, but she's certainly performed well for Hampshire this season, and although she's missed out on this World Cup, there's still, I think there's a tour to New Zealand in the winter.
Alexa Stonehouse again bowls, and it's on the leg stump, and this time Southby just pulls that into the leg side where it's fielded, just off the boundary rope there by Emma Jones for 1. Hampshire, yes, move on to 16 without loss. But that was true of a lot of, well, pretty much everybody in that
I guess
England
so, yeah.
side. So, that was kind of the basis for my question, really. I mean, she hasn't made it, and I wonder if they've given her the, what she needs to work on and the advice that she needs, or is it a moving on? I mean, I guess time will tell. But her job here in front of us is to get Hampshire over the line as Alexa Stonehouse comes again on the leg side and flicked into that leg side by Southby for 1, where it's fielded in the second of the 2 fielders who are outside the 30-yard circle in these first 10 overs. Yeah, so it's interesting to see what happens, to her, and her loss is Hampshire's gain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the opening partnership of Amy Jones and Tanya Beaumont in that ODI side had a really good series against the West Indies.
Stonehouse in again, bowls over the wicket, full and dug out this time by Southby. It was an attempted Yorker, got a line slightly wrong outside the off stump, but she bowled a very good one in the previous over, so that's clearly in her locker.
Yeah,
so back to Maya.
Yeah, I think the only way she can obviously get back into that England side is by scoring a weight of runs for Hampshire for 7 brave in the 100, and she's, as I said, she's Hampshire's leading run scorer in this competition, and just the likes of Emma Lamb with nearly 800 runs.
Stonehouse in, bowls and short and pulled away beautifully in front of square on the leg side. That's no point chasing that. That's gone all the way for 4. Good shot by Rihanna Southby. She moves on to 16 or 14 balls. She started off as the aggressor in this Hampshire reply to that 287 by Surrey.
Yeah, I mentioned Southby does like the short ball, likes the pull and cut, and the slip's already come out for Southby, and Stonehouse perhaps not getting her length quite right more than anything here, sometimes a little bit too short to Southby, allowing that cut we saw in the last over and that pull just now.
Let's see if she adjusts her line and length in this next delivery. She approaches the crease now and bowls, and it's no short again. This time pulled into the leg side, it's up in the air, beautifully caught on the boundary, or just off the boundary. What a great catch that was by Emma Jones, diving to her left off another short ball by Alexa Stonehouse. Rihanna Southby is going to be disappointed. That was one of her shots, Wes, as you've been saying, bread and butter. She got it maybe high up on the bat, but it certainly didn't travel the distance that she wanted it to. And Emma Jones has taken a fantastic catch to leave Hampshire losing their first wicket at 21 off in just the 3rd over.
Yeah, it's been a quick start by Hampshire, and as I say, Sanjay Southby the main aggressor of the 2 so far, and yeah, that one perhaps almost slightly too short, looking to hook the ball in the air, and a really good catch from Emma Jones, as to be said, almost not quite one-handed, but I thought it almost spilled out at the last second when she hit the ground, but did really well to control that and take that catch, and that's a pretty big wicket for Surrey. Resale, I think she got 3 50s this season, obviously coming off the back of a 57, I think it was, against Durham.
That brings the captain to the crease, Georgia Adams. I thought in the bowling innings she might have bowled herself a little bit too much. Was expensive at any rate, so here's a chance to try and redeem herself if that is what she needs to do. But right hand bat comes in to join the experienced Maya Boucher. Adams also with vast amount of experience, cricketing heritage in her blood, with Chris Adams, the former Sussex and Hampshire and England batter being her father. Stonehouse would be buoyed by that. It wasn't a particularly good ball, but it did get the desired result of the wicket of Rihanna Southby. Let's see what she can do here. The last ball of this over, she comes in bowls now, and it's full and on the back foot, defended stoically by Georgia Adams. End of that 3rd over, 21 for 1.
Yeah, perhaps sort of bowling to a field there, Stonehouse. We mentioned those 2 out on the leg side, down at deep fine leg and deep square leg, sort of almost trying to tempt Southby into that pull shot. And yeah, she's just got it probably about head high, probably pretty much where you want it for a bouncer. You don't see too many bouncers in women's cricket. I know Lauren Bell's been bowling quite a few of them. this year, but haven't been too many bowlers that have actually tried to bang it in short, hit the batter on the helmet, and yes, it's worked out well for Stonehouse today.
Yeah, a lot skiddier in the women's game. We saw that when Hampshire bowled.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan to bowl her second over from the pavilion end, bowling to Maya Boucher, and this one's a slash outside off stun. There's an appeal from Monaghan. Keeper not that interested, as that one just shaped away from Monaghan. Not much footwork from Boucher there, as it was quite wide, and yeah, foot going not necessarily towards the ball, as she then practices it, moving her foot towards the ball, try and get those feet going, doing a bit of jumping and bend of the knees there, as a couple taps of the bat now. Monaghan begins her run again, running towards us from the pavilion end. Bowls to Boucher, this one driven out to mid-on, there's no run.
Yeah, we've dealing very much in what's in front of us at the moment, because both of the scoreboards have gone blank. Not sure if it's ironic, I suppose, that Utilita is the sponsor of the ground, given the screens are blank. I don't think it's a bill payment issue. Where's is it?
Certainly not. Here's Monaghan. This one is dropped at mid-wicket.
Oh.
Boucher has a life on 2, and I thought that was going. I thought she got the gap there, but just off the toe end of the bat, and can't quite see that is there at mid-wicket, but above the head.
It's a straightforward catch going into the hands of Phoebe Franklin. And that, are they going to rue that drop? Sorry, it was a straight in, straight out over her head at mid-wicket.
Yeah, you do not want to drop a player of Maya Boucher's calibre. Here's Monaghan once more. Bowls this one driven, and this could be out this time, and is. He chips it straight to Bryony Smith at mid-off, and Boucher's second life lasts just 1 ball. She's gone for 2, and Hampshire 21 for 2 in pursuit of 288. Not the start they would have wanted, Sanjay.
Phoebe Franklin, the most relieved person in this ground, I would think, at the moment, having dropped such a simple chance. There are times, where that drop is a very costly thing with runs being scored, but thankfully this time round it was not to be the case. Same ball from Alice Monaghan, full and driven and mistimed by Boucher in the air, and as Wes said, that went straight into the hands of the Surrey fielder, and Hampshire 21 for 2 chasing a score. We said 300 plus was going to be a tough ask. When you're 21 for 2 chasing 287, it's just got tougher.
Yeah, but Freya Kemp, new to the crease, been some pretty good form of late, got 100 against the Blaze. I think that was back in July, I think that was before the 100.
Yeah, 109 she got there. She's got a strike rate of nearly 124 with an average of 69. So she's in good nick across this competition. But as Surrey did, every time they lost a wicket, they bedded down, rebuilt as a partnership, and then one of them or both of them went on and scored a bigger run. So this is what Hampshire got to do. They've just got to put that behind them, and
Monaghan to Kemp. Pulls this one out into the leg side. There's runs here. Don't think it will go all the way. We'll come back for a couple. Emma Jones, a sliding stop there. About 5-10 yards in from the boundary rope. So Freya Kemp off the mark straight away with a couple of runs.
Yeah, I don't think they just need to just build this partnership now. It's important time for Hampshire. A couple of early wickets for Surrey, and a couple more would really put them on the front foot. Interesting to see how Hampshire approach the next 10 to 15 overs or so.
There's still a lot of batting to come for Hampshire. Abby Norgrove in next. Nancy Harmon, Naomi Datani is Monaghan, and that's a wide ball signalled by umpire Gabby Brown at the pavilion end. So Freya Kemp, she went looking for that one, but even Freya Kemp, the long levers can't quite reach that one.
What is that? What are the left-hand, right-hand quantities in this side? Where's is it? Majority right-handers.
Majority right. I think Freya Kemp is the only left-hander in the side. Actually, Naomi Datani as well, coming in at number 6 or 7, as Kemp drives through the offside, doesn't find the gap. It's a good diving stop by the fielder at cover. And it's a dot ball to end a successful over for Alice Moran and for Surrey. Hampshire 24 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, very nice strategy, getting the congratulations and from the rest of her teammates for a good tumbling stop, quite tight in on the offside at the cover point sort of region. She trot over to position in the gully for the second over of the day, well, third over from Stonehouse. Are you off, Wes?
I'm off. I'm going to leave you, and Phil Green is going to take my place.
So Alexa Stonehouse then, with her third over from this hotel end. She's already got a wicket so far. She comes in again to bowl to Georgia Adams over the offside. That's a great shot. Sorry, I was trying to work something out and realised I should have been telling you actually that Georgia Adams rocked back onto the back foot and pulled the ball all along the ground square of the wicket for 4 off the bowling of Alexa Stone. Phil, how are you?
Yeah, good. Enjoyed my lunch, thank you.
Yeah, what did you have?
I went for the chili and cheese option.
Very good, yeah.
What did you do?
I went, well, cheese was also part of mine, but coronation chicken.
Okay.
Protein, I thought.
Excellent.
You know, so
Excellent
get
choice.
that in. So what do you think? Early wickets have gone down.
Well, good news for Hampshire is the run rate's good.
Yeah, that is true.
But the wickets column, not so good.
So that's in bowls and just squirted out into the offside midfield there in the gully region by Kelly Moore. That's come down, and Georgia Adams scampers back for 2. She moves on to 6. Kemp is on 2. She's just joined us, and 30 for 2. Hampshire chasing that 287. Run rate is good. Lots of early wickets. I mean, they bat deep, Hampshire.
Well, not as deep as sometimes, I'll be honest, but we've obviously got good players, or established batters coming in at 6 and 7. Everyone can bat at this level, let's be honest. You know,
Stonehouse in
full-time
again,
players.
bowls full and hits her on the pad on the leg side. Big appeal from pretty much everybody, but the umpire not interested. Looked very leg side. Georgia Adams just practicing the shot she was planning on playing, which was a clip into the vacant mid wicket area. The 2 boundary riders are on the leg side here, one at a deep square leg and the other deep fine leg, so there's a lot of room on the leg side for singles if Georgia Adams wants it. And Stonehouse in again, bowls and short on the leg side, and she pulls it through to one of those 2 boundary riders who just fields it quite easily. Emma Jones, who took that great catch earlier to dismiss Rihanna Southby, she flings the ball in, one bounce to the keeper. Hampshire move on to 31 for 2, and it brings the left-handed Freya Kemp onto strike. What will that mean from a change of field,
well,
Phil?
it's interesting. I was going to say to the right-hander that she had 2 fielders out on the leg side, but the only 2 allowed out, and it would suggest that she's trying to swing the ball in, but she actually most of the time has bowled quite wide of off stump. So in terms of the left-hander, we've got a deep square and a third.
Stonehouse into the left-hander bowls, and it's on the off stump, and it's just squirted out to a vacant, through a vacant gully to the fielder who's positioned at thirders, just off the boundary there, just for a single. She moves on to 3.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure Stonehouse what line she is trying to bowl, if I'm honest, because the field would suggest to say that she's trying to bowl sort of leg side-ish, but she tended to go outside off stump. So.
Last ball of the over comes in bowls, and it's just on the stumps, and Freya and Georgia Adams onto the back foot, just pushes it into the fielder who's on ball cleaning duty for Surrey, and that is Phoebe Franklin. As I said, the most relieved person in the ground after she dropped.
Absolutely,
My
'cause it was a fairly comfortable catch, I think, to be polite, wasn't it?
Correct. 32 for 2 after 5.
It was the sort of catch you throw to somebody and just to give the ball back to the bowler, almost. But anyway, as you say, Sanjay, very relieved as the next ball, Bouchier decided to give someone else the opportunity, and it was taken gratefully by the captain, Bryony Smith. So we're going to have Monaghan again. She had a good day today, opening the batting and bowling.
Yeah.
Getting a good game for Surrey.
Right, the theme tune, the theme tune, as they say.
into the left-handed Kemp, and that's short, and Kemp's pulled it. And that's going to bounce once before it goes over the rope and mid-wicket. That's a very short ball, and Mona's not really got the pace to bowl that length, and Kemp seemed to have a lot of time then to wait for it and swat it over a very sparsely populated leg side.
Yeah, that's something that Hampshire didn't do. And they did keep the ball
Early
very
on,
full.
Early on, they bowled
yeah,
very full
yeah.
indeed. Yeah.
Testing the middle of the pitch is probably something that Surrey should keep to a minimum at this point.
Although they've got a wicket with it, of course, already.
There is that.
With Southby. But yeah, probably not what they're looking for, because they haven't got the field set for that either. So Monaghan in again to Kemp. This is Fuller, and she just tucks it into the leg side, but it's not going to produce a run. This is fielded by Emma Jones.
Yeah, it's an attacking field that Surrey have set. Obviously, just two outside, one on the leg side, one on the offside, outside the 30-yard circle. But it's a tight ring that Surrey have placed here. So the Hampshire batters have certainly got to play some aggressive shots to be able to get some runs.
Monaghan in again. This time Kemp just on the back foot. Just point out one thing, Sanjay. I know that you normally look at the men's game. It's 25-yard circles in women's.
Oh, the 25.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You see.
It's so a slight difference. One of the adjustments that's made for the women's game.
You learn something every day.
It doesn't sound like a big difference when you go to a game and the circle's wrong. To a women's game, you notice straight away that it's too deep because it's set from sometimes a previous game. Monaghan in again. This one's turned away by Kemp. Down to fine leg and will be picked up there. Stonehouse down there on the boundary, but they'll come back for two.
I suppose that's in relation to the boundaries coming in slightly as well.
Well, there is that. I mean, lots of things are slightly different in the women's game. I know there's lots of people think everything should be the same, but the ball's slightly smaller, obviously, and also even things like the protected area is the line for that is a slightly different distance. It's a 6-inch difference. So there's little things that are slightly different in the women's game in terms of measurements. Monaghan in again. This one's short again, and Kemp's repeated that shot. This one might have gone all the way, I think. Yes, it has. No one bounced this time. It's bounced over. It's landed over the rope, hit the elm tree sign. Other sign writers are available, of course. Yeah, that's a good confident shot from Kemp. To be honest, Freya Kemp always bats like this, regardless of the situation. You know, if they were 30 for 5, she would be doing this because that's the way she plays. And from the opposition's point of view, she's a very dangerous player. They've now adjusted the field by moving that field around to square her, but she's still nowhere near where the ball's actually been hit at the two boundaries. But she is squarer now, and a short fine's come in, short fine leg, as Monaghan comes in again. And this time Kemp's on the front foot, drives it, but with no real power up to mid-on, where Captain Bryony Smith fields at the end of the over. Hampshire at the end of 6 overs are 44 for 2. So as we were saying, the run rate's good, but 2 wickets in the wickets column. Kemp's on 15 and Adams on 7.
If you are going to bang the ball in halfway down and get pulled in front of the square, showing the lack of pace in the pitch, you would suggest that the other fielder outside the 25-yard circle, Kelly Moore, who's positioned at deep point, is pretty redundant as a position because whilst it might be short, there's the width required to get the ball down to there isn't being given to the batters. And
the lack of pace, as you say, means the ball's always going to go further in front of the square, as evidenced by the wicket that fell with Southby, because that was caught in front of square, not even though it was a genuine short ball.
Change of bowling here. It is Phoebe Franklin who's going to replace Alexa Stonehouse, who's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 26. Field is pretty much the same as it was for Stonehouse as Franklin in bowls, and just pushed back to her by Georgia Adams, who's practicing a shot wider of where the ball ended up, which was back in the bowler's hands. There's an opportunity to maybe push that into the offside for single, and that's something that Surrey did do well at this particular stage. They rotated the strike.
They ran very well, Jones and Monaghan.
False start.
Probably with all due respect to the two batters, and they're probably more equipped to, Jones and Monaghan more equipped to the short single than these two.
As Phoebe Franklin starts again. Short run, bustling, runs up, bowls, fall outside the off stump. Another wide given by the umpire. That's the 5th maybe of this short innings.
There's been a lot of wides.
Yeah, there was a bit of swing there as well. I mean, Stonehouse's left arm across, pushing it away from the right-handers. With this one, started wide, swung a bit. Good take by the keeper.
Keeper stood up to the wicket. There was also one delivery, I think it was when Southby was facing, which would have been a wide had she not stretched and got a bat on it. So they've offered a bit of width of the Surrey bowlers.
Some sort of shoe-related delay
taking
place. Phoebe Franklin might be a lace maybe, but she's getting some assistance from Alice Davidson-Richards, who is paying some attention to whatever's going on with her right boot.
Yeah, she's doing some repair work on the boot.
There's a bit of brushing action taking place at the moment.
She was a cobbler in a previous life.
Exactly. Maybe. Well, maybe. Yeah. And then now she just put a mark down for it. That all seems to be in order for Phoebe Franklin as she comes into bowl now over the wicket, full on the stumps and pushed by Georgia Adams back to the cobbler. ADR, who just
she's now going to be known.
She's now known. We've gone from a real name to ADR, and now we're going to call her the cobbler. And she just fires that back into.
She's been moving up to play for Northamptonshire.
Exactly. Nicely done. Franklin again approaches the wicket, bowls full, and George Adams this time just pushes it into the offside for a single. Misfield by the closer in of the two on the offside. No danger of a second because the fielder on the Kelly Moore on the boundary, or just off the boundary at cover point, was quick off the mark and throws it in. Just a single. Hampshire move on to 46 for 2. Adams on 8. Kemp has quickly gone to 15 off 9 balls. Been the aggressor of the two in this short partnership. Run rates at just over 7, so plenty as far as that's concerned, as Franklin comes in bowls full and Kemp covers up and just pushes it into the offside where it's fielded by Alice Monaghan. No run there. Yeah, the run rate is important, but keeping these wickets in hand is going to be vital for Hampshire to chase down the score.
Classic situation where you've got to score quickly without taking risks, which is always a difficult combination.
Yeah. Franklin in again then. Bowls and it's on the leg side, and great shot by Kemp. She just gets her bat on there, just uses the pace on the ball to get it down to the boundary for 4. Nicely batted by Freya Kemp. She's looking in good touch.
You were saying earlier on, Sanjay, about potential England players in the Hampshire setup, and Freya Kemp of course has been in and around the England team, and I think the England hierarchy would love to see her back bowling to give them that all-round option, because she entered the game as an all-rounder.
Yeah.
But I know they're very keen to get a left-handed batter into the top of the order.
In comes Franklin again, bowls, and it's the beautiful shot by Freya Kemp. No feet movement at all. She didn't need to because the ball was right underneath her eyes, and she just drives it beautifully down the ground for 4. She looks in great touch. Hampshire move on to 54 for 2 after 7. And Amelia is going to come in and replace me, Phil.
Okay. Yeah, so interesting start all round here with runs flowing, but 2 wickets, both the openers, Hampshire openers back in the pavilion. We're going to have another bowling change. I think this is Kaylia Moore coming on at the far end. Yes, it is. Kaylia Moore. Hello, Amelia.
Hello, Phil. Hello, everyone.
And Kaylia Moore, the off-spinner, coming on for the first time, rather, from the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion end. And she's going to be bowling to Georgia Adams. So Kaylia Moore from Kent originally, playing for Surrey. In she comes, and Adams is down the wicket straight away, and actually got an outside edge as she tried to turn it on the leg side, and it's run away on the offside. which allows them to come through for a single. And yeah, interesting first few overs. Complete contrast to the Surrey innings, which started much more sedately, but only 1 wicket had fallen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I went out to make a few phone calls, came back and missed about 3 overs, and we'd had 2 wickets. And it's a real shame, actually, to see Southby and Boucher fall so quickly, because they're such fantastic batters, and when they really get going, and I love watching them there.
And off a big partnership last game out, of course,
absolutely,
as well,
yeah.
those two. But Boucher certainly gave a chance and almost catching practice, which was dropped, and then next ball did the same thing, chipped it up again. So yeah, not her finest day, but we know what a great player she is. More in now round the wicket to Kemp, and Kemp drives on the leg side, but no great power, and that's not going to get past the short mid wicket, which is Phoebe Franklin. No run.
For those of you that are in the ground, then the scoreboards have gone. It is 55 for 2. Adams is on 9. Kemp's on 23. I'll try and keep you updated.
Yeah, the scoreboards are off for a while now. Kemp on the back foot this time, but again, same result, straight to Phoebe Franklin at mid wicket. There's a few more people in the ground now, isn't there? It's still fairly sparse, I'd have to say.
Well, the weather's not helping, I don't think.
The weather's not helping. It's been like the same all day, just dull. But the weather, that is, not the crowd.
All the cricket.
All the cricket, indeed. More in again. Kemp just defends that one on the offside, so good start here from Moore. Just gone for 1 run in her first 4 balls. Kaylia Moore, say originally from Kent, but now plying her trade with Surrey. Used to play at Canterbury. And again round the wicket, and Kemp, that's beaten there. She's got an outside edge, or that was outside edge or pad, but it's run away down to short third, no run.
Yeah, I think it was edge, but I know what you mean. It was so close that you can't really tell.
Certainly beat her anyway, away. And coming in, can she finish the over off? Well, more. Kemp pulls, no she hasn't, that's the answer, because it was short and Kemp's pulled this but straight, and she's found that gap between mid on and the deep mid wicket and to the boundary out in front of the Shane Warne stand for another boundary to Kemp, who's moved very quickly onto 27 from just 17 balls. 5 from Kaylia Moore's first over, and Hampshire score is 59 for 2 from 8.
And what the Hampshire batsman in the winner will actually currently sort of maybe be unaware of, I think there has been a temporary scoreboard just coming up over the groundsman's dugout, just so that they can see what's going on.
There is, although it's showing the score's 0 at the moment. So
yes, well,
it's not a lot of use right now.
But they will be unaware that they're actually well above the run rate. The required run rate is 5.4, and they're currently at 7.3. So if they can carry on like this,
absolutely,
very ahead of it. As the first ball is just defended by Adams.
Yeah, what you need is one of those portable scoreboards, like old-fashioned ones with numbers on. You know,
yes.
All the electrics aren't working, so
just with the old flip.
Get somebody out with the tins, as they call it in some parts of the world.
Just big chalkboard at this rate.
Yeah.
But yes, Adams is on strike again. Ball comes in and that beat the bat, and there was a moment where I think every Hampshire.
It's gone inside actually, between bat and pad. Yeah.
Adams at least smiled, so she's not too worried about it.
It's beaten the inside edge.
But positive there from Franklin. If you're watching on the stream, it is a little behind. We have had 2 balls. I don't think the ball over count is going. Franklin, swept very nicely by Adams. And they're straight out to the fielder, but they only get 1 for it, which is a shame, because it pinged off the bat and it looked like it was going well for 4.
He's picked the fielder out there, but possibly could have come back for a second, because the fielder didn't field it cleanly, but they just settled on the 1.
Hampshire 60 for 2.
And the scoreboard, the temporary scoreboard, is seem to be working now. I think they're 1 out on the score, but close enough.
Franklin in again, and this is up in the air, well over the head of long off, and that's gone for 4, I think. It just bounced.
No, it's gone
6.
All the way. It's gone
fantastic
all the way.
there from Kemp. She does like that shot.
Oh, she thing is, as we know, if Freya Kemp stays in for a while, this score is going to mount up very quickly. She bats like this, regardless of the situation. It's her way, and very entertaining it is.
And that's what's great to see, is that there's no pressure on her. You know, she could have come in at 3 and gone, oh my goodness, 2 of, you know, my counterparts have gone, I've got to completely rebuild an innings, we've got 288. She just goes, nope, do you know what, it's okay, I've got this.
Well, yes, it's the way she plays.
Franklin in again. This is swept leg side, and that has gone for 4. It was brilliantly picked up by Kemp, just sort of guided behind her slightly, and that moves the total on to 70 for 2.
Very rapidly, and Kemp up to 37 already. She's only been in 19 balls, only faced 19 balls.
Franklin will be a bit disheartened. She's seen 11 go off this over.
So far, yeah.
Still got 1 to go.
And Franklin's very medium pace, and that's not derogatory, it's just sort of stating the fact, really.
So, in she comes, last ball of the over. Driven down, but will get stopped at mid-off.
So, yes, I think, as we've said several times today, I'm not sure which team will be happier right at the minute. Surrey have obviously got the 2 wickets, but they'll be concerned at the rate that Kemp in particular is scoring here, and they're going to be looking to ways to stop that, stem that flow. They've got bowling options, of course. You've got Danny Gregory, who's a regular wicket taker in this competition. Emma Jones is a seamer. In fact, it was always originally regarded more as a seamer than a batter, but now of course bats at 3. And Kaylee Moore is bowling now, and Bryony Smith, the captain herself, and of course Alice Davison Richards. So plenty of bowling options. I remember when we were a game at Surrey, maybe last season, when everyone in the Surrey side could bowl, and did, I think, on the day, except for the keeper. So this is Kaylee Moore in the game from the pavilion end, and Adams drives hard back to the bowler, and Freya Kemp had to quickly turn on her heels and get back in her ground in case there was that deflection, which we've seen cost Elise Perry a wicket a couple of times this year, but didn't happen on this occasion. Moore in, Adams down the wicket again, trying to hit through the offside, but that may have turned a bit, but it certainly found the inside edge, and it's actually rolled out to mid-wicket. No run. So Adams looking to get down the wicket here. Use her feet at Moore. This time's a bit shorter, and Adams able on the back foot and force that ball out to the deep mid boundary.
Yeah, I really like the way these two are working together. I think Kemp's quite happy to sort of go a bit bigger and really chase it. 50-run partnership already. It's only taken 25 minutes, 35 balls, largely down to Freya Kemp, but Adams has picked up the rear on 11 of those. Yeah,
as you say, it's a partnership, and they complement each other well at the moment. Right and left-handed, of course, as well, which helps, but also batting at slightly different tempos. But the overall result is working pretty well for Hampshire. Moore in now round the wicket, and Kemp on the back foot, and this time she's going to settle for a single as she plays it out to mid-wicket boundary.
But what's nice to see as well is that these two have very much taken on the same principles that Surrey did, of just trying to keep rotating that strike. You know, if one wants to go big, then go big, but actually trying to find a single on every single ball where you can really keeps that strike rate moving, and keeps the run rate good. And
they're still in the power play, of course, so that is the time to try and cash in and get the run rate up. Moore now back over the wicket to Adams, who's down the wicket again, and again drives it straight back to Moore, who fields off her own bowling. No run. So yes, as you say, a contrast in these two batters, both in style and approach, and of course one's a right and one's a left-hander. Moore in, and Adams this time drives, this time gets it wide of the bowler and down to long on, so she'll be able to pick up a single and end the over with Hampshire 72 for 2, and that's the end of the power play.
Well, Moore will be very happy with that over, 3 off of it. She's none for 8 at the moment off 2 overs, which is very economical indeed. Hampshire 73 for 2. Partnership of 52 already going.
Yeah, I don't know what change. It looks like another change. I'm not sure. Is this Bryony Smith going to bowl herself, or is she just directing operations? No, it's actually going to be Danny Gregory, I think. Yeah, Danny Gregory. Going to bowl her leg breaks from the hotel end.
She is indeed. So she just comes in at quite a strong angle, is the words I'm going to use there. She's just going and
things tend to happen when Danny Gregory's bowling. She does concede a few runs, but she takes wickets, and usually has an effect on the game. Danny Gregory, you expect leg spinners to be slightly more expensive than a finger spinner, but she always seems to get important wickets, and things tend to happen when Danny Gregory's bowling.
Well, we shall see as
Yeah.
she
I've
comes in
set it
now.
up now.
Yeah, haven't you just? Right arm over the wicket, and this is swept leg side by Adams, and they'll only get the 1 for it. Pick out the fielder straight away. Rotates the strike. Kemp's in.
She's one of the leading wicket takers in this competition, certainly up in the top 10 wicket takers.
Still just having a little field change, as you say, a few elements of traffic being directed down on the ground. Another huge gust of wind just blows through, as you can hear on the effects mic there. It is rather chilly. It's one of those days where you really want to be inside.
there's a guy walking around the concourse there, and I'm sure that he was actually blown backwards by the wind then. Either that or he just walked backwards for a few steps, but it was in timing with the wind gust.
I would imagine so, yeah.
I think it blew him backwards.
Gregory in. This is full toss, driven through the covers very nicely, and that will go for 4 by Kemp. Bit of a gift there to Freya Kemp. She doesn't often muck up those.
No, but as you say, it was a gift. Just a loopy full toss outside off stump. She bowls a bit quicker than some leg spinners, this Gregory. But that was a free offering. She'll want to come back from that.
So 5 gone off the over so far, already hitting the required run rate, which is one of the most tongue twister things I have to say.
You handled it very well.
Thank you. As Gregory comes in again, that's played straight to a fielder, so no run. Kemp seems irritated by that. She thought might be able to beat them and get another 4.
Well, it wasn't a full toss, but it was very full, so she probably was looking to repeat the ball before, and they're going to move the cover back now and bring deep square in. They don't actually have to do that because they're in the 11th. They could have both, but that's what they've done.
Gregory once more in. This is driven out. Oh, and there was a chance at a catch there, but that's going to go for 4.
Yeah, Bryony Smith moving to her right. I don't think she actually got a hand to it.
No.
It was, but it was catchable height, but very firmly struck. And
Gregory thought that hands on edge.
I think that's a bowler you think straight away that's a chance because it's hitting the air, but it was hit very hard.
Yeah.
I don't think Smith.
I think even if you got a hand on it, I think it would have been so hard it probably would have just sort of bounced out.
I think it would have been a great catch, but she didn't actually get a hand on it anyway.
So 9 gone off this over so far. Gregory in again to Kemp, who drives in exactly the same position. Fielder running. Fielder is going to get there and does very good. Well on the boundary. That was fantastic. Stop, and that just shows Hampshire made a couple of those mistakes that weren't as good.
You're absolutely right. There's a couple of balls like that which went through for 4. Emma Jones has made great ground there, and she's already taken a really good catch, and there she's just saved a couple of runs. And these sort of things can be really important at the end of the day.
Gregory, last ball of the over. 11 gone from it. To Kemp, who's on 48. Who lets this one just bump off the ground, and we'll go for 1, and they're coming back for a second. Nice running. And that brings up Freya Kemp's 50 in very quick fashion off just 26 balls.
Yeah, that's a
strike rate of almost 200.
That's a really good 50 in this situation. Came in with 2 wickets just fallen, and has turned the attack straight back onto Surrey.
She's done it with 7 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, fantastic knock so far from Freya Kemp, but there's a long way for her to go still. And
I think we're going to have a commentary change.
I think Wes is always...
He's just coming. It'll be a moment.
He's looking up some more stats that he's going to throw at us on the commentary in a minute, I think.
Absolutely.
So I'll start the over off anyways. Kaylee Moore still from the pavilion end. 0 for 8 from 2 overs, which in the context of this innings is very economical. Just having a practice ball, the off spinner. And she comes, and that's turned away by Adams into the leg side. Straight to the fielder out there at deep mid wicket for a single. And the fielder adjusts now for Kemp, not just because she's left-handed, but because she's tending to hit the ball to all parts. So they've got a deep mid-wicket gone out. That field's just scurrying everywhere. The whole field's changing pretty well.
I don't think there's a single fielder who stayed in the same position.
No. And got a deep cover. We've got a long off and a long on. And we've got a deep mid-wicket. And 5 people within the circle. So... yeah, this is a much different field, much changed field. Let's see what Moore can do coming in round the wicket. And she's got Kemp on defensive on the back foot, just pushes it back down the wicket.
Yeah, that was a rare defensive from Kemp there. She obviously just thought, I'll just test you out, see what you're doing from this end.
Well, what she's done is created herself some time to do that, because she's got Hampshire well ahead of the clock here. Moore in there around the wicket. Kemp is down the wicket, but can't get it past Riley Smith at short mid-wicket, or mid-wicket anyway, particularly short, but short enough to stop the single because it was hit quite firmly to her. She's on the edge of the circle. More in again, round the wicket. Kemp's on the back foot, and she's bolder.
She's gone.
She's bolder. Kemp trying to force that through mid-wicket with a sort of vertical bat. Shot that she has played before, but this time I'm not sure if she dragged it on, but middle stump has been knocked back, and that's a vital breakthrough for Surrey. Kemp was threatening to take this game away from them, but she's gone. Kaylee Moore with a massive breakthrough, just waiting to see the replay. I think we know that Kemp went on the back foot and was trying to hit it with a sort of vertical bat through mid-wicket. I'm not sure if she just missed it or actually helped it onto the stumps, but either way, she's gone. Hampshire 87 for 3, and you'd probably say it gives the advantage back to Surrey a little bit.
Yes, so we've got Abby Norgrove coming in now.
Yeah. Abby Norgrove's always distinctive for one particular reason. Her pads are always a
different colour.
They're a different colour.
Yes.
They're yellow.
They're like a mustard yellow,
but
rather than
there's shades
like
of yellow, aren't there? And hers don't seem to be the same shade of yellow as others.
No,
so
on the picture feed it's almost orange.
Yeah. So you always sort of can tell it's Abby Norgrove coming out to bat, or somebody borrowing her pads anyway. But we haven't seen a replay of Kemp's dismissal yet, but we can confirm in the book it's bowled more. As I say, I'm not sure if he actually dragged it on, but and the new batter Norgrove is facing up to Moore, 2 right-handers at the crease now, of course. So Moore's over the wicket, and she's turned her first ball away, and she's probably going to pick up a couple for this. Oh no, they're just going to settle for 1. So they're going to come back for 2, but they didn't. So, but Norgrove's off the mark straight away. Hampshire up to 88 for 3 with 1 ball remaining of the 12th, and they need to put a partnership together again now, these two. Last partnership was good, but needed to be a few more from a Hampshire point of view. More in, and Adams is down the wicket but just defends it when she gets there, and the ball runs off to the short third, and that's the end of the over. Hampshire 88 for 3, and Wes is coming in.
Yep. Well, one thing that's very iconic about this ground is obviously the changing rooms are quite a distance away. There's quite a long walk back up the stairs and up more stairs. And just as that over was finishing, you could see Freya Kemp still trudging up those stairs, absolutely in dismay of what's just happened. Wes is just joining me. Wes, it's a shame to see Kemp go, really, from a Hampshire point of view.
Yeah, it is. I mean, she played a pretty remarkable innings given the circumstances. 50 off 29. Yeah, brought up a 50 just under 2 runs a ball, which is quite
amazing.
One of the most extraordinary innings you'll see, given it, especially in a semi-final and coming in at 21 for 2. Yeah, slightly frustrating that she has gone, but yeah, still a lot of batting to come for Hampshire.
So Gregory in again, and this is flighted up and worked off the legs by Norgrove, and they'll run through for 1. And that does mean that now it just brought the total needed under 200 for Hampshire. So they're on 199 required, largely due to the innings that Freya Kemp just put in and unfortunately got out. Target is 288, and they are on 88. So Abby Gregory in to Adams, defends. And Wes, do you think this might be a time where we just the sort of pace comes off and the bat long mentality comes in, stick around, build slowly, see what we can do from here kind of thing?
I think so, yeah. It's Gregory.
Gregory comes in again and flighted. That's a full toss, gone, and that will be for 4. Very nicely guided there for Adams.
Well, we were saying it was going to slow down a bit. But,
maybe not.
Yeah, Georgia Adams was making that into a full toss there.
It's like a baseball shot watching on the replay.
Yeah, hammered that over through deep mid wicket. But yeah, I think Freya Kemp, she does like to be aggressive. Freya Kemp, maybe not as aggressive as that. That was a little bit unexpected, but also no, I know she does like to go after the bowling and play some counter-attacking innings. But she's matured a lot in her batting, and the century she scored earlier this season was a real sort of proper innings, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Gregory in once more. Guided round the corner, very nicely done by Adams. I don't think it's going to go all the distance. It doesn't have that much on it, but they're going to get 2 for it, definitely. Feel they're only just reaching now. That was nice running. Good work from both. Brings 93 for 3.
Yeah, these two players certainly more to sort of take their time. If they're any sort of like build an innings in the more traditional sense, if you like.
Yeah.
Adams can go out the blocks pretty quickly, but at the same time, I think she's more going to stick around, play the situation, and eke out runs where she can.
Absolutely. Gregory in again, and this is cut away through the offside, and they'll go for 1, possibly 2. They're thinking about it. They are going to go for it. The throw's coming in, but Adams will get back safely. Good running from both as well. It's a total for 97 for 3. Adams 20 off 25, so still good from her. Nice to see. The run rate still sticking at 7.5. I mean, I'm expecting that to maybe drop slightly now that Kemp's gone. But the way Adams is, knocking a boundary every so often, yeah, I think it should stay high. Gregory in again. Shorter, cut away again, same place. Not quite as much on it, so they'll only get the 1 for it. If you're watching on the live pitch feed, you're just seeing a few the bowling figures coming in for the Surrey team. So Hampshire are 98 for 3. These two again. Abby Norgrove, she's done well in the competition. I feel like she's also another one that's maybe like matured as a batter as she's gone through this competition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she started the year off as England under-19s captain for the World Cup. I think in Malaysia, I think is where that one was held. Took England to, I think, the semi-finals. They got knocked out, I think, by India. Sort of quite a tough opposition to come up against. But I think it's her first sort of full season as a professional cricketer. As we've got Callie Moore in from the pavilion end. Down the track comes Adams and drives beautifully past Bryony Smith at mid-off. That'll go away for 4. Takes Adams to 25.
That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, we were saying that I might slow down a little bit, but Adams has taken back-to-back boundaries off these last 2 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think maybe the idea is go out, get the boundary early, kind of. It was a bit kind of T20 almost. You know, get the boundary early, take the pressure off, go from there.
Yeah, still well above the required rate as down the track comes Adams once more, defends this into the offside. They'll come through for a single. There won't be any more than that. Fielder Alexa Stonehouse there running in from the boundary rope.
Do you feel like there may be a little bit more rain in the air? You can sort of see it being blown through, but umpires remained unmoved.
Yeah,
Got no mention of the deer.
Couple ground staff heading their way over. Simon Lee there, I think, with the sort of greyish
cap on.
Well,
Yeah.
it might be him without the cap, actually. That looks more like someone without the cap as moors in and beats the edge of Norgrove. Encouragement from the Surrey fielders, you could hear there. Hampshire 103 for free, that boundary at the start of the over, bringing up the free figures. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's it's raining out there as Moore. And this one's clipped straight to mid-wicket. Abby Norgrove goes. And that is a wicket that Hampshire didn't need just as the rain starts to fall. And that will make DLS jump up. And it's a wicket at the wrong time, and Abby Norgrove has to go for just one.
Yeah, that was. It's one of those you almost don't know what to say to that, because it was a similar dismissal to kind of the Maya Boucher effect, and it was a shame really, because they both look so very promising. It does seem like play is continuing at the moment.
It's definitely raining. I can see looking out.
Yeah, so can I. I thought that might bring a bit of a moment's gap. We don't know what the DLS total is at the moment. We're just going to have a look.
105, although that will jump up a little bit. That's still got Norgrovers in there, so
Right.
we'll have to wait for the scorers or the analysts to update the scorecard. But yeah, Hampshire currently behind. Well, behind that before that wicket, and certainly behind it after that wicket.
Yeah.
As we've got more ground staff coming over to the hover cover to our left.
But they came out earlier in the right in the beginning of the Surrey, probably at the same sort of time in the Surrey innings, and then disappeared back again in what Sanjay called their hutch. More than a hutch, a double garage, he says. Norgrove went no 4s, no 6s, just the 1 off 4 balls. Bowled by Moore, caught by Franklin.
We've got Nancy Harmon, the new batter. She'll face up to Callia Moore for her first ball, and this one is defended back up the pitch by Harmon. Scored 186 runs this season, that 150, that's 77 coming against the Blaze in a really good partnership with Freya Kemp when she got her century a couple of months ago now. Here at Utilita Bowl, as Moore is in to Harmon, worked onto the leg side. They'll think about a single, it just beats the diving Franklin at mid-wicket. He took that catch a few moments ago. And that's Nancy Harmon off the mark of her second ball. It's the end of the over, 104 for 4 as the DLS 133 now.
But Adams and Harmon, I remain positive. They can both, you know, hit big. We've seen them get big scores. Continuing on, I think, yeah, it's positive to see, and I think they will both be a little bit more conservative. It is now, there is no doubt about it, very much raining. It's not sort of in the air anymore, it's just raining. Umpires are together having a chat. It does look as though, yeah, we're going to go.
We're going to go off.
Okay, well, we will see as to what happens after the rain. Hopefully it will pass. At the moment, Hampshire are behind the DLS score on 100. They're currently on 104. They need to be on 134. But we are going to take a pause in the rain. When we come back, please join us. Thank you very much.
welcome back everybody to a miserly Southampton, where we've had about a 15-minute delay for rain. That seems to have swept by. The winds are still quite strong, which I suppose is quite helpful in terms of pushing the weather along, and the umpires are making their way out, albeit quite slowly, to the middle. The covers have been removed by the ever efficient ground staff. The stumps are in, some sawdust has been placed at either end, and Georgia Adams and Nancy Harmon come out to bat. Hampshire 104 for 4 of 14 overs. The run rate is good, 7.43. The required rate is only just over 5, but the 4 wickets that they've lost, Wes, might play a part in how they approach the next few overs.
Yeah, the good news is for Hampshire, we haven't lost any time, so they've still got all 50 overs to play, still time to rebuild and sort of play themselves in before they start to accelerate towards the back end of the innings. But yeah, 2-8 seems a long way away from 104 for 4 at this point.
And Wes, what are the rules if we have to go off again and they can't get the game completed today? What happens?
So there is a reserve day for tomorrow. We've got, I think, a total of half an hour extra time for today. About 10 or 15 minutes or so of that will have been eaten up with the rain delay just now. But I think the reserve day is sort of like a last resort. So we'll try and get today's game in as... Sorry, I'm just talking to Phil here. Sorry, Phil, say again. Phil's just distracting us here.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think he was asking what time tea was, and could he have a biscuit with it, I think, I'm not sure.
Yeah, what time's the tea coming?
Yeah, exactly. Priyanaz Chatterjee has come on to bowl here for Surrey from the hotel end, and she will be bowling in now right arm over bowls, and it's just down the leg side. Big appeal for LBW, but look leg-sidey from here against Nancy Harmon. Certainly she didn't seem too distressed by it, and no movement from the umpire.
Yeah, might have even pitched outside next time that one.
5th stump would have been a likely call, but decent start for Chatterjee there, coming in from the hotel end, up to the wicket now, bowls, and again leg-sidey, and well taken by the wicket keeper Chatley, but that is a wide, leg side wide in one-day cricket, and Hampshire move on to 105 for changing. It was a little bit of rain, mizzle in the air. It's going to make the ball quite slippery and difficult to bowl, you'd think, Wes, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, we saw the rope going around, and there was actually quite a bit of spray coming off the back of that. So yeah, won't be easy for the fielders.
Chatterjee in again, right arm over, bowls full and timed quite nicely by Nancy Harmon, but straight to the fielder, who is positioned at a shortish mid-wicket for no run. Hampshire stayed 105 for 4. Yeah, the rope was going round, and it was certainly pulling up a lot of rain, a lot of water.
Yeah, do people actually know what that rope does? I'm sure the ground staff do, but does anyone else? It doesn't. I think it doesn't like absorb the water. It sort of spreads it out a bit so it can be more sort of evenly covered across the outfield.
Chatterjee in again, bowls and full, and driven again by Harmon straight to the captain Bryony Smith, who's a mid-off. So to describe it, it's a very long rope that's tied between 2 small tractory type things, and they drive around with the rope in sort of a curve, if you like. I thought they were having a race, the 2 drivers, because they kept looking at each other, and they're like jockeys making that movement as Chatterjee comes in again to bowl to Harmon again, and it's full and it's driven again, and this time the bowler makes a valiant attempt to stop it. Bryony Smith throwing her arms up in the air as if it was a catch, but it was most definitely a bump ball. Yeah, so I thought they were having a race, and I thought, if I was going to be a grounds person, that would be the job that I'd want to do, drive that thing around, and it's a bit like driving a golf buggy badly, isn't it?
I was saying to you, that must be one of the best jobs in cricket. Just driving around, coordinating with your mate in the other one, a little bit faster, a little bit slower.
Yeah, exactly.
Drying out the ground.
Well, and the other guys were just stood by the hover cover, waiting to see what the umpires were going to do, which thankfully was only about 15-minute delay as Chatterjee approaches the wicket, bowls, and defensively covered up by Harman. Good line of lengths from her first over. There was a wide second ball, but apart from that, Chatterjee has started well.
Yeah, started really well. As you say, a change of bowling from, I think it was Danny Gregory who was on this end before the break. 0 for 20 off her 2 overs, so quite expensive from Danny Gregory. She is Surrey's leading wicket taker in this competition. As Phil mentioned, a lot happens when Danny Gregory bowls. She can be quite expensive, but she can also pick up wickets.
Chatterjee again, last ball the over, outside the off stump and cut beautifully away behind square. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, Nancy Harman. Hampshire finishing that over strong, 5 off it, 109 for 4.
Yeah, perfectly timed and placed from Harman, just waiting for that slightly shorter one, and just beat the dive. I think it was Alice Monaghan there at backward point, who's a really good fielder, Alice Monaghan, and yeah, ball raced away, perhaps not as quickly as it would have done half an hour ago before the rain, but yeah, good boundary to end the over. A strong start from Chatterjee, but couldn't quite finish in the same vein she started.
And going back to Danielle Gregory, they've done well, Hampshire, there, because yeah, you're right, she's taken 19 wickets with her leg breaks at 26, and to hit her out of the attack after just 2 is good work by the Hampshire batters, and let's see if they can continue that now.
Yeah, we've got another change at the pavilion end. It looks like Alice Monaghan is coming back on, so seen returning from both ends here at Utilita Bowl, replacing the spin of Gregory and Callia Moore, as it will be Georgia Adams to face her former teammate Alice Monaghan. There's a lot of former teammates in today. Here's Monaghan, right arm over from the pavilion end, short ball and pulled away by Adams, not quite at the middle of the bat, as a race away to the fielder at deep square leg.
Yeah, I wonder what the rain's going to do to the pace of the pitch, because Georgia Adams seemed to get in position quite early there, and then the ball just didn't come at the pace she thought it was going to come from, and as you say, they all know each other well, having been teammates previously. So maybe the pitch has slowed up a bit with that rain.
Yeah, it looked fairly slow in the first inning. There was a few that really didn't carry through to Rihanna Southby off the seams at all. As Monaghan's in, past the umpire, balls and driven by Harman, well timed, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover. There's no run. I think for Hampshire they just need to build partnerships. They haven't really got a proper partnership going. I mean, when Freya Kemp was knocking it to all parts, it was a partnership. It was very one-sided in that sense. There's not been much. When we saw with Surrey, I think had about 3 or 4 50 partnerships in there. Hampshire just need a couple of those, and one of these two to go big, I think, as Monaghan is in, balls, Harman back in a crease, defends this one out into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think if, as you say, if Georgia Adams is the one with the start, 27 of 29 balls so far, if she can bat through, then you would say that Hampshire are going to be there or thereabouts, weather dependent at the end. But again, as it is with cricket, if Surrey do break these partnerships and continue to do so, then there's only one winner.
Monaghan, and she's let go of that one. That's gone behind her as a dead ball signal. And mentioned earlier the ball being a bit wet for the fielders. It might be a bit too wet for Alice Monaghan there, as
so if I was
goes to bowl that, and I think she actually gets stuck and she releases it as she's followed through.
Now, what's interesting is Bryony Smith, the captain, appears to be the designated ball cleaner, dryer. You can't really blame the captain for not drying the ball properly, can you? But it did seem like it was a wet ball that caused the ball, that ball to fly backwards out of Alice Monaghan's hand. There you go.
Here she is again. Try this one again from Monaghan. This one's defended off the back foot by Harman into the offside. Another dot ball.
For those who are listening just on the radio, not watching the live feed, and I know you and Amelia did mention this earlier, we're talking about Padgate, whereas Georgia Adams has got a sort of a yellow pair on, whereas Nancy Harman and certainly before that Abby Norgrove had a more orangey pair on. As someone who also works for the county, can you shed any light on this?
Come back to that, as Monaghan's in. This one's driven out into the offside by Harmon. Straight to cover once again. Another dot ball. No, I can't. Is the short answer.
I'm glad I asked.
I imagine it's just different suppliers, different sponsors, and different dyes. I don't know. But yeah, there is certainly quite a disparity there, isn't there?
Well, there is. Yeah. I mean, maybe I just thought it might have faded. And then the
Possibly.
service pads.
Here's Monaghan running towards us. Balls, this one worked into the onside by Harmon, and a good diving stop. They will come through for the single. Sort of half stop there by Phoebe Franklin there at mid wicket. And it'll be a single to end the over. A good one from Monaghan, just the 2 runs coming off it, and it's 111 for 4. Those of you superstitious, get the legs up in the air.
Yeah, exactly, Nelson. Yeah, it's is it a bit like Test cricket caps? You know, when you played 50, 60, 100, whatever Test caps, it looks a bit sort of
more and more faded.
More and more faded. I wonder if that's the reason, but the chances are it's your explanation and not mine. It is the likelier of the two. It will be Chatterjee to continue right arm seam up bowling from the hotel end with Hampshire on 184, as you said. The partnership is building. It's only 8 or 14 balls, but they've got to rebuild after a couple of quick wickets were lost. As she comes in now, Chatterjee bowls on leg side, and that's taken well by the keeper down the leg side, but it will be a wide signal. 112 for 4. They've bowled a few of these so far. Started off with the first couple of balls of 2 out of the first 3 balls of the innings from Stonehouse went down the leg. Well, they actually were wide in the more traditional sense, i.e. they were wide of the wicket as opposed to the leg side, but there's been a few since then as Chatterjee now starts to run up again over the sawdust, bowls, and it's outside the off stump, but onto the back foot, chopped into the offside. It would have been a quick single if it wasn't for a misfield by Alice Monaghan at cover, so it ended up being quite a comfortable single for Nancy Harmon. She moves on to 7, the score 113 for 4. I don't think there's anything more to be added on the pads. I was trying to build pad gate into
build it. We have had a few comments from people saying, why are they in yellow? Like, there's no yellow anywhere else on the kit. And I think part of the reason that being, obviously, Hampshire's T20 team, the Hawks, all in yellow, and that's sort of homage to that. I think it would look a bit plain if it was all blue kit, blue and white kit, blue pads, blue helmet. It might look better if the players had yellow helmets. Do you think?
I'm very much of the hat and your shoes should match, even though mine today aren't. I dressed in the dark. But yeah, I'm very much of coordination as Chatterjee approaches the wicket now, bowls, and it's outside the off stump, and on the back foot a cracking drive through to the offside boundary by Georgia Adams. That goes for 4. She moves to 31. Hampshire 117 for 4.
Yeah, much needed boundary for Adams and for Hampshire. That DLS pass score just creeping up. Hampshire still behind that as you see the rain is back. I think there's ground staff down by the cover.
And what is that? What is the pass score now, Wes?
It is. I'm just waiting to see if my scorecard has updated. It was 136 before that ball, with Hampshire on 113. That will obviously change a little bit now.
The good news on the ground staff is they don't look particularly active. In fact, one of them is just lying on the hover cover, which is good news as Chatterjee comes up and bowls now, and it's outside the off stump again and tucked away into the offside off the back foot by Georgia Adams. Didn't quite time it, but runs through for a single anyway. 118 for 4. I think she does hold the key to this Hampshire innings. Whereas what are the other? We've got Datani and Taylor and Davies after this coming into the bowlers after this partnership. Will whoever is left after the next wicket get much support from the next batters who are coming in?
Yeah, definitely. I think Naomi Datani is certainly a proper batter, if you like, a proper, genuine all-rounder. Mary Taylor can bat, probably more, as mentioned, more of a bowling all-rounder, but she can definitely bat.
Chatterjee in bowls, and it's on leg stump. It's clipped nicely away to the fielder at backward square by Harmon. Comes through for another single. 119 for 4.
I think it might have been last year or the year before. Mary Taylor in an academy game, I think it was against West Indies under-19s. This was over at Falkland Cricket Club in Newbury. She actually scored 100 in a T20 game, Mary Taylor. He's putting some really strong performances for the academy and the second team over the last few years, and is sort of becoming a proper all-rounder.
Good to see as Chatterjee comes in now. Bowls, full, driven by George Adams. Good looking shot for none. That goes from captain to captain. Adams to Bryony Smith. The score remains 119 for 4. So the academy's producing. It's nice to see the academy and the system producing players that are then coming through and playing for the first team here at Hampshire.
Yeah, I think Hampshire's probably one of the stronger counties for it. I think looking at the team today, there's a good chunk of the team: Freya Kemp, Abby Norgrove, Mary Taylor, Ava Lee, who have all come through the academy.
Chatterjee up, bowls, full and on leg stump and clipped into the leg side by Adams, but straight to the fielder who is positioned there. Emma Jones fields for no run. End of an over that had mixed results for both sides. 119 for 4 off 17.
Yeah, and just looking sort of more around the squad, and obviously mentioned earlier, Surrey have got Rachel King, who was on the academy here, has picked up a rookie contract with Surrey, but we've also got Megan Sturge on the bench today. I think there was Sturge, Norgrove and Averley all made their first team debut, I think in 2023 against Sunrisers, what is now Essex, over at Chelmsford. I think while still in only their first or second year in the academy, they were all playing, I think last year, either while still in the academy or on rookie contracts. So yeah, I think Hampshire to have about 5 players come through the academy and through the pathways is excellent to see, as we've got Alice Monaghan continuing from the pavilion end, as this one is driven back to her by Nancy Harmon. There's no run, 119 for 4.
You've got sometimes we were talking earlier when you've got sometimes 3 or 4 roles to play on on a match day. But why don't you tell the listeners a bit more about your everyday job here at Hampshire West?
They don't want to hear about me today.
Yeah, of course they do. We all want to hear about you. Wes?
I'm on the tweets today, doing the live updates on this game. We've got Monaghan, balls to Harm. This one's cut off the back foot into the offside. It'll come through for a single. But yeah, one of my many roles here is doing the live updates, posting the wickets, posting the boundaries.
Yeah.
One of my colleagues today is covering the county championship match, so fortunately I can just focus on this game and not cover 2 games at once.
And if there's any dead air, we know that you're actually tweeting as opposed to talking.
Yeah, if it goes silent, that's why we've hit a really good boundary.
Yes. And our colleague
There's
Kevin
been a wicket, which is not what we want at the moment.
And our colleague Kev James is down at Taunton covering that match for the radio.
Monaghan into Adams. This one's pulled powerfully away, but straight or dropped out on the boundary. It was a good effort at deep square leg. I think there might be Jemima Spence out there on the boundary. It was pulled hard by Adams. She got quite a lot of it on the bat and just falls out of her hands as she hits the ground.
Yeah, that was a good effort, that, because the ball was travelling. She caught hold of that, Adams, and while she didn't have to move very far, the ball, she did catch it, but I think as she hit the ground, the ball just tumbled out. But good effort in these conditions. Yeah,
Callie Moore out there, not Jemima Spence. Spence is at backward point at the moment. Harmon doing a bit of gardening. As Adams has a life on 33. That would have been a big wicket if Surrey picked that one up. The Hampshire captain Monaghan into Harmon. This one's back of a length and cut into the offside. It beats the diving Spence. Goes out to Stonehouse at deep point. Come through for a single. Harmon onto 11.
Yeah, so tweeting. Was that? Did you ever think when you left university that your career would involve standing in the cold and the wet here at the Utilita tweeting?
Probably not. I think, well, we're fortunate enough to be in the dry and in the shelter today, but I've certainly been to a few outgrounds where it's been a bit damp as Monaghan. And this one's edged by Adams, past the diving Chatley, and it goes away for 4. Another streaky moment there for Jordan Adams. So he moves to 37. And would have been an unbelievable catch if Chadley had got that. Probably first slip where Davison Richards was there earlier on would have been straight to her, but yeah, a bit too far out of reach for Kira Chadley.
Yeah, that's a risky run, isn't it? With no slip. I mean, there is a shot there because the fielder at third, which is Priyanaz Chatterjee, is quite wide. So with the pace that Monaghan's bowling, any nick wide of the keeper is 4 all day.
Yeah, got 2 fielders out on the boundary, deep third fine leg. Also got deep square and deep cover. The 4 fielders out now. As Monaghan right arm over. This one guided off the back foot by Adams. Spence picks up a backward point, and it's a dot ball to end the over. 7 runs coming off it, so Hampshire still above that required run rate, but still behind DLS with those 4 wickets down. So need a big partnership here from Adams and Harman. It's currently worth 23, but these two need to keep going, Sanjay.
What they do have is time. You know, assuming weather conditions change and that, you've got Hampshire have only had 18 overs so far, so there's still another 32 overs left, and the run rate is still at 7 and over, and the target run rate is at 5. So therefore, consolidation and building a partnership is the key to Hampshire getting through in this game. There's no need to panic. There's no need to force the ball. The fielders are going to find the conditions difficult. It's been drizzly. It's wet. The ball's slippy, as we've seen. As Chatterjee will continue from this end, bowls outside the off stump, and Harman just gets a bat on it and just pushes it to the fielder out, coming off the point boundary. And Jemima Spence, who'd had that valiant effort to take a catch off, a crucial catch as it would have been off Georgia Adams, just fires it back into the keeper for a single. Yeah, the conditions are going to play a big part, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not really sure whether when it rains who that benefits, and we've seen the ball become slippy, the outfield slippy.
Chatterjee bowls and it's straight and well defended by Adams, and that's sensible. You know, wicket to wicket, there's no need to, as I said, no need to force it. If it's a good ball, respect it. There'll be enough. With, you know, come back to the point, I think, you know, when the ball is slippery, I think it is going to favour the batting side. They don't have to particularly do much. The ball, you know, will be more difficult to control by the bowlers, and obviously the fielders with the grip and their studs and stuff, with the mud and the grass sort of clogging up the spikes, will find the conditions hard as Chatterjee approaches bowls and wicket to wicket. And as I say that, there's a sort of a swipe across her stumps by Georgia Adams, and that does go out to the fielder just behind square on the leg side, Stonehouse, and she runs through for a single. I think that's exactly what she you know, yes, it was a single, but respect, straight bat, not across the line. You know, it's fraught with danger.
Yeah, she's a bit cliche, but sort of playing the ball on its merit is Georgia Adams at the moment. As you say, she doesn't need to force it. She's a runner ball 38, Harman on 11.
Chatterjee again to Harman, and that's clipped on the leg side in the air, but no danger there as it goes straight to the fielder position there for just a single. Yeah, the singles are important. I think we've talked about this previously, where something that Surrey did do well when they got bogged down. I think there was a stat that Amelia gave me where it was something like 10 or 12 overs or something on those lines between boundaries being hit. But what they did do is keep turning the strike, rotating the strike so they didn't get bogged down as Chatterjee in again, bowls full and driven quite pleasantly by George Adams, but it's gone straight to Jemima Spence, who is fielding at, sorry, it's Alice Monaghan fielding at extra cover.
Yes, sort of one of those that you're annoyed with as a batter, because you know it's a good shot, you know you've timed it well, and then it just goes straight to the fielder. It's annoying, isn't it?
And this is the point about now, rather than trying to force it, as George Adams now seems to be trying to do, as Chatterjee comes in again, bowls, and it's full, and this time a bit better. She just pushes it into the offside where Jemima Spence is fielding about 10 yards in off the point boundary. That's a better shot. That's a better shot. Single rotated strike. That takes us to 130 for 4 off 19 overs. And Wes, you're going to have a cup of tea?
Yeah, we're going to have a change.
Well.
Phil Green is going to come in for me.
30 for 4, then Hampshire. Georgia Adams 39 or 40 balls, supported by Nancy Harmon, who's on 12. Hampshire require another 158 runs off 31 overs. The run rate's fine, Phil. It's just 5.
Yeah, the run rate's good. And I think the way that they've come out since the rain break, I think the instruction may have been to try and get ahead of the DLS target rather than looking at the longer picture here, because the weather would suggest we might not get the full game. I know there's a reserve day, but I think Georgia Adams is batting as if they want their target is to get above the DLS right now and stay ahead of it. Obviously that would lead you to victory in the end, but I think they're looking at a more short-term process right now.
It's Phoebe Franklin in, bowls, and Adams outside the off stump just cuts it down to Alex Stonehouse, who's fielding on that deep boundary. You're probably right there, Phil. I think that's exactly. There's definitely been a change of approach by Georgia Adams, especially since the
break. Yeah, and of course, when we get to the end of this over, assuming we do, then we have a game, because 20 overs is the minimum game.
Franklin in again, bowls it straight and just defended by Nancy Harmon. No run, 131 for 4.
So yeah, I think we're not quite sure the regs. What I was trying to ascertain, and I apologise for speaking. I didn't realise you were on air when I was talking to you, but
no, we just we wrote down various factors as why that could have been, Phil. None of those are broadcastable as Franklin comes in again, bowls and again straight, and Harmon pushes that nicely into the leg side, well fielded at a wideish mid on. She put on affecting a bit of a limp. Maybe she did land on the ball, but Harmon goes through for 132 for 4.
I hope senility was one of the things on your list.
It was number 1 and 2 on that list. But what were you shouting? I can't remember.
Well, no, what I was questioning was,
I
I realise it's a game at 20 overs, but if we get to say 40 overs today and come off the weather, does the game end then, or do we come back tomorrow to finish off on the reserve day, or is the reserve day only for if we don't get a game at all today? That's sort of what I was trying to work out, if that makes sense.
Bowls, and Adams just pushes off the back foot. The mid-on fielder has gone a bit deeper there. She just jogs through for a single. And did we get an answer from Wes? Wes holds the cards of knowledge.
I think he's run off to find out.
Yeah,
he's disappeared to find out.
I believe, we can talk about him while he's not here. I believe he gave us 3 different answers.
Did he? Yeah,
in the course of that simple question, I thought, from your point of view, and he's not here to defend himself, but Franklin is coming into bowl now, and there's a big appeal for LBW given. That's the end of Nancy Harmon. LBW to Franklin for 13. That's a vital wicket for Surrey, wicket to wicket, and that leaves Hampshire 5 down for 133. I think that's pretty much.
The replay wasn't very helpful on the screen. It's
basically
showing the umpire giving the signal.
Yeah, exactly. But it looked pretty adjacent.
Yeah,
5,
it did.
I would say
it did.
And that brings Naomi Datani.
Several have today, to be honest. Sat right behind the bowler's arm here. Several times I thought, oh, that's close and hasn't been given, but that one, it did look pretty adjacent. So yeah, Datani now, left-handed batter.
Wes was saying that genuine batters has got the ability to give Georgia Adams vital support, which Hampshire are going to need. Are they now reliant on a change in conditions?
If I was brutally honest, I'd say Hampshire's best chance of winning now is to get above the Duckworth-Lewis and then it rain rather than go the whole distance. But having said that, of course, if you lose wickets, the Duckworth-Lewis target will rise rapidly, and it's always a difficult one in these games because from a coaching point of view, you sort of tell your batters to play as if it's going to be 50 overs and not worry about the weather, but actually you do have to worry about the weather. So it's a difficult one, but that wicket certainly doesn't help Hampshire's cause.
So Phoebe Franklin successful the last ball into Datani, who just digs it out. The ball confuses everybody as to where it's ended up, but it's ended up safe. That's the end of that over. A successful one for Surrey. Hampshire, after 20 overs, are 133 for 5.
And we have a game, yeah. As Wes was saying, Titani is a batter. You certainly wouldn't. She's an all-rounder, but I would say in a time with Hampshire she'd be more of a batter, largely because she hasn't been fit to bowl all the time. But she certainly is a batter and is used to batting at the top of the order. Mary Taylor, who's next in, they did experiment last year for a time, the Vipers, with her opening the batting, but I think that was in the T20 games.
Yeah.
But she's used to batting. The last three, if I'm honest, haven't got a lot of runs in their locker so far. But so yeah, it does rely quite a bit on Georgia Adams, but that's not the first time that's been the case over the years, and she's often seen the team through.
But sorry, you're going to know that 2 wickets gets them close.
Yeah, and certainly if Adams is one of them. And they're interestingly bringing the field in now to stop her getting a single, it would seem. It's Chatterjee bowling, and Adams does get a single because she just gets an outside edge and it runs down to third. So Titani is on strike.
And how does she play, Phil? Does she play what she sees in front of her, or is she sort of more of an attacking?
Yeah, I'd say she's. I think she's not an all-out attacking player. I wouldn't say she's not a Freya Kemp or anything like that, but she scores at a decent rate, as most batters have to nowadays, of course. But she's more of a, I might say, a traditional run rate batter.
Which is pretty much what Hampshire needs currently.
Yeah, she'll be a good supporting role here for Georgia Adams.
And will Georgia Adams go through the gears?
I think she'll have to.
Right.
Georgia's a very adaptable player. I mean, she was obviously playing the supporting role when Freya Kemp was in, and she's quite comfortable doing that. But I think she'd also realise that she has to go through the gears, as you put it, and she sort of has been doing that in the last few overs. So Chatterjee's in round the wicket to Tani. That hits her on the pad as she tries to turn it away on the leg side. There's no run. So yeah, Georgia Adams will be very good at judging the situation here. There was a player here, Emily Windsor, who's now at Durham. She was at the Vipers before, who was always the one in a run chase that people always thought she knows exactly how to pace this, and she often saw teams over the line. But sadly, she's now at Durham, not here. Chatterjee in round the wicket. This one's straight. Tani just plays it straight. Chatterjee dives in her follow through and collects the ball.
Yeah, every good side had a finisher.
Yeah,
Michael Bevan back in the
absolutely right. Yeah,
today.
And Emily Windsor was very much that, and she even did it when she went to the 100 and won the game for Oval Invincibles one year, won the final. So yeah, she was the finisher, so they are perhaps lacking that, but that's always an opportunity for someone else to step up.
Yeah.
Chatterjee in again around the wicket, and this one's full again and driven back on the bounce to Chatterjee. So Titani yet to get off the mark after 4 balls.
Questioned the decision by Bryony Smith to bat first at the start of the day. Looking a good one.
Looks a good one, doesn't it? Absolutely right, yeah. What do we know at the end of the day, really?
Exactly.
We have to say something, don't we? We have to give an opinion, but yeah, she at the moment it's looking the right move at the moment. Chatterjee in again, and that one's just pushed away on the offside, so Tiny still unable to get off the mark.
I think when the weather conditions are inclement, changeable, runs on the board are hugely important. In fact, I'd say that they're vitally important, as opposed to when it's a warm, sunny day.
Yep.
There's more equality, I suppose,
Certainly
as far as the conditions are concerned.
Certainly if it goes to 50 overs, but I think that the risk that Surrey took was that the game could have been shortened down to a shorter second innings, which does tend to favour the side batting second, not always. Chatterjee in, and that one's driven by Titani, but again she can't pierce the field. It's going to be the end of the over with just 1 run off it, so good over for Chatterjee. And after 21 overs, Hampshire have moved on to 134 for 5.
She's been quite tight so far. She's bowled 4 overs for 18. wicket to wicket, bowled full lengths most of the time, the occasional wide, but and that's the sort of control that Surrey are going to need to make sure that they force Georgia Adams into going through the gears, as I said.
Yep.
You know, and that obviously that is fraught with risk and you know, and the chance of losing wickets, but you know, keeping it tight and forcing her to do something is what Surrey look like that they are going to do. The keeper.
Yeah, they're going to hope, I imagine, put quite a lot of pressure on her and try and keep her off the strike and all those things that you do in these situations. As I say, she's got a capable partner at the moment in Titani.
Keeper stood up as Franklin comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and that's an inside edge from Georgia Adams. The ball's rolling down, it hasn't got any pace on it, and it's picked up well short of the boundary and thrown back in by the fielder running down here, which is Danny Gregory, and they just run through for a single, which for the first time brings Naomi Titani down to this end, which is the hotel end, the left-hander, and Phoebe Gregory is just making some changes to the field, as you'd expect. There's two boundary riders on the leg side, one at deep point and one at just in front of that. She comes in round the wickets, bowls, and just covered up by Titani. Yes, a deep sort of point, not really backward, I suppose. And there's one at sort of a deep mid wicket, and also there's a deep fine leg. All of them about 5 yards in off the boundary, showing the pace.
Certainly, that's one thing I've noticed with the Surrey side. They have come in off the boundary 10 yards or so.
Franklin in, bowls, and push with the leg side of Titani, gets a single to get off the mark, and that's 7th ball, and one of those fielders who is just off the boundary just comes in and throws the ball back. And that's what it does give them, is because of the moisture that's on the surface, it does mean that they don't have to be all the way back, because the ball's, you know, that's a 2 if they're all the way back. So, and the ball isn't, and you've got to really middle it to get it past them for a boundary. So good field placement by the Surrey captain Bryony Smith, as Georgia Adams is back on stride and Franklin bowls outside the off stump. And that is one of those well-timed shots that I just mentioned. No one bothers running. Georgia Adams cover drive through for 4. She moves on to 43 or 44 balls, 47 or 45 balls, and Hampshire 140 for 5. And this is exactly what they need to do. Just turn the stride to 6 runs off these first 4 balls, and then Franklin over, and she hasn't bowled badly.
No, and Adams is, to answer your question of earlier, I think she's scoring at a faster rate than she normally does. So all credit to her for realising the situation.
Franklin bowls, and it's on the stumps, and George Adams just pushes it down to a deep mid-on for a single. So she's up the pace. So, and that shows adaptability.
Yeah, it does.
Game
and
experience.
And as I say, I'm sure that the possibility of the game being shortened are a factor in her approach.
Round the wicket then Phoebe Franklin for the last ball of this over, bowls and short, and Titani just pulls it down to that fielder placed on the deep sort of mid-wicket area. She gets it back in. Emma Jones, that's the end of that over, 142 for 5 off 22.
Yeah, I mean, if we were confident this was going to, the sun was out and this is a 50 over game, you'd have to say Hampshire are in a relatively good position. Obviously the wickets are against them, but run rate wise they're well on course actually, but it is a case of, are we going to get the full day in? Are we going to get it all in today, the full game?
The wind has dropped, there's not much going on there, so it suggests that what we've got now we're going to get for a while.
Chatterjee in again round the wicket now to Titani, running away from us, and Titani just defends that. Very orthodox defensive shot, straight down to Phoebe Franklin, a short extra cover. Yeah, Chatterjee, Australian originally, but has been over in this country quite a long time now.
Talking of Australia, do you see anybody dethroning them over the next few weeks in the Women's World Cup?
Short answer, no. They do look very powerful around the wicket again, and Titani again pushes it, gets past Franklin this time, but backed up by Alice Davis and Richards, and there's no run. They just look so much better in depth than everyone else. I mean,
Yeah.
India
In India as well.
is going to be their main competition,
Yeah.
but you can't see anybody else really. I mean, any team can have a bad day, obviously, but you'd have to back Australia really, I think.
England's chances, what do you think they'll do? Semis?
I think they'll get to the semis probably. That's what this form would suggest, isn't it? That they're at this moment in time they're probably third or fourth best in the world. Chatterjee around the wicket. That tiniest bit uppish, she went to drive that, didn't quite time it, but it didn't carry through to Franklin at extra cover, who quickly gets the towel out of her pocket and tries the ball. That's something that's been going on most of the day.
Various towel owners and holders.
Yeah.
Varying degrees.
Good day for towel manufacturers.
Yes.
Chatterjee round the wicket. This one's driven nicely by Titani, but she's not going to get more than one for it as it goes out to the fielder on the point boundary. It's Emma Jones out there, who took a very good catch earlier in the innings out in that position. It was on the leg side of that point because
Get rid of Rihanna Southby.
Yeah.
First wicket to go. And she was looking good, Southby.
She was. She started very positively, and as we were saying at the time, they were bowling quite short, weren't they?
They were,
Top,
yeah.
Surrey. So she got a lot of pulls and cuts away, and then eventually they got the wicket with the short ball to her. Chatterjee in the game. Adams this time just turns it on the leg side. He's going to pick up a single again. Happy to pick up that one. Takes her up to 49.
The good news is that the ground staff have wandered back to their double garage in the hills.
It's either they know about the weather or it's their tea break time. I'm not sure which it is, but they've gone back here.
I mean, it's difficult to say. I was quite surprised when they went off because it didn't seem a huge change to what the day had been like.
It's hard to tell from in here because we're obviously behind a glass screen, but it doesn't seem to, as you say, Sanjay, it hasn't seemed to have changed. This time Chatterjee's in and Titani just plays it into mid-wicket and there's no run. So another good over from Chatterjee, just a 2 from it. And Hampshire moved on to 144 for 5 with Adams on 49 and Titani on... Oh, it's gone off my screen, but I think she was on 5.
Yeah,
3, sorry, Titani.
The required run rate and the actual run rate, whilst they are still 1.5 runs or so ahead, are closing, which shows the control that the Surrey bowlers are exerting on the Hampshire batters. But that's the right approach, I think, by Hampshire. They've got to
consolidate for a bit, haven't they?
Exactly, and understand that batting around Georgia Adams now is going to be vital for them to get a result. There's a change of bowling at the pavilion end. It's going to be, it's going to be Kalia Moore to come back. She's already had a bowl earlier on.
With some success.
2 for 16 off her previous 4 overs with a off spin, comes in bowls, and it's a full toss that Adams gets hold of, but there's a very well positioned fielder at short mid wicket, and the ball goes straight to her, and Jemima Spence does what is required from her, and no run, 144 for 5 still.
It's the only place on the leg side that she's not going to pick up a single, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just the one fielder stopping one there.
Bowls, and Adams again just pushes it into the offside, but no run. Do you know much of Kelly Moore? Have you seen much of her in your
yeah, from a few years ago when she was in the Kent setup as a junior, very much an all-rounder at that time.
Bowls again, this time shorter and covered up by Adams, treated that with respect, pushes it back down. I said off spin, but it looks more like she's bowling sort of wristy leggies.
No, I think it is off spin. She's an off spinner, but as you're absolutely right. It doesn't come out like
a traditional
orthodox way.
No,
but
that's right. Yeah.
I think it is an off spin that she bowls.
Let's have a look as she comes in again, bowls, and Adams just pushes that down along the ground.
It's just that her wrist comes from that sort of angle of the leg spinner, but if you watch, I think it does come out as an off spin.
It's 50 then for Georgia Adams, or 51 balls, well batted by her. She is the mainstay of this Hampshire attempt to now get, after the Surrey score 27. You know, after the fireworks of Freya Kemp, it's a very different innings from Georgia Adams, and one that's certainly required at this particular point. 92 minutes she's been there, strike rate of just under 100, 6 fours in that 50, and she needs to, you would think, double that for Hampshire to get through.
And she's one of the players in the women's game you think can do that, can win the game from here.
Around the wicket, Utilita down the leg side, and this will be.
No, I think she kicked it away.
She's kicked it away.
Yeah.
Yes, Utilita. That looked like it was going down the leg side.
Yeah, she left it, but I think she actually sort of followed it with her pad and kicked it away.
Unusual, to say the least.
Yeah.
So let's hope that it doesn't come down to one run at the end of the day. It's comes in again, bowls, and it's down. This time it's down the leg side, and now this time I thought she actually hit it, and the umpire
has given her wide.
But has put her arms down. Is she going to give a wide again?
Yeah.
And she is. So that is a wide. So yeah, that was. I'd say that was.
It looked
unlucky.
like the keeper's looking a bit surprised, to say the least.
Yes.
Yeah. It looked like she bottom edged it anyway.
Georgia Moore then.
Umpire's always right, as we know.
Correct, we shouldn't argue, Phil, should we? And she comes again round the wicket, bowls, and just pushed nicely into the offside by the Tani for a single, where Alexa Stonehouse is fielding off the boundary position. End of a good over by Kaylee Moore, 149 for 5 off 24, approaching the halfway point.
Yeah, going back to what you said about Kaylee Moore, I'm not quite sure how you pronounce her first name, but she played her club cricket at Canterbury, and as a club we came across her a few times then, but she was probably 17, 18 then, but she was more of a batter that bowled, we thought then, but she's developed into a frontline bowler for Surrey. So it's good to see people coming through from club cricket, and I'm sure she was on the academy at Kent as well, but played a lot of club cricket in the early days. Chatterjee round the wicket to Tiny, who gets a full toss but doesn't really take advantage of it. Looks disappointed with herself because she could have hit that virtually anywhere, but she decided to hit the mid-off and got no run.
I wonder what the approach with Chatterjee is going to be, Phil, with that, with her economy and how she is bowling, whether they're going to bowl her straight through or leave a couple to the end, whatever that end looks like.
So sixth on
that's what you don't know, do you? What the end looks like.
No, that's right.
When it comes.
That's right. You can't think too far ahead in these sort of conditions. This is a sixth over on the bounce, so it's getting a good spell in. Just some sawdust put down around the foothold, so it's obviously getting a bit more slippy out there. And she's again round the wicket. Tiny's managed to find a gap on the offside this time. Gets it through to Emma Jones on the deep cover boundary for a single, so Tiny up to 5. Hampshire run rate required is 5.38, so they're keeping it well in control. They're scoring at 6.16, so they've only got to keep going at this rate and they'll be okay, as long as they can keep the wickets in hand. That's the key, certainly the key for the next few overs. Chatterjee now sending mid-on back to long-on for Adams. So 3 fielders out on the leg side. Bowl straight, and Adams obliges by hitting it to the long-on fielder that's just been posted there and takes a single. Surrey quite happy to give her the single there and get the Tiny back on strike.
I actually know the answer to this, but is it my imagination, or is the fielder who is at extra cover? She's got sunglasses on the back of her head, as Phoebe Franklin. It looks like she's got flashing lights on.
Yes, it does. Yeah, you're right. Like just the reflection off the floodlights here, I guess. Yeah. This time it's just played out on the offside by Tani for a single to cover. Yeah, it's like those shoes, kids,
exactly,
yeah.
With the flashing red lights.
Yeah, and
I've not seen that before.
It does appear like she has got one of those hats on, but
a lot of innovation in cricket, but I didn't think that would be one I'd ever see.
Does beg the question why you've actually worn sunglasses out there today anyway?
No, I think sunglasses any weather is the correct approach to cricket. That and zinc cream.
Chatterjee in. And Adams just defends it back down the wicket. Oh, they're going to come through for a single though, because it eludes Chatterley, and she comes through for the single. Yeah, I don't know how much zinc cream there is out there today, I must admit.
Actually, I've got a technical question for you. That sawdust that's there, if the ball hits the sawdust and deviates, is there anything, we were talking at lunch about you being a stickler for imposing penalty runs on unsuspecting games and people. Is sawdust play a part, do you think?
Would you? Sawdust doesn't count as a penalty run if the ball strikes it, but it could do in a game that I was officiating if the game required it. Yeah.
I think you'd be 10 runs on that.
Chatching again round the wicket, and Tiny drives back to the bowler, no run. So another good over from Chatterley, just 4 singles off it. She's bowled a really good spell from this end for Surrey. And Hampshire 153 for 5 at the halfway stage. And this is going to be drinks, hot drinks I'd imagine, but yes, there are drinks coming on, so we've got a break. Hampshire 153 for 5.
Wheeling the tea urn on with a barista and a cappuccino machine just for the conditions.
And bringing out some more supplies of zinc cream and sunglasses, obviously.
Exactly. Flashing sunglasses. Hopefully, I don't know whether this is the right forum to talk about your performance at the weekend with points and runs, penalty runs being awarded is not the right word, is it?
I could briefly describe it. I mean, I wasn't umpiring the game, and just for the listeners' benefit, this wasn't an important, serious league game. It was a junior girls' game, end of season with nothing on the result. And just to try and make the game a bit more balanced, we decided to just give penalty runs for all kinds of different things. Things like wearing thigh pad on the outside instead of inside, taking too long to get out to the wicket, not controlling a dog that ran onto the field. We awarded penalty runs for all these things, and actually made the game come down to needing 2 off the last ball. So it was the result was sort of justified the means.
And how old were these girls?
They were mostly about 11 and 12. And
scarred.
Yes, scarred. I had no understanding of why they were getting penalty runs given against them, and thought we were being really serious, and what we were actually trying to do was make the match up quite even. And then the thing was we had to put the score on play cricket like you do in the modern way, and the league officials sort of queried why there was 70 penalty runs in an under 13 game, and we had to explain that. But yeah, it was all good fun, all taken in the right spirit, and the girls understood in the end that what we were doing. Well, I think they understood.
Imagine when they go off to play another game.
Yeah. They're going to, hopefully, as we were saying, some of the lessons that were learnt might stick. Like, say, we were giving penalty runs because they were taking too long to get to the wicket, and obviously that might help them sort of, because there is a tendency in junior cricket generally, but girls especially, I think, that they stop and chat to the incoming batter, and there's a massive delay between wickets. So hopefully these things will speed them up a little bit and make them bowl their overs a bit quicker and all these sort of things. So there might be some legacy from what we did, but it was quite entertaining at the time.
Yeah, let's hope the legacy is a mental scarring. But the dog one is probably something they don't need to worry about too much in future matches.
Yeah.
The cappuccino machine and the tea urn had been wheeled off, and the score at the halfway stage is 153 for 5. I think it's a window thing, Phil. If I look out of the left-hand side, it does look gloomy. The wind has picked up, but here, if I look on the right, it isn't so bad. So
I think the window on the left's dirtier. That's why.
I think that's exactly what it is. Kaylee Moore to continue from the pavilion end, bowls flatter, and Georgia Adams just rocks back on the back foot and pulls it through to the leg side, where there's a sliding stop by Alexa Stonehouse, but the come back for a second, Georgia Adams, and they can do this without, I think the field is so spread currently that they do have the opportunity to put the 1s and 2s in that will quickly mount up and mean they won't have to take too much of a risk as Kaylee Moore in bowls, and Adams just drives straight to the fielder, who is positioned at extra cover. Bryony Smith, captain to captain, she wipes the ball and throws it back to Kaylee Moore, who would get these overs done quickly. I suppose that's one of the things that they're going to need to bear in mind as we go through this match as she bowls, and Georgia Adams advances down The pitch always shown as a misfield there by Phoebe Franklin that allows Georgia Adams to scamper through for a quick single. The fielding has been, as we've said this a few times,
both sides.
Both sides. Conditions must be difficult on underfoot as well as a slippery ball, but that wasn't unnecessary.
It hasn't been up to the standard we'd expect for this level, to be honest. But yeah, I think there are excuses, as you say.
Datani facing up to Moore. She bowls going down the leg side as an appeal mainly from square of the wicket, which is always good when it's an LBW shot, but the bowler or the wicket keeper not that bothered. Bryony Smith coming over and having a word with her bowler.
It's one of those difficult things as an umpire sometimes, that, because I've been in that situation where sorry, I'll let you go back to
Moore in, bowls flat, and Datani just was trying to work it away with the spin onto the offside, but probably didn't read it. Maybe it was the googly and pushed it back to Kaylin Moore, who's gone for 3 runs off her 5 balls, tight in the second spell, given the fact that she went for a few in her first 4 overs. Bowls again outside the off stump, and Datani a nice looking drive into the offside where Stonehouse is patrolling that area all by herself. End of the over, 157 for 5 off 26 overs. I'm looking at Amelia to say I am done and I'm off to play paddle. No, I'm not. I'm off to play pickleball. I get those two confused, so I shall love you and leave you all, and I shall hand over on my side, I think, to Wes.
Yeah, we hope your pickleball goes well, Sanjay. Is it a competitive game? So Sanjay's leaving us and going off to an alternative sport.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Wes. Am I leaving as well? I think I'm handing over to Amelia.
Doing a double change, I think. Yep. So all change in the comms box, and I think there's been a change of bowling out in the middle as well. We've got Alice Davidson Richards coming on with her medium pace from the hotel end. Be the left-handed Naomi Datani on strike. Davidson Richards bowls round the wicket. This one's short, pulled, and did that carry to the fielder at mid-wicket, toe end of the bat. And quite sure who that is, but was that a chance? Did you quite catch that?
I think it might have just sort of grazed in the floor as it carried to the hand. So I always go by the umpire in that moment. They kind of looked very unmoved, both umpires. Watched it go and they kind of went no, so I think probably not.
Davidson Richards around the wicket. This one's pulled fine by Datani. It might come off the pad, that one. It ball's just slowing up down in front of the pavilion. It'll come through for a couple of runs. There's Danny Gregory down there doing the fielding.
Yeah, it's almost getting to that point now where it's kind of misty with rain, that obviously you can still see everything, but the ball is probably getting a little bit harder to see, and both bat and field, I would imagine. You know, the only person probably having an okay time is the bowler, but then they're trying to hang on to the thing that's wet and not try and fall over as it's getting a little slippy out there, but it's still just sort of in the air here.
Davidson Richards around the wicket, ball to Datani. This one's left alone down the leg side, wide, signalled by umpire Rob White. And much needed runs for Hampshire. They're still behind the DLS pass score, which is currently 177, so Hampshire need to be above that in order to win this game. We have now passed 20 overs, so there will be a result today, regardless of what happens. We won't carry on into the reserve day.
So it does become even more key.
Davidson Richards bowls this one full and clipped off the pads by Datani. Timed that really well. I think it's just slowing up in the outfield, and there's a misfield from Gregory. Goes through it, and that is a much needed boundary for Hampshire and Datani. She moves to 13. Hampshire 164 for 5, and not what Surrey would have wanted. She made the ground, did Danny Gregory. But again, we mentioned that ball, that outfield, getting ever so slippy with the drizzle that is around, that is in the air. You still feel that should have been stopped by Gregory. Hampshire still above the required rate, assuming we bat out all 50 overs. It's the DLS that they're still behind. Here's Davidson Richards once more. This one again on the leg side, pulled away by Datani. Gregory makes no mistake this time. Picks it up cleanly, keeps it down to just a single. 165 for 5 now. Hampshire brings Adams back on strike.
Yeah, obviously for those of you that are in the ground or are listening on Radio Solent, both the scoreboards in the ground have stopped working. So they've sort of constructed what is obviously a temporary, I think it is normally it's sometimes in action.
It's here for internationals.
Yes.
You don't usually bring it out for domestic games, but obviously
today it has been.
There must have been a power cut somewhere on some of the switchboards.
Over the groundman's sort of tunnel. But obviously on there it has the basic information, but it doesn't have all the information that the big scoreboards do have, so they won't all be aware of the DLS.
Davis Richards over the wicket to the right hand of Adams, who pulled this out to the fielder at deep square leg, who was just moved a little bit squarer during that break as Adams was back on strike. And yeah, I think that one of the things you would want, especially in a limited overs game like today, is the DLS par score, especially in conditions like today. You don't necessarily need the fall of wicket on there.
Yeah, absolutely.
you can have the batter scores, the team score, the wickets last the overs, but you can probably change fall of wicket for DLS at this point. Here's Davis and Richards. Bowls a wide one outside off stump. Tatani drives out to the sweeper out on the offside to our right hand side. And that is the end of the over. 167 for 5 now, Hampshire. 27 overs gone, still 121 runs needed off the remaining 23 overs, assuming we get all of them in though.
Well, it does feel like it's actually clearing up a bit to sort of what was earlier sort of weather. It's still in the air. The groundsmen are kind of out and about, but they are very much sort of huddling by their tunnel, so they're almost okay with the weather.
They're not on the cover, which is a good sign.
No, they're not on that hover, and as soon as they sit there, you think, oh no, it's coming. But at the moment, they're just sort of sticking around, just making sure it doesn't get any worse. But I think, as Sanjay was saying earlier, there's quite a strong wind that seems to be blowing it all through. Here comes the next bowler, I think it's Moore, and that's pushed out very nicely by Datani, and they'll just get the one for it. Bit of a misfield at mid-wicket, but we will. 168 for 5. Target is 288, so hopefully soon. You'd think that Hampshire would be that would be why you were going under the 100 mark, which will be a nice landmark as Moore comes in, this time round the wicket to Adams, over the wicket, and Adams sweeps this behind her, and she just gets the one, unfortunately, because it was hit to a fielder.
Hampshire now within 10 runs of that DLS par score. 178 is what it is. Before that single, that might have changed.
Yes, but
with that
we're working with slightly delayed information. So Moore moves back round the wicket to Datani, who drives and past mid-wicket. They have got one, they turn and look for two, but Adams is actually called back by Datani. Datani remained very unmoved. Adams was sort of jumping from one foot to another, ready to go, but I think the right decision was made. 170 for 5. Still technically now 9 away from the DLS, but I think I'm waiting for that to update.
It'll change, yeah.
It'll change. Says a resigned Wes. So over the wicket to Adams. She's in, and Adams drives down the ground. Still only get the one, playing to the field a bit here, Hampshire. But good bowling from Surrey. Adams on 58. 1 off of every ball so far, so quite happy to keep rotating the strike. That's what they need to be doing here. Datani back on. Oh, round the wicket comes Moore. She's 2 for 29 off 6 overs. She's in and bowls, and this is well defended by Datani. A few shouts in the... Sorry, I was just admiring the way Moore let the ball roll back to her. She sort of put her feet together and sort of half bent over like she was bowing to someone, and just watched the ball dribble up towards her. As she starts her run up again, still round the wicket to Datani. Floats this one, and Datani turns this into the leg side, and they'll still get the one for it. Has that DLS updated?
Well, that's the end of the over, but I'm still 2 balls behind on the,
on
the scorecard, so it'll probably be around about 180, 181. So Hampshire's still sort of within touching distance now of that DLS score. They need to be above that in order to be victorious if it were to be rained off today. Hampshire, I mean, still above the required rate, 5.24 runs per over, or 5.27, sorry, is again, I'm still looking at a slightly outdated scorecard. Give it a refresh. As we've got Davis and Richards continuing from the hotel end. Tefani defends this one into the onside. 116 runs required for Hampshire. The DLS pass score is 180. So Hampshire, if Hampshire were to have a couple of big overs in these next few, they'd get themselves
They're already 8 off of
above
it.
that DLS pass score. As you say, they are only 8 runs, so just a couple boundaries away. It's Davidson Richards around the wicket to Detani. This one's pulled into the leg side, out to Alice Monaghan, I think that is out there, deep mid wickets. Another run to the total.
I mean, compared to earlier when we spoke off air and they were 20 off, they pulled that back quite nicely. If
They have,
can,
yeah.
they can keep moving in this direction. Yeah, it's really positive from the 2 out in the middle there. I think it would be cruel if it finished now and, you know, with 7 off it. That's one of those harsh moments of DLS that you think.
It is, yeah. We had a rained off game at Arundel with T20 earlier this year. It's a false start from Davidson Richards, which we'll go back to a mark, so I actually have time to tell this. It was a T20 game at Arundel. Durham, I don't think they got too many, about 130 maybe in their 20 overs, and there was a massive rain delay in the break as Davidson Richards is in. Adams cuts this one away out to the sweeper on the offside, just be a single, and I think Hampshire got to either 5 or 6 overs, and then the rain just got heavier and heavier again, and they were 1 run or two. No, I'm trying to think. Hampshire lost by 1 run, basically. So I think they were 3 runs behind where they needed to be in order to win the game. 2 runs behind DLS, and obviously 1 run short of the pass score.
Oh, that must be brutal.
Which was very cruel. As Davidson Richards is in, this one's a low full toss. This one's off the toe end of the bat. It goes out to extra cover. There's no run. Maybe a slower ball from Davidson Richards there, perhaps. It's been a good start to the over. There's some awful squeaking going on somewhere down below us.
I think someone's trying to move a trolley that's never been oiled.
Something needs oiling down there, I think.
Yeah.
As well, Davidson Richards at the top of her mark, running away from us here on the camera gantry. Another false start, perhaps just losing a run up a little bit. The outfield shouldn't be too wet that the bowlers are losing their footing. Got the sawdust there if they need it.
You can really see that wind in when the bowler whenever a bowler stands there, and you can see the wind sort of bustling in their trousers, and you can just tell how windy it is out there at the moment.
Davidson Richards into Detani, clips one on the leg side. They might look for 2 here. Detani's running quickly. Kira Chatley runs out to the 30-yard circle and she slips there, but keeps it to just a single. Good work from her.
Yeah, Adams said no
7-5.
on that. She wasn't prepared to sacrifice her teammate, which I think in the current position is welcome. So Hampshire need 114 off 20 overs if we do get all of those. And at the sound of that, you'd think, okay, if these 2 can stick around a little bit longer, that's ever doable.
Davidson Richards to complete throw over, driven by Adams out into the offside. Again, will just be a single. Goes out to Monaghan at deep extra cover. And there's 1 run to complete the over. Hampshire 176 for 5 after 29 overs. 112 more runs needed. That's above the run rate. Just looking at the comparison. I'll give them a scorecard. I'll never refresh. It hasn't quite caught up. So Hampshire 176 for 5 after 29. Surrey were 145 for 3. So Hampshire well ahead on the runs, but 2 wickets.
Oh, so you do think the
wickets
DLS seems a bit cruel, but that's the way it is, and I'm sure sometimes it falls in different favours. As Moore comes in again from the pavilion end, and this is worked off the hips by Adams. She seems unfazed by the DLS score. She's happy to keep going. There's a slight misfield there, and they've gone back for 2. Adams kept her eye on that the whole time and quickly saw it. Detani was quick to turn around as well.
Again, I think that's Danny Gregory, another misfield, but again, it just shows how wet that outfield must be with sort of, it's not a heavy rain, it's just light. It's the sort of rain you can carry on playing. If this was a club game, you'd definitely carry on playing. Although having said that, the ground staff are
I was
making
just
their way
watching
over.
them as Moore comes in, and this is swept nicely by Adams out to the offside and a misfield, and it's gone for 4. And she'll be very happy with that. Out towards the groundsmen that are actually just moving around, but they moved earlier and nothing happened, so I'm not too worried about it at the moment.
And that takes Hampshire to 182, and the DLS par score is 182. So if the game was to win now, it would be a tie.
Okay,
and
great.
then who knows what happens as to who qualifies for the final on Sunday. Can we get a super
I'm
over
ever
in?
so sorry, we don't know the answer to that. That is a very niche question that I was not prepared for. I've done a lot of homework for this match, but unfortunately that is quite a niche rule that I don't know the answer to. If you do, please email us as more comes in. And this is again swept by Adams. This is moving at some pace, but straight to the fielder. Backward square, and only the one for it. Moves on to 183 for 5.
But now Hampshire have to keep at this rate. They have
do.
to stay at this level and possibly accelerate just to give themselves that buffer if they do lose another wicket here.
So this is the 50 partnership up for the two of them here. 26 for Adams and 20 for Datani. As Moore is going to come around the wicket to Datani, and this is just defended nicely. I like the way she's playing. 105 off 20 so far is needing Hampshire. So Moore just standing at the top of her mark, just waiting. She comes in. Datani defends down the track, dot ball. They say that's okay. So 183 for 5. Adams 67 off 64. She's going just over a run of ball. Datani 20 off 38. Happy to be watchful and play defensively, which is needed in this moment. As Moore comes in, and this is struck nicely. It's square of the wicket misfield, so they'll go for at least one here. They weren't expecting it. They turn and look for two, but Datani, oh, she took some big stumbles forward as if she was going to go, but Adams had already said, no, we're not moving. 184 for 5. I think Adams is playing this very well. I think she knows that this partnership now has to stay for as long as it can. You know, we're not risking 1 or 2 runs extra just to, you know, risk that partnership.
Yeah, and if there is another wicket to fall now, then Hampshire will fall behind that DLS par score again. So these are two experienced cricketers. They've been around quite a while, certainly since the start of the professional regional era in 2020. So they know how to play this situation. I'm sure they'll be checking every over or every other over. Are they ahead, behind on DLS? As Davison Richards bowls to Datani. This one's cut away on the offside. Again, just be a single. There's a slight fumble in the outfield, and again, we keep talking about how wet that ball must be. And I don't see as many towels with the Surrey players as we did with Hampshire. I think Hampshire had about 5 towels at one point.
But you know what? I think they went out with a plan. They knew it was going to be wet, and they said, right, everyone takes a towel. Also, yeah, I think they were going to go for 2, but Davison Richard was sort of in the way after sort of her follow-through run of Datani, and I think Datani turned and sort of couldn't get round her and thought, no, we won't risk that again.
Here's Davison Richards bowling from the hotel end into Adams. This one's cut into the offside, beats the diving fielder inside the circle, and again just keeps it to a single. Alice Monaghan out there to our left hand side, one of the best fielders in the game.
So 186 for 5. It seems that my online score has somewhat fallen away because it still says it's 184, but no, it's definitely 186 for 5. Hampshire require 102 to win.
Davison Richards past the umpire, bowls this one short and pulled by Datani straight to Monaghan, who takes the catch. That's the wicket that Hampshire didn't need. There's 6 down now, and Datani has to go for 22. She's cross with herself. She knows that that'll put Hampshire behind on the DLS score. I know we keep mentioning it, but there is weather around.
It's wet here.
It needs to be mentioned. Yeah, not quite got all of that. And good celebration from Monaghan as well. Double fist pump. And it's a big, big wicket at this stage of the game.
That really is, and it was such a shame because she was starting to build such a lovely partnership with Adam, and it just felt like maybe Davison Richards just sort of gifted a slower ball just so to let her pull it, and that, you know, they've been bowling so well to their field of Surrey here, and yeah, just shows how quickly the tables can turn. So Datani goes. She was bowled by a bit. Davis and Richards caught by Monahan for 22 off 44. So Hampshire still above the run rate, but we will see how long it lasts. It does feel as if it might be clearing up a tad.
Yeah, the ground staff have moved back into
There's a couple on.
Oh, there's still a
There's
couple.
about 3 sat on the hover, which is not good. But so we've got Mary Taylor come to join Adams. She can also carry her bat really well. She did, I think Phil was saying last year, they tried her out opening the bats in the T20, so she can definitely hold a bat.
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that she scored 100 for the academy in a T20 game against West Indies under-19. It's over at Falkland Cricket Club in Newbury. And that DLS bar score, Amelia, 206 now. So all that work that Adams and Datani did, now undone. At the fall of that wicket is David Richards is into Taylor, who plays and misses at this one outside the off stump. And yeah, Taylor can certainly hold a bat, but perhaps more of a pinch hitter, an attacking batter. Then I guess with Adams at the other end, she's 68 off 65, playing pretty comfortably. You sort of want a player like Mary Taylor to come in now to be
build
the aggressor
that run score up again,
whilst Adams stays there and anchors the innings and hopefully bats through to the end. Davidson Richards bowls to Taylor off the back foot, defended out into the offside, a dot ball. Just the 2 runs coming off this over so far. As that required run rate is still, Hampshire's still fairly comfortable, going at 6s at the moment. Obviously a lot of that was from when Freya Kemp had a blitz early on, made 50 off 26 balls earlier on today, coming in at 21 for 2. Need some more fireworks soon as Davidson Richards is into Taylor, tries to cut this one, but he's past the outside edge, and a dot ball to end the over. There's a big cheer from someone in the crowd somewhere.
Yeah.
So
Where are you?
186 for 6, 31 overs gone. So we'll have 102 runs needed for Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 19 overs to do it. Time is ever on their side, other than the rain. It does feel like they're kind of... It's which way do you go? Do you ignore the rain and say we've still got 19 overs to go, we've been playing in this all day, the ball's only going to get wetter, we might use that to our advantage? Or do you say, right, we need to get up with the DLS so that if we're called off, we're on par? I think that may have been the plan before Datani departed, because they were up with it. I think now maybe they've had to say, right, we're just going to have to ignore the rain and play our own game. As Franklin comes in from the pavilion end, and this is to Adams, who drives, but straight to a fielder, so no run. Again, at this stage in the day, we've still got just about 19 overs to go. There's time for dot balls, there's time to build that run chase. There's almost 100 in it. They're well above the run rate. If the rain wasn't around, I wouldn't be worried, really, as Surrey comes in and Franklin bowls. And this is again taken one nicely. It's Mary Taylor up on strike.
I'd like to think that if the run rate does get to like 7, 8 and over with 4 or 5 to go, if Adams is still there,
oh, she will go for it.
I think Hampshire can still do it.
Yeah.
If Adams gets out, then I'm less comfortable.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Absolutely. I think, yeah, Georgia Adams leading from the front. She's the captain. She's not averse to pressure. Mary Adams on strike. Franklin comes in, and this is very wide. Taylor did go for it. I think I just called her Mary Adams, so I do apologise. It's Mary Taylor. There's too many things going on, but that does bring up the 100 needed for Hampshire. They're on 188 for 6. They need 288. So anything after this is in double digits needed, and Mary Taylor just drives this, but again straight to a fielder. Front foot defensive. It's concise so far from Franklin, other than that wide. She's 1 for 34. Adams on 69 off 67. Mary Taylor yet to score. Faced 4 balls. As Franklin comes in and drives and bowls, and this time it does miss the fielder. There is a sweeping fielder on the boundary. They are going to try and run for it. They're throwing in at Adams' end, and she's well safe. Fast between those Wickets are both of them. There's another gust of wind blows through, but it's blowing the rain through as well, so I wouldn't want to be out there, but they're doing a great job. 190 for 6 now. Franklin in again. This is defended by Taylor, straight to a fielder. 18 overs to go. Under 100 needed. Oh, it's getting tense.
It's getting
6 gone. And the rain is still here, but lightly, so not strong at all.
The ground staff are still, they're not on the cover. There's a couple there,
Couple,
but
yeah.
not many.
Franklin once more. This is turned by Taylor nicely, and it's going to find a fielder, but they're going to get one. Adams calls no for a second as they thought about it. Yeah, you do think in those kind of moments, if they can keep hitting it really strong, beat the first fielder, then maybe that second boundary, if it's just picked up a bit more water, it's a bit slippy, you might get, you know, sort of a couple of mistakes. But I have to credit Surrey. I think they've been really good in the field today. I think they haven't really let much slip past them. I think maybe where Hampshire did leak a few boundaries occasionally, or just make a couple of simple mistakes. But no, Surrey have been very strong.
Yeah, there's been the odd misfield, which is understandable given the
weather.
conditions.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're taken. So there was that one drop early on off Boucher, which turned out to not actually matter that much. She was caught the next ball, but that's the only drop catch I've remembered seeing.
Yeah.
Every other catch has been taken. I think she's struggling with her run up here. She's stopped on that spot a few times. We'll try again now. Running away from us at the hotel end. Bowls to Mary Taylor, short. Punched off the back foot by Taylor, out to Bryony Smith at mid-off.
Yeah, I think if Hampshire can get above the 200 scoreline, I think, you know, if they can see 200 for hopefully 6, but, you know, that is a big sort of mental game changer. You think, right, well, we're in the same sort of ballpark that we need to be. And then it's a case of just sort of knocking it off gradually. It's only 8 away.
DLS now saying 208. Davidson Richards to Taylor. And same sort of ball, same sort of shot. Goes out to extra cover, there's no run.
But again, the longer this partnership stay together, the sort of closer they get to that DLS, the better it becomes. I think Mary Taylor looks strong out there. The first couple of balls, I think, you know, you have to get your eye in, and I think she maybe struggled a couple, and the conditions are really hard out there, but now she seems to have settled in quickly, I would say. Looks comfortable.
Yeah, Hampshire, a couple partnerships above 50 as Davidson Richards into Taylor, drives, not timed though. Goes out to extra cover once more. There's a partnership between Georgia Adams and Freya Kemp worth 66, which Freya Kemp got 50 of those. Then there was another one between Adams and Ditani worth 53 off of 64 balls. And yeah, Hampshire just need another partnership. As you say, there is still time for these two to just take it easy for a little bit, not take too many risks. As Davidson Richards is in, bowls to Taylor, goes for a slash outside the off stump, beats the outside edge, and another dot ball. Pressure mounting on Mary Taylor here a little bit. She needs to try and do something, get off strike, give Adams the last ball of the over. That run rate required is now catching up with Hampshire's run rate.
Yeah, I think there's quite, in the footholds, I think there's quite a lot of mud, and that's what Davidson Richards might be struggling with, because I can see Adams trying to flick a load of mud off of her shoe, and that's, I think, what Davidson Richards is struggling with a bit, is sort of where it's so well trodden. I think you're just picking up mud on every one.
You can see to the training pitch on our far right hand side there's a lot you can easily tell where the bowlers have been running in, as that one's driven beautifully by Mary Taylor, beats the gap, and that will go away for 4. It's the first boundary for Mary Taylor, takes Hampshire to 195 for 6. We said something needed to happen, and something did happen.
Absolutely.
Boundary. Much needed one for Taylor and Hampshire.
Yeah, I think it was nice. It was a good strike really from her. It was a little bit on the lunge, but a great strike there. And yeah, just relieves that little bit of pressure.
Yeah, perhaps just reaching for that a little bit, but she timed it well, picked the gap.
Well,
perfectly.
one groundsman is walking away, so that's good.
They keep coming back and forth. There's Mary Taylor pulls out of that one. Is someone walking down underneath us? Wasn't quite ready. Davidson Richards will have to run in again and go back again, and feels like she's done that a lot with losing the run up and now Taylor pulling away. There's one ball left in this 33rd over. Hampshire 195 for 6 in the semi-final of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Final being played here at Utilita Bowl on Sunday. Davidson Richards into Taylor, clips this into the leg side. It'll just be a single. Ball trickles out to Alexa Stonehouse. I think that is no. It's not, because she's through with the right arm. I can't quite tell who that is. Emma Jones, thank you, Phil. On the boundary, and that's the end of the over.
Hampshire require 92 off 17 overs. So they're still above the run rate. They're on 5.9. They're not on 9.7.
I wish they were.
The number 7 wasn't even on the screen then. I don't know where I got that from. That's dyslexic brain for you. 5.9, and their required is 5.4. I think, as I was saying, if they can get the next 4 runs together, they'll get 200 for 6, and that would just put doubt maybe in the Surrey minds, put faith in the Hampshire ones, give them a bit more confidence to go forward from here as the ball comes in, and it was sort of flighted. Mary Taylor guides this beautifully past, and it does miss the field, so a little bit of a fumble there, and it's gone for 4, so that does instantly bring up the 200 for 6. A lovely shot there. We'll just watch on the replay by Mary Taylor. She just sort of feathers this, works it off her hips and turns it away. A bit of a unfortunate miss from Surrey there, but I think it is hard in these conditions, the wetness underfoot. 200 for 6. So another ball comes in, and this is guided. Oh no, it's carried through. I could have sworn it hit the went up in the sky, but it didn't. So we need 88 runs to win. 100 balls remaining. When you see it like that, you think, okay, that's not too bad at all. 200 for 6.
Is that wickets in hand though? Just for if it was 5 or 6, I know this is probably it's been quite obvious, but if it was 5 or 6, then you'd feel fairly comfortable.
Absolutely. Another ball comes in. Taylor just works it into leg side. It will be stopped on the boundary, but I think they're going to get 2 for it. Running hard is Mary, but she's back well. 86 off 99. $202 for 6. It feels like it's suddenly fallen. You know, straight away 86 needed to win it's not too bad off 99 balls. Another ball in, and Mary Taylor defends. She's in no rush.
They don't really need to rush at this. I mean, when you look at it, it's in 86 off 98, you think, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
When you see 86 off 17 overs, you think, that's a little bit, not quite sure.
In again, and this is driven up over the sky, does land safely, and that's just the 1. Well, if it helps, Wes, I think we are about a ball behind or so, but Hampshire are on, they were on 202, and the DLS was 210, so they've pulled that back nicely. We are closing in.
Again.
Now obviously on 203. As Franklin comes in again, and this is worked off the hips by Adams, and it's a good stop at mid-wicket. They'll just get the 1 for it, but there's an overthrow. Are they thinking about it? No, they've decided against that, which I think is a smart decision. End of the over, 204, and I think we're going to have a change in commentary. I'm going to be joined by Phil Green. Thank you, Wes. So 204 for 6, 34 overs gone. Adams on 70, Mary Taylor on 15 off 18. Hello, Phil.
Hello. Last time I came off air, I had this feeling we wouldn't be back on because of the weather was closing in, but
no, they're going to carry on.
we stayed out there, or they've stayed out there.
Yeah.
And
you've got to credit them for that.
yeah, well, the umpires will make the call, of course, but I'm sure it's contrasting, isn't it? Because the Surrey girls would quite happily come off right now because they're slightly ahead on the DLS, but Hampshire will be staying on at all costs.
Well, I think the only thing I can think is that although we're quite exposed to our right and left, because we've got such high, it's sort of a bowl, famous bowl, from the hotel and the pavilion stands, it's quite sheltered, so maybe it's not quite as bad.
Yeah.
Hopefully down on the pitch.
Loving your optimism.
Thank you.
It's Chatterjee back into the attack from the hotel end, and Adams just turns that away on the leg side. They're going to get one. They're looking for two, but they're just going to settle for one eventually as the fielder Emma Jones comes in quickly off the square leg boundary, so 204. And this is a very interestingly poised game now. It's, to be fair, throughout the day it's swung backwards and forwards in both innings. Who you'd say was in charge? The wind predictor on one of the would be varying quite a lot today. I think would have been up and down all the time. This time it's just edged away by Taylor, but only to short third, and there's no run. Trying to force that off the back foot, but she got a thick edge. Chatterjee back into the attack. She bowled a good 6-over spell earlier, 0 for 25. So just going mostly singles off her bowling. But Surrey really need a wicket, I think, now. I don't think they're going to win this game unless they take wickets. Chatterjee in again. Adams drives, but Taylor drives. Bryony Smith collects the ball at mid-on, lets them through for a single. They come through for a single, and she immediately drives the ball again. That's been another regular feature of today, the drawing of the ball, obviously in these conditions. Most fielders are quick with a towel, and Chatterjee in again, running away from us. That's driven by Adams, but well fielded, extra cover, and there's no run.
You say most have a towel. Wes and I were just talking about this. We can't see half as many on the Surrey team as we can in the Hampshire team. On the Hampshire, I think we counted about 5 or 6 towels.
Yeah, but I think one of the differences is Surrey got black towels.
Oh, that helps.
Which you can't see against the trousers.
Black outfit.
Whereas Hampshire had white towels.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So some of them are well concealed towels. Chatterjee in again, and Adams is down the wicket and slaps that through mid-on. That's going to be 4. It is. Through wide mid-on. She decided that was the ball to go, ran down the wicket, and it's a bit cross-batted, but a good solid blow, good contact, and the ball eluded both the mid-on in the ring and the wide mid-wicket on the boundary, and goes for another 4. So
I believe
we are. I think we're
the DLS is just updated. I think we may be 2 behind. 2 behind on the DLS.
Where we need to be at the end of the over though, so we've got a ball to go.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're saying we. I know we're not biased in any way here on the commentary. This one, Adams drives through the offside to Monaghan out on the cover boundary for a single. So Adams is up to 76, and Hampshire 211 for 6 with 15 overs remaining.
Yeah, they need 77. Doesn't feel too bad when you say 77 off 15 overs, 77 off 90 balls.
Yeah, no, the run rate's not the problem. It's not Hampshire's biggest. Yeah, it's not Hampshire's biggest enemy here. I think the two bigger enemies are the wickets and the weather. The run rate, if it goes the full 50 over distance, I think Hampshire are 1 in control of. Just got to.
Well, the DLS, we're 1 behind now. It's now updated to into that over. Franklin in again from the pavilion end, and this is defended by Adams. Franklin 1 for 45. She's
quite expensive.
Yeah, I think it's definitely maybe one that Hampshire's been targeting. 211 for 6. 77 needed. Franklin into Adams. This is up high. It's going to land safely. You can hear an audible gasp go around the ground then as they run through for 1.
Yeah.
But Adams seemed very calm.
I think it's a gasp coming from the commentary box, not just around the ground. But yeah, it did look dangerous at one point from a Hampshire point of view, but it was actually well short of long on.
Yeah, I think from the angle we're on it, when they go up like that, it's quite hard to tell the depth.
It's the far side of the ground, isn't it? So.
It is. Franklin in again. This is sort of flighted in, and it's missed the boundary. The fielder, sorry. It's trickling towards the boundary. There were 3 fielders descending on it, but it does go for 4. Bit of a misfield there, but you can't really blame Surrey in these conditions. The ball must be like trying to catch soap flying
well,
at you.
You can't, and there's certainly mitigating circumstances, but there have been a lot of balls missed and dives that haven't actually affected the stop. And I think even given the conditions, I think when they analyse both sides, actually, when they analyse this afterwards, will think that they could have stopped a few more runs in the field.
Franklin once more. Taylor drives and it's lands safely down the ground towards the pavilion. They'll only get 1 for it because it was played straight to the fielder, but good shot nonetheless.
Yeah, Hampshire certainly scoring at the required rate at the moment. They've edged ahead on the DLS again.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the online to catch up. Franklin once more in. Adams drives, and this is kicked by Franklin, and actually gives Hampshire a bit of a chance there because it was heading straight towards the stumps, and she sort of literally flicked it away like she was flicking a football away, and instantly both Hampshire batsmen just defended on that.
So yeah, so that brought a run, which very welcome.
218 for 6. My online predictor is 2 behind, and at that point we are ahead as Franklin comes in once more. Taylor drives, they'll get just the 1.
Playing a very useful innings for Hampshire, Taylor. 22 now off 23 balls.
Absolutely. It must be such a relief for Adams to have seen, unfortunately, so many of her counterparts that she's had partnerships go, knowing Taylor, okay, she's still coming in, she can really play well.
Well, I'm sure we were talking about this earlier when I was on Sanjay. I'm sure all the Hampshire batters can bat,
of course,
but they don't often get the opportunity, and so we don't see them. I mean, but they've all got runs in their own way. At some point in their cricketing careers, they've all batted and been successful. So it's just a matter of getting more exposure to do that. But the other thing, of course, is if anyone else does come in, and hopefully from Hampshire's point of view they don't need it, but if they do, then they're batting in pressure situations that then without having a lot of batting in the locker already. So it's difficult, but let's hope that these two can extend the partnership. It's Chatterjee in again from the hotel end, and that's full, and Taylor drives, but she's not going to get past mid-off. Bryony Smith. There's no run. 219 for 6, and you'd have to say that Hampshire probably just the favourites now.
Yeah, so they're ahead on the DLS, 219, and the DLS is 214. So now a matter of 3 ahead.
Straight from Chatterjee and just defended by Taylor. Chatterjee tumbles in a follow through. She spent quite a lot of time in her follow through on the ground. I don't mean into falling over in the Mark Wood way as she lets go of the ball, but fielding off her own bowling, she tends to end up
putting her body on the line.
Yeah, she tends to end up sort of lying right across the wicket. But she's bowled well today, in one of the better bowlers for Surrey, and Chatterjee, and she's in again now. That one, Taylor's going to take the single onto Smith this time. It could be tight. It's hit. She's hit the stumps, but not given. The fielders look very disappointed there. Ball's ricocheted off to deep cover, but they can't come back for a second run. That looked very tight. I don't think the replay's going to help us because the umpire's lost the bail. I can tell him it's halfway up the wicket. I can see it on the screen, but he's now found it. The replay's not going to help us because it's going to be from behind the stump, so not in the best position, but it did look tight, and I'd have to say the reaction of the Surrey fielders was that they thought that they'd made the breakthrough there.
Well, we will have to welcome our listeners from 5 Sports Extra, who's just joining us now. Hampshire are 220 for 6.
Chatterjee in. And Adams drives in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it's going out to Alice Monaghan on the cover boundary. And are they coming back for 2? There's a bit of hesitation, and they decide against it in the end. Adams makes it back into her ground.
If you are just joining us, yes, so Hampshire are 221 for 6. They came in to this innings needing to get 288. Obviously lost 6 wickets, but Georgia Adams, captain, is 79 off 76, and Mary Taylor is 23 off 26. Hampshire needs 67 to win off 80 balls with 4 wickets remaining.
Yeah, this partnership's put the game back in Hampshire's favour. As Taylor goes down the ground, and that's going to be 4. That's a lovely straight drive from Taylor over the top, and just bounces away into the boundary boards. And Taylor's playing a really good hand here for Hampshire. And 27 at a runner ball, and just what George Adams was looking for from her partner at this stage. And
so that takes it to 63 off 79 balls, 225 for 6. 5 ahead on the DLS.
Surrey struggling to find an answer right at the moment. Chatterjee in again. And this time Taylor's pulling, and she's going to get past mid-on, who only half stops it, and they're going to come through for a single. So another run to Hampshire. Taylor's up to 28 and 226 for 6 at the end of 37, requiring 62 from 13 overs.
Absolutely so. This partnership, ever the key to Hampshire's success. Georgia Adams, captain, leading from the front. She's seen a few of her counterparts apart while she's been there. She came in at 4th with Freya Kemp. Freya Kemp put a quite magnificent 50 together off 25. The rain has just started to get a little heavier.
It's just getting heavier. The ground staff are starting to move again.
Yeah.
But this could suit Hampshire.
Yep, they're ahead on the DLS, so it looks as though we are going to carry on for now.
Stonehouse is coming back into attack, left arm seamer.
That rain has definitely decided to get a little bit heavier in the last minute or so, but maybe it'll blow through. We do have quite a strong wind here at the Utilita Bowl, as the umpire is just helping Georgia Adams get some mud off her shoe. That shows how wet it's been, as a massive clump almost off of a football boot just flies off her shoe. We've got Stonehouse coming in from the pavilion end. She's going to bowl round the wicket and drives all the way down up the ground as Taylor. No run. 226 for 6. 13 overs remaining. 62 off 77.
Yeah, and Hampshire not really. The run rate, as we're saying, is fine. Another wicket, of course, would alter the situation, but these two going very well at the moment.
Stonehouse in, defended by Taylor. That was nice. Reading the moment, knowing that she hasn't actually faced Stonehouse yet, I don't think, and just wants to get her eye in. Check on that DLS if my system has caught up. If you are just joining us, both the in-ground scoreboards have gone black. I think we have had a power outage somewhere, so we are very much reliant on the internet and external sources for our information, but driven down by Taylor, and that's just the fielding of her own bowling is Stonehouse. 226 for 6. Still 62 remaining off 75 balls. So less than 1 a ball from a Hampshire point of view. Still 4 wickets in hand, but I think from a Surrey point of view, you've got to think if they can break this partnership now.
They need to. They absolutely need to break the partnership.
Absolutely. Balls, and this is up in the air, and it's just about landed safely, and there's 2 fielders descending it, and they've both missed it, and it's gone for 4. Goodness me, I was not expecting that, as you saw 2 very fast fielders descending, but some very loud clapping.
It just dissected the fielders, but I think it was a case where they both sort of left it to each other for a while, just hesitated, both of them, because they're running at each other, and the ball just went between them. So more valuable runs to Hampshire. That was an interesting shot from Taylor. She sort of almost scooped it, but not in the sort of modern way, the sort of ramp sort of type scoop. It was just helped it on its way, really.
Stonehouse in again. Bowls, and this is driven down the ground by Taylor, and the diving fielders missed it, and that is 4 more. Fantastic. Absolutely, that was a great shot. So that's 8 off this over so far. Unfortunately, 4 more ground staff are moving over to the hover cover that's just seated down below us to our left. So as the rain does seem to be getting a little bit heavier here.
It does.
But play seems to be continuing. We'll see what happens at this ball at the end of this over. 234 for 6. Hampshire need 54, 73. Stonehouse is in, and this is... Oh, but she's been bowled.
No, she hasn't. No.
No?
No, just hit her on the pad.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't, in the rain, I could not see the wicket. I couldn't see the bails. And
No,
there was a big scream.
Yeah, they were appealing for an LBW, but the bails are still there.
Apologies
And,
if I gave anyone a scare there. It's a little tricky in this light. I apologise. We'll just watch the replay there on that one. It hit Taylor. That's right. It sort of lost the ball behind us. So DLS wise, Hampshire on 230 and DLS is 217. I'm going to have a commentary change and I'm going to make way for Wes.
Thanks, Amelia. And yeah, the weather is definitely closing in, but we've played through a lot of miserable weather today, so hopefully we'll carry on. Alice Davison-Richards is coming back into the attack. And Davison-Richards back into the attack and Wes back into the commentary team.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Phil, I suppose. 5:30 now.
Wes, yeah, it's tea time, isn't it? High tea. No, we're past high tea. We're nearing dinner.
Low tea?
Yeah, possibly. Could be. Anything with tea in it sounds good. So we've got ADR, Alice Davison-Richards back in. Adams just plays this away carefully for a single. It's almost like now Taylor's taken over as the senior partner and Adams is supporting her, which is a really good way of working as a team. You know, Adams probably said when she came in, you just do your thing and I'll support you, because there's no point in you trying to play any different. And Mary Taylor is obliged, 36 off 34, and at the moment looks like a match-winning partnership, Wes.
Yeah, looking at this partnership, we're 49 now between Taylor and Adams. As you say, Taylor, the majority of those 36 of that 49.
And she's played some interesting shots in different parts of the ground. Hasn't all been sort of one way of doing it. She's played down, she's hit strongly down the ground, she's hit sort of deflected through the leg side. It's good all round batting. So ADR in again, and Taylor again goes big, and she's gone over mid-off. This isn't going to go for 4 this time because it's pulled up in the slower outfield, but they're going to come back for 2. She's taking it on again, Taylor.
Yeah, not quite timed either. I almost had my heart in my mouth for a second there. I thought that was going straight to Bridie Smith at mid-off, but
she committed enough to the shot that even the miscue got it over the fielder, who is right back on the 25-yard circle.
That does bring up the 50 partnership as well with that couple of runs.
So Surrey desperately trying to find a way of breaking through this partnership. They're not going to win the game if they don't. Full toss from Davison-Richards, driven, but he's not going to get it past the fielder at extra cover. Spence, and there's no run.
Hampshire now, I wouldn't say comfortably above the DLS score of 219.
About 18 above it, yeah.
Yeah, another wicket and
that'll come yeah, the DLS
another 20 or
up.
so runs at it.
This one's wide of off stump, and Taylor throws a lot into that shot, gives it everything, but it's only going to get a 1 out to Monaghan on the cover boundary for another single. Taylor up to 39, Hampshire 238 for 6.
And these two, they've brought the required run rate down quite a bit now. It was hovering sort of around 5.8, it's now back down to about 4.4.
Yes, that's what I was saying just now. I don't think the time is going to be Hampshire's biggest problem here. It's more wickets and possible weather, although the weather's holding for now. Adams again, who's seems in control of this innings, just playing that out for another single. She's finding singles pretty much at will. Without apparently playing many big shots, she's scoring over a run a ball. It's one of those sort of, if we can use a analogy to the men's game, it's a Joe Root sort of type innings, isn't it? Where doesn't appear to be doing a lot, but the run rate is well above what's required.
She's got 8 boundaries, 8 fours in that 80. The same as Kira Chatley. She scored 8 fours in her 81 earlier on.
Okay. It's down the leg side from ATR, and that's going to be a wide. And Surrey certainly don't need that. It does prompt her to change the field. She's now moving mid-wicket to 45 on the 1 and bringing the deep fine leg round to deep square. So there's nobody at all stopping a single on the leg side now. Any shot on the leg side from Taylor will produce at least one, unless she got it right down to fine leg. Taylor does it on the leg side, but she's picked out the fielder at deep square. It's going to be a single, but that's fine from Hampshire's point of view. Taylor goes up to 40 at the end of the over. Hampshire 241 for 6, needing 47 from 11 overs. Sounding easier all the time, Wes.
I know, it makes it look easy, like 47 off 11, but there's still a lot of runs to get, and 4 wickets still to come. Freya Davies, Ava Lee and Bex Tyson.
Well, the wicket changes everything, doesn't it? And well, not change everything, because one thing that's being changed here isn't a wicket, is the ball. I don't know if it's both balls or one ball's being changed.
That's a good question, actually. Yeah, which ball would it be? Does that
know.
rule come into effect in domestic? I think in internationals now you bowl with a ball at each end until 32 overs, so 16 overs per ball, and then you get to pick
which one.
Which ball. So
I don't think that applies in this. I'm pretty sure they're still using both balls, but they've just changed at least one of them, because the third umpire came out.
The one that Kelly was going to bowl with now? Or?
I don't know. The third umpire came out with a box of balls, and I think they certainly went and collected one from it. So I don't know. It's interesting what you said about the reg there, though, Wes. I know that is in the international cricket. I don't know if it applies to this.
I don't think it does.
No. So I imagine they're still bowling with a different ball from each end, but it might not be the ball they started out with.
So we've got Callie Moore bowling from the pavilion end to Mary Taylor. This one's driven, beats the dive of Moore. Just be a single as Amelia nearly goes head over heels over the gantry. Steady on.
Yeah.
2-4-2 for 6, Hampshire.
She tried to tell us that was water in her flask, didn't she?
Moore steadying herself at the top of the mark. And now past the umpire, bowls. Down the track comes Adams, defends this one back to the bowler. There's no run.
I'll probably put commentator's cursor in there, but Adams just looks like someone who's totally in control of what's happening. She's just running like somebody that's in control between the wickets, isn't she? It's just like, yeah.
We know what's happening now, Phil.
Yeah.
top, her single punch back down the ground for 1.
But,
to 82.
and it's not the first time we've seen this over the years with George Adams, is it? You know, to sort of sum up the situation and play accordingly. Hasn't had the greatest of seasons with the bat this year, but certainly back to her best today.
Yeah, 82 off 80, really anchoring this innings as Moore is into Taylor, clipped this one into the leg side again. Run through for an easy single. Yeah, Adams came in at 21 for 1 fairly early on in the 4th or 5th over. She's still there 35 overs later, and she's got 82.
And there was that one drop chance earlier on at deep mid wicket. Not that easy, but they'll be regretting that, Surrey, because that was the one chance that Adams has given.
More to Adams. This one's worked into the leg side. A dive from Alexa Stonehouse, that is, there at mid wicket, just beats her. Another single, rotation of strike this over. 4 singles coming off this over from Callie Moore. 43 needed for Hampshire to book their place in Sunday's final here at Utilita Bowl. Moore is in outside the off stump. Taylor drives hard out into the offside. A sliding stop from the fielder at long off. And again, a single to end the over. 40 overs gone. 10 overs to go here at Utilita Bowl. Hampshire 246 for 6.
These two are now put on 60. What a key partnership that's proving to be at the moment. And who is Surrey going to turn to now? I think it's going to be ADR again, by the looks of it. Bryony Smith hasn't bowled herself yet. I think over the last few years her bowling, the quantity of her bowling has declined. But also from the spinner's point of view, it's going to be harder to grip a wet ball. Is probably why Danny Gregory hasn't come back into the attack. Harder to grip the wet ball.
Just looking at here, they've still got to bowl. Alexa Stonehouse, the left arm seamer, has only bowled 4. Alice Monaghan bowled 5 early on. Phoebe Franklin's got 3 overs left. Priya Chatterjee has got 2 left. Davidson Richards will be a 6th over this one.
And she's going to come in from the hotel end, running away from us. Number 24 on her back. And in she comes, and Taylor pulls that hard and straight down to long on, where Chatterjee is fielding. And there's a single. And even that throw goes through the bowler, and it didn't cost them anything, but it just adds to the sort of impression that the fielding's not up to scratch when a throw comes in and the bowler misses it. Surrey really do need a lift here. Making changes to the field, bringing the 2 leg side boundary fielders squarer for Adams. ADR in bowls. Adams pulls it, but she pulls it straight to mid wicket. The one fielder on the leg side could stop a single, and she did. Sort of straight mid wicket. Jones, she's now going to that short 45 position again, which opens up the leg side completely. Just feels Surrey have got to be a little bit more aggressive here. They're actually giving Hampshire a singular ball at the moment if they want it, and they can't really afford to do that when they need 4 and over. Interesting tactics. So in again, this outside the off stump, and Adams drives, and she's going to find a single again to Monaghan. Cover boundary. Singles suiting Hampshire at the moment, so it's up to Surrey to make something happen and change something. At the moment, there's no evidence that they're doing that. Can you bring a close fielder in, not necessarily a slip, but somebody in catching somewhere, put a bit of pressure on, maybe.
I'm just thinking from Surrey's perspective, how are they going to take a wicket here?
Yeah, exactly. They don't look as if they've really got that plan. ADR, and this is wide, and Taylor cuts it, and again it's misfielded. And that's not the first time today. And there's been a lot of diving when the ball's gone underneath the diving fielder. I know it's not an easy thing to do, and I appreciate the conditions are difficult, but you'd have hoped in both teams that more would have been stopped, to be honest. I think it's Danny Gregory on that one, and she's looking like she's struggling a bit now, injury-wise.
And maybe just diving onto those wicket ends, which should still be quite hard and
yeah,
not easy to dive on.
Davison Richards again to Adams, and again on the offside, and again a single, and this is suiting Hampshire fine. Run a ball, 4 single off 5 balls in this over so far, and
250 up.
250. There's a ripple of applause. That's about as loud applause I've heard all day. Actually, there might be more people in now than earlier on. Certainly, presumably, majority home supporters and appreciative of the 250 being reached. And Davison Richards comes in again. That's wide, and Taylor's hammered that again out to the offside, and Monaghan fields again, and it's a single again. And Surrey's strategy that over seemed to be bowl wide of the off stump, but that just gave them a singular ball, so they have got to do something different, as we keep saying. I think Hampshire 251 for 6 require 31 off 9 overs.
Yeah, singular ball is all Hampshire needs.
Sorry, 37 off 9 overs.
Yeah, just over 4 and over, so Hampshire quite happy to take the singles at this point.
Alice Monaghan's going to come back into the attack, I think.
Yeah, looks like we were talking about who's still got overs, and Monaghan was one of those. She got 5 overs earlier on. 1 for 27, quite tidy with the new ball. Just quickly, some fixtures of interest to Hampshire listeners. It's the close of play at day 3 between Hampshire men and Somerset in the county championship. Hampshire 35 for 1 at the close of play. Still trail Somerset by 247 runs with 9 wickets left going into day 4, the last day tomorrow. And over in Dublin, England men have comprehensively beaten Ireland in the first T20 of that series by 4 wickets. Liam Dawson picking up a wicket for England there. But here at Utilita Bowl, it'll be Alice Monaghan to bowl from the pavilion end. Hampshire need another 37 runs to book their place in Sunday's Metrobank One Day Cup final, as that one hits Mary Taylor and might have a, I think that's hit her on the arm, on the base of her reaction, just holding her elbow there.
George Adams asking for the physio to come out. I think it might be right on the point of the elbow, which is a painful one for sure.
Yeah, her right arm as well, so where all that power will come from. So just wondering, is that going to change how Mary Taylor plays? She's 4 away from a half century, yeah? Pretty sure it'll be her first half century, certainly in professional cricket.
A very timely one if it happens. So, not sure if it's physio coming out or 2 of the Hampshire substitute fielders, I believe.
One of them is Alex Milligan, the Hampshire physio.
Oh, it is the physio, is it? And it's Megan Sturge, isn't it? I think, maybe.
I can't quite tell who that is actually. It probably is Megan Sturge. She's normally on 12th as duty. Good time for Adams to just have a drink as well. And he's taking more time out of the game. The rain is still falling here. It's not heavy. It's an annoying sort of drizzle that, if you're playing club cricket, you just want to get off the field. Really, you don't really want to be playing in this sort of in these conditions.
To be honest, I know a lot of club cricketers wouldn't even have started this game. they'd have been in their 12th card school by now. But yeah, you're right. It's one of those where you sort of have to carry on. And obviously you've got a situation, not that it's up to the players, but you've got one team that definitely needs to carry on. It's not like both teams would be happy to come off. Surrey would very much want to be staying on at this point because they're not going to win if they come off. Well, they're not going to win if the game ends at this point, let's put it that way. It's quite a delay over Taylor here. The physio's now gone off, but
Physio's still there. Alex is still there.
Oh, she's still there, is she? Sorry.
I'm just wondering if there might be a concussion test here, which I'm not sure because it hit her on the arm.
It's on the arm, yeah.
She's not brought out any strapping or painkillers or anything with her.
Oh. I can see her on the screen, but looking from where I am, you can't see her at all. She's actually completely hidden behind Mary Taylor, so that's why I thought
someone else coming onto the field now with a bright green bib and looks like quite a big coat as well, just running onto the field. And again, that might be Megan Sturge, Hampshire's 12th player. They're now both going off.
They're both departing, so I think we're good to go. Taylor's had it running with pairs. As you say, Wes, let's hope from Hampshire's point of view it doesn't affect her striking ability, because it is her right arm. I think it just hit her right on the end of the elbow.
Here we go again then. Monaghan from the pavilion end. This one's driven by Taylor, slightly uppersley, but will go out the sweeper on the offside. Doesn't seem to have affected her too much with that shot. Takes Taylor to 47. Hampshire need another 36 to win. Could do this in one over, Phil. I don't think they will, but
well, there's only 4 balls left in this one, so I don't think they're going to do it here.
George Adams back on strike. She's 85 not out. Played a really composed innings to get Hampshire out of trouble early doors. Here's Monaghan. This one's clipped by Adams.
That's a great shot.
And that's well timed. That could go for 4. It's really well fielded actually. I think that's Danny Gregory out there. Done really well at backward square to stop that one. Keep it a couple of runs. Adam keeps the strike. Moves to 87. 34 now needed for Hampshire. Monaghan running towards us from the pavilion, past the umpire. Bowls, this one's defended by Adams. And there's still time to respect the good balls, no need to force
absolutely.
anything.
They've earned the right to be able to do that by getting ahead of the run rate. I'm still, repeating myself, I'm surprised Surrey aren't at least appearing to attack more. They have to take wickets. And they have to gamble a little bit, I think.
So we just need to break this partnership at this point as Monaghan is in. This one's clipped off the legs by Adams. Ball's going out to the deep mid-wicket fielder. It'll just be a single. All good work there. There's Taylor back on strike, the last ball of the over. Can she bring it per 50? Just 3 runs away. She's never scored a list A 50 before. Got 2 in T20s. She got an 80 for Vipers Academy in 2022. That 100 I mentioned earlier, or 110 against South East Stars. Second 11 in 2022. Here's Monaghan. To Taylor. Works this fine down the leg side. Don't think it will go for 4. No. Dreamer Spence does the fielding down there. It'll be a single, so Taylor keeps the strike into the 42nd over. Hampshire need another 32 runs to win. They're 256 for 6. And I think we're going to have a change. Phil Green is heading off for a bit. Amelia Clark coming back in shortly. But what a partnership this has been from Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor. We have 68 between these two. Well, 70 now, it's just ticked over. Mary Taylor's got 48 of those, been much the aggressor in this duo, but Adams the mainstay. 88 not out off 87, a proper captain's innings, and she wants to be there at the end to get her side over the line and into Sunday's final. Welcome back, Amelia.
Thank you very much, Wes. Yeah, thank you. And good evening to everyone. Hampshire 256 for 6. They need 32 or 48. The rain has been light but steady all day, I would say. At times where it's got just that little bit thicker, but Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor have put in quite the partnership. They created a partnership of 70, which I think is now one of the biggest of the day. Stonehouse is going to come in from the hotel end. She bowls round the wicket. And this is driven by Taylor. No run. Yeah, it's been done off 69 balls, so won a ball, you know, of some, which sounds like not a lot, but there's been some great boundaries and all sorts have been going on during this innings with these two in this partnership. Mary Taylor still waiting to try and get her first list A half century. Stonehouse comes in, short ball, worked off the hips by Taylor, and that's, I think they're only going to get 1 for it, but it does bring Adams on strike. Takes the score to 256. They need 32 or 48. Got 8 overs, or just under 8 overs left. I think it's now Mary Taylor who's having some trouble with mud on the shoe, as Stonehouse actually helped her out there, which was awfully nice. I think she just used the bail.
The bails off, yeah. No, I've seen that done before.
Well, I suppose, you know, it's a long pointy thing, and just get him in between the spikes.
Does
it
the
makes
job.
sense. It's like footballers and getting a twig or something. So Adams on strike. Adams 88 of 87. Stonehouse is in. Adams just works off the hips. They go for 1. Quite happy to keep rotating the strike.
There's Mary Taylor back on strike. 49 of 49.
Yeah, so won a ball, but she's had some lovely boundaries and defended well and come in at a crucial moment, really. Well, the whole thing's been a crucial moment, but a truly crucial moment to help Adams rebuild this innings as Stonehouse comes in. Taylor on strike. She works that away and she's going to run away and she's going to get her first list A 50 for Mary Taylor. An understated celebration. She walks back to the middle and waves her bat in the air as she's just, I think, realised herself. And There's a little fist bump and a tap on the back by by Georgia Adams, but she knows the job is by far over yet. Hampshire 259 for 6. She did it with 6 fours, no 6s. Stonehouse once more. Shorter ball worked away very nicely by Adams down to the fielder, so they'll only get the 1 for it. Adams herself now moves on to 90. 260, they need 28 off 43. What an innings and partnership this has been. I mean, quite incredible, really. At times you thought Hampshire were almost down and out, that Surrey were very much on top, but it just shows the resilience. There's been some key innings and partnerships and knocks that have really pushed this back into a winning position, and defended nicely by Taylor. Surrey, you put down a great score of 288. I think we all thought it was a hard, in these conditions, a hard one to chase. We know Surrey have got the bowlers to defend that well. I think the weather has played a part. It's been, as I say, a light but steady rain throughout the day, sort of in the air. At times a bit of a heavier drizzle, but it has just meant that the ball's been slippy. There's been mistakes from both sides in the field. I think Georgia Adams is
They're
still
both at one
having,
end. They're both sort of leaning in the same sort of...
The umpire is helping Georgia Adams.
Getting your pads up or tying your laces, I think.
I think she's still getting mud off her shoe, if I'm honest.
All that, yeah. Good,
yeah, she's
good spot.
scraping. Yeah. So it's quite incredible, really, because you can now see, and I think it's only really been in the last 5-10 overs, this sort of strip either side where the batters stand is becoming substantially darker, which means substantially muddier. And yes, it's a very kind gesture, the umpire really helping Georgia Adams out.
It's the fact that they're both in the same pose as well, just hand on hip, one leg around the other.
It's quite brilliant, really.
I wonder if our photographer Dave Oakes is A, listening in, and B, getting a picture of that. Both looking
it's one of those that you're not going to use it for much, but it's a lovely comedy moment, especially from that.
There we go.
From on the live stream.
Katie's
They are
got it
in
on the camera.
Exactly. If Georgia Adams put her hand, perfect now. Mary Taylor's just dropped her hand, and they're in exactly the same position. Except Georgia Adams does have one foot in the air as she's getting some mud scraped off by the umpire. That's what we like, helping people out in cricket. It's a team sport at the end of the day. There's a considerable amount of mud that's actually come off Georgia Adams' shoe. I can see it on the live stream.
Wow, yeah.
That is a lot. I've seen less mud come off rugby boots, like, or anything. Goodness me.
As long as it stops us slipping over.
Absolutely, all for safety. So back to business. 260 for 6. Adams on 90.
Be Monaghan to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Adams, this one short and cut away. That should go for 4. It's slowing up just slightly as it reaches the rope. It trickles over. Adams moves to 94. Hampshire 24 runs needed to win now. Guided that perfectly to Georgia Adams. She's on her way to her 2nd century of the season. She made 100 earlier on against Essex here at Utilita Bowl. Can she go again and do it here in the semi-final against Surrey when a team need it the most? She came in at 21 for 1. She's 1 hit away. 6 runs required for a century. Hampshire 24 to win. Here's Monaghan again. Bowls to Adams. This one's a full toss. This one's pulled away. Or to go for 4 as well. Back-to-back boundaries for Georgia Adams. She moves to 98. 2 more needed for the 3 figures. 20 needed now for Hampshire. And not the start to the over that Surrey wanted. Down to 3 runs and over now for Hampshire.
Is this Georgia Adams' 3rd List A potential? I think she got one here earlier.
She got 150 for 7 Vipers against Western Storm in 2020.
She got one here, and I think she got one for her previous club. So I think this might be her 4th.
We'll see what happens. Here's Monaghan. Bowls to Adams. This one worked fine. It goes down the leg side. They'll come through for a single, and it will just be a single. Adams to 99. Hampshire 269 for 6. 19 runs to win.
Oh,
Well,
I bet she's
I
gutted.
think we all thought that was just going to trickle away over the road.
I think the commentary box has never been so. There's never been so much static electricity for excitement for one person. Be like, come on! Oh, but no. Sorry, great fielding again.
Mary Taylor back on strike. Monahan bowls this one, defended back up the pitch. And there's no run. Hampshire 19 off 39. And it will be Adams' 5th list day century. 5th career century as well.
Fantastic.
I'll try and find the details of those other hundreds. Of course, now that we're bigging this up, she'll get out on 99.
No. We're not commentating. We're not cursing this. Not at all.
There's two balls left in this over. Monahan from the pavilion end bowls to Taylor, drives back down the ground. Monahan picks up on her follow through. Taylor on 50, her first list day 50, let's not forget that. And this partnership now.
Well, it's also only 19 runs to win. They've got 37 to do it in, and at the rate these two are going, I don't think they're going to need it. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, 83 runs this partnership, and that's the second biggest of the day. Monahan to complete her over. This one's short and wide, and will be given a wide, so won't complete her over with that delivery. 270 now for Hampshire, 18 runs to win. There's earlier on a partnership of 89 between Alice Davidson Richards and Kira Chatley. 81 between Monahan and Emma Jones. Wrong Jones. For the second wicket.
There's too much nervous excitement going on up here.
As Monahan bowls to Taylor, punched off the back foot. It beats the diving backward points. That should run away for 4 as well. The fielder's just chasing it, can't get there.
It was slowing up so much as it was going towards that boundary. I thought, goodness me, I think the wind almost pushed it over that last moment. Gosh.
Another 4 runs to Mary Taylor. Danny Gregory couldn't quite keep up with that one as we look on the replay. An expensive over from Monahan, 14 runs from it. Just punched off the back foot, behind square on the offside.
This match has had everything. We've had heartbreak. We've had first list day century for 50s. We could have another one here. Oh, and we've got our
more mud.
More
Someone got
mud.
a knife there. What is going on?
I don't know. I really don't know. But it does look something silver and shiny is being used to scrape the feet of Georgia Adams. But you can see the mud that is coming off of her shoe. That is quite remarkable, really, for a cricket pitch. Whoever's doing that job will be covered in mud, but is also quite the unsung hero. Hampshire 274 for 6. At the moment, Georgia Adams will be quite happy to just get that mud off. She's on 99 off 92 balls, partnership of 88. Hampshire need 14 runs off 36. Surrey need 4 wickets. So coming in from the hotel end is going to be Stonehouse. Adams on strike. Bowls, and this is worked away, and she's running through, and that will be Georgia Adams' 5th career century. What a remarkable achievement that is, and she celebrates with a big high bat. The captain's knock. She has guided this team to what will hopefully be a remarkable victory. She came in at 21 for 1. She takes her helmet off and waves to the dressing room, who are all giving her a standing ovation. And she has guided her team to a semi-final victory, almost. 12 to go. Adams, 101 on 93. 276 for 6 are Hampshire. Stonehouse in again. Falls, and this is worked away on the leg side and just carries through to the keeper, so it'll be given a wide. Not what Surrey needed right now. They don't need to be giving runs away for free.
Yeah, I think even a wicket at this stage for Surrey might be might be slightly past. Well, they'll need all 4 if they're going to win this game.
Stonehouse once more in. Adams worked off the pads and is running forward. No interest from the umpire. They get just the 1 from it. We'll have a look at that on the replay, but umpire gives that was a signal to leg by in the end. Have a look as it comes through on the replay. Yeah, definitely a leg by there. Good decision from
comfortably going down leg side as well, and
that's probably one
over the top.
Yeah, a nice easy decision. Stonehouse once more. In again. Big full toss, defended nicely from Mary Taylor there. 33 balls left, they only need 10 to win. Yeah, you would hope that whoever, if I'm not saying either, these two both look very settled, and I think if either were to get out, I think anyone coming in now should be able to get the team across the line. It does look on the stream as though we are playing on a football pitch right now. There's so much mud around. Stonehouse in once more. Shorter ball, and this is up, and it's missed the backwards. I thought that was going to be caught, but it's gone away for 4. Mary Taylor is very much storming ahead. She wants to get this game done. I imagine she wants to get warm. Been out there for a while, as has Georgia Adams. 282 for 6. They need just 6 of 32 balls. This partnership has been key to the success of Hampshire today. 6 runs to do it. 2 balls left of the over. Mary Taylor on strike. And this is defended. A big shout for LBW, but again I think it was going down leg. It skipped away, so they'll only get the 1 for it. There was a little bit of hesitation there. 5 needed.
Brings Georgia Adams back on strike. 1 ball to go. Can she do it with a 6? No. I don't think she's hit a 6 this innings. I think there's only been 3 6s in the whole game. 2 from Freya Kemp and 1 earlier on from Alice Monaghan.
Well, Stonehouse comes in. Can Adams get this finished up? No, she's going to play it safe, and it's a bump ball and it stopped, so actually no run scored. 283 for 6. Having a change in the commentary. Phil Green is going to join me for the last 5 runs needed. So 283 for 6. The rain's still in the air here. It's been here all day, but we've played on. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Amelia. This could be one of the shortest commentary stints ever.
It could be indeed.
Could last a ball or 2, or maybe not. But I think it's fair to say we've witnessed one of the finest run chases certainly in recent times.
Absolutely.
Here, I think it's a well-used phrase, captain's innings or captain's not, but I think Georgia Adams has played unbelievably well here,
Yeah.
and Mary Taylor too. But it's just been a terrific run chase, and it's Kalia Moore bowling from the far end, and she's beaten the bat there, and there's an appeal for stumping as well, but not out is the decision. Moore has been one of the better bowlers today, 2 for 43 coming into her last over, but it looks like it's all going to be in vain. And Taylor on strike. Hampshire need 5, and she's just defending that. She's trying to extend my commentary stint.
Well, she heard. She was like, I don't want Phil to go straight away. Absolutely not, no. 283 for 6. Just the 5 needed.
They're all in saving the single now, but maybe a bit late. And Taylor just defends again. Georgia Adams just coming down and having a word. You might be saying, you can afford to go over the top here.
Yeah, go for it. Even the groundsmen are stood right on the edge. They know the end is nigh.
This one's just played out on the offside. So 4 dot balls in this over so far. From Mary Taylor playing it very carefully. George Jones comes down again and kicks some mud off the wicket. More at top of her mark. Just a few steps in, and Taylor very watchful. Just defends on the offside.
Still 5 needed.
Still 5 needed. Nothing from this over yet with 1 ball to go. Will Adams let this play out to the maiden? She does, just pushes it on the offside. So that's a rare maiden over. Possibly the first one of the day, I think. First one in this innings, certainly. And Adams again kicking a lot of mud off her shoes. She must have some sort of spikes that attract or pick up a lot of mud, because the amount of time she's had to have mud removed.
Well, maybe I don't know, but I can see the mud on the bottom of her shoes. It's quite remarkable. She's played so well with the amount of mud that she's got on her shoes, but you're almost there.
Yeah, but I wonder why it's more than other players. Apparently,
I think
again now she's just.
Taylor is struggling as well. She was wiping a lot off as well. So 5 needed.
4 overs.
Adams on strike. Stonehouse to bowl from the hotel end. She's in and bowls. Short delivery. This is worked away, but straight to the fielder on the offside. They'll get the 1 for it. Brings Mary Taylor on strike. 4 needed to win. See, now Stonehouse has gone the bails off, and she's getting all the mud off her shoes as well.
She's using the bail rather than an umpire to do it.
Yeah. Well, I think there was so much mud on Georgia Adams' shoe at one point that a sub-fielder actually had to come on with what Wes and I are assuming was a knife to get some of it
like
off.
that, yeah.
Stonehouse in once more. Bowls full length delivery, worked away by Mary Taylor as she sort of stumbled, I think, there. Maybe even got a bit stuck in the mud. Just the 1, need 3 to win. $285 for 6. The target was 288. 3 to win. I think the weather forecast was saying at 6 o'clock it was getting heavier, but we haven't had that yet. It's 1:15 here. The Stonehouse comes in, and this is bowled, worked away by Adams, but it will be for no run. Into the offside, go straight to the fielder.
Considering the rate they were scoring out a few overs ago, they're taking a while to get these last 3 or 4 runs, aren't they?
I suppose it's they both want to be there at the end.
Well, there is that. You certainly don't want a new player to have to come out at this stage.
No.
But
they've got 21 balls to do it in.
Oh, they've got plenty of time. There's no panic.
But I know what you mean. Stonehouse in once more. Defended by Adams. Maybe they're enjoying being out in the rain. I doubt it. I doubt it with a lot of instinct.
As you rightly say, Amelia, you don't want to be out at this stage because you want to be walking off the field together as a partnership who've won this game as a partnership. But there'll be a ball in the minute that she can hit for 4.
Stonehouse in.
That could be it.
Works way straight to the fielder, but a bounce and.
Yeah, it looked like it could be the 1, but she hit it. It was wide and short, but she hit it straight to point.
She did well. All the fielders are up in the ring, bar 1.
Bar 1, yeah, which you'd expect at this stage. And I think I was saying when I was on comms before, they could have done this a bit earlier. They had to change something, Surrey, but they just seemed to let it drift.
And again comes Stonehouse, and this is cut away, and there's a bit of a misfield, but they'll still only get the 1 for it. Happy to do this the slow way.
So that's another over ticking by. 3 overs left.
See, you're in for quite a stint
now.
Yeah. Phil, 100 partnership comes up, which is. I'd
have settled down and brought a cushion if I was going to know it was going to be this long. Well, that's the 100 partnership. Yes, that's a good spot. That's a fantastic achievement for the 7th wicket. Wes is not here now to tell us, but I'm sure that's probably the best. This is probably the best partnership for the 7th wicket for Hampshire, certainly in the professional era. And
they've done it off 99 balls, so
excellent.
It's been a watchful one, but it's been a fantastic one. I love Mary Taylor is now helping get the mud off Georgia Adams' shoes.
Has to be a change at the far end because Moore's bowled out, and I think it's going to be Alice Davis and Richards bowling. One thing, I think I've got a few days to sort it out, but I hope they get the scoreboard sorted before the final on Sunday.
Absolutely.
There'll be quite a decent crowd here, I'd have thought, and they could get quite frustrated if they have to keep looking at a very small temporary one.
Even I'm struggling for that one.
Yeah, it's hard to see, isn't it, in this light?
It's getting darker by the...
It should be easier to see as it gets darker, but it doesn't seem to be easier to see.
No.
And the rain is actually getting quite heavy now.
It is.
And there's a massive delay again. I mean, I'm not being funny, but if I was an umpire out there, I would be getting them to move on, because I think they shouldn't have this much delay over this stuff. Going back to our previous conversation, I'd probably be giving penalty runs for having too much mud on your shoes. It would make the game more interesting. See, if they gave Surrey 10 penalty runs now, all of a sudden Hampshire have got to get 12.
Well, the umpire seems...
of 3 overs, and then it's more interesting, isn't it?
I don't think we need this game to be any more interesting than it's already been. It has had everything, this game. It's had moments where Surrey were dominant and firing on all cylinders, and you thought this could be over in a matter of overs from this point. And welcome to all our listeners across BBC Radio Solent as well, and 5 Live. My name's Amelia Clark. I'm joined by Phil Green. You join me as Hampshire are 286. They need 2 runs to win. Georgia Adams, captain, is on 103, and Mary Taylor is on as comes in, and this is driven away, and it has beaten the fielder, and this will go for 4, and this will be the moment where Hampshire have won by a few runs with 4 wickets remaining. I'm going to just turn off the effects mic so that you don't need to listen to the hover coming in as much. The 2 batsmen, Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor, embracing a huge hug in the middle, and absolutely deservedly so. Mary Taylor, 60 off 64. She got her first half century in her career, list A.
And it's a fantastic partnership from those two.
It was 104 between that partnership.
And coming from a time when the odds were in Surrey's favour, let's be honest, when Mary Taylor came to the wicket, but those two have seen Hampshire through to Sunday's final. They'll be back here to play Lancashire, and yeah, fine performance from Adams and Taylor in particular, but Hampshire as a whole. And Surrey will be disappointed after setting a reasonable target, but they couldn't defend it. And a very miserable weather-wise day here at Utilita Bowl. But in for Hampshire, and they move on to Sunday.
Indeed they do, and yeah, you have to admit it just shows quite how brilliant that team is to rebuild and regrow. Massive, well done to Surrey for getting this far and for the game they played. I mean, at times you thought they were just absolutely on top of things, but as you alluded to earlier, Phil, I think maybe they just let things slide a little bit and drift away from them.
I thought during that partnership they could have changed it up a little bit if there is any slight criticism, but very difficult. And let's face it, even though they're used to playing in all conditions, it's not conducive to playing cricket in this, and it does sort of change your thinking a little bit when you've got these conditions to contend with, as well as everything else you have to contend with in a game of cricket.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we will be back on Sunday for the final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, where Hampshire will now face Lancashire, as we found out before, as they beat the Blaze yesterday. As please join us then. Thank you very much. I've been Amelia Clark.
And Phil Green.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.